Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1251 Chapter 1251 Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. Big Brother Yan, I understand your mind. Suzaimo groaned a little and said, it's just a bit sloppy. You fought against Li Hen, and you ended up in both battles. There are a lot of weak spots in this argument, and I'm afraid many people will doubt it. I just doubt that's all. Yan Bichen said, I don't have a life token to stay in sect. As long as I hide and not be discovered, after a long time, naturally no one remembers me. After a short pause, Yan Bichen backhandedly pulled up the Azure blade around him and handed it to Suzaimo, saying, this Azure blade is a sect-protecting magic tool for Shura sect. You have to find a way to return this knife to Shura sect. Yan Bichen even abandoned Azure blade, who had followed him for many years. He showed his determination to quit the true cultivation world. Suzaimo groaned a little, and said, this is easy to do. Throw the Azure blade to an auction house for auction, and release the news, which will naturally lead to the Shura sect cultivator to redeem this knife. Okay, just do it. Yan Bichen said, I'm inconvenient to show up. These things can only be left to you. Suzaimo did not quit, but just asked, Big Brother Yan, are you really willing? Yan Bichen's eyes stayed on Azure blade for a long time, gradually hiding the nostalgia in his eyes, and shaking his head resolutely. Nothing I can't bear. I'm not Azure, I can't match this knife. Let it go back. It is good. When Suzaimo saw that Yan Bichen was determined, he stopped persuading, and cupped one fist in the other hand said, then I will deal with this matter now and come back in a few days. Suzaimo parted from Yan Bichen to a human path and turned away. After leaving this deep mountain, Suzaimo galloped all the way. After about 2 hours, he saw a true cultivation city. It was extremely lively, with countless cultivator swords. Nascent soul, true monarch and Taoist of void return can be seen everywhere. This level of city is already quite prosperous, and there must be some large auction houses trading Prefecture City. Suzaimo hesitated for a long time, still didn't stop in this city and moved on. It's a little close to the reclusive place of Yan Bichen. If Azure blade is traded in this city, it's hard to guarantee that people won't be searched by the map to find the vicinity. Yan Bichen may be much more exposed. Suzaimo went on, and walked for a full day. Came to another bustling true cultivation ancient city, transformed into a great man, came down. The next thing is much simpler. He just needs to spread the news of the battle between Yan Bichen and Li Hen Dao monarch. This explosive news does not need to be propagated at all. As long as it is released, it will quickly form a storm, which will spread from word of mouth, causing a stir. This news is enough to cause the whole true cultivation world to shake. Have you heard that the demon sect number 1 blade Li Hen Dao monarch returns, and finds Yan Bichen again and fights for the Azure title? The two of them died in battle. Not that the battle was quite fierce. It is said that the mountains broke down, the river was flooded, Sun Moon lost its sight, and the stars fell. I heard that Yan Bichen originally had the upper hand. As a result, Li Hen Dao monarch's eyes were red, and the primordial spirit secret technique broke out, and the primordial spirit of two people was hard. As a result, no one was spared. Oh, what a terrible thing. In a restaurant in this ancient city, many true cultivation circles gathered together, discussing this matter, speaking with nose and eyes, as if they had seen it with their own eyes. Many times, rumors are like this. When they spread, they changed their original appearance and became rumors. Suzaimo was sitting by the window, drinking alone, expression indifferent. Who knows this battle, true or false? Just then, a cultivator questioned. You don't understood this. Azure blade just sold it at Xuan Shuang auction house the other day and was bought back by Shura sect. A cultivator immediately said, Azure blade is something of Azure. If he didn't die, how could he let this knife fall into the hands of outsiders? Who actually sold the knife? Did you see it? Unclear. It seems to be a burly man. I heard it was a woman. Many cultivators started to guess again. After Suzaimo sold the Azure blade, fearing something unexpected, He stayed in this ancient city for a few more days. These days, it's all kinds of rumors. Not at all. Suzaimo dropped a few spirit stones, ready to leave the area, return to the deep mountain, and notify Yan Bichen. He just got up, and a cultivator not far away suddenly said, "Yes, I heard that some cultivator saw the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple." "Really fake? Where is it?" "Just in the Yuchan Ridge." The whereabouts of the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple are erratic, and every time it appears, it will attract countless cultivators to explore it. Didn't expect to come to the Central Territory. I heard that there are countless ancient treasures in that ancient temple, many lost spirit pills and marvelous medicines, and cultivation technique cheats, which are countless. Hearing here, Suzaimo's heart moved. 9 returning soul spirit is one of the spiritual pills lost in ancient times. And 9 return to soul Dan can heal Yan Bichen's primordial spirit wound. If this Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple really exists, there may be 9 rebates in it. However, he had never heard of the name Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, but he had to ask him some questions. Several fellow Taoists dare to ask what is the origin of this Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. Suzaimo came to this group of cultivators, asked lightly, smiled, cup one fist in the other hand. This time, he came to this ancient city to deal with Azure Blade, and worried about the extracurricular branches. He concealed his identity, changed his face, and even the cultivation realm was hidden, looking ordinary. "Which are you?" A cultivator squinted at Suzaimo and asked with a pout. "Why, you want to go to Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, too?" He was mocked by cultivator expression and asked with a smile. "I think so too." Suzaimo nodded. Ha 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 ha. The cultivators looked at each other, laughed, and looked at Suzaimo as if looking at an idiot. "Just because you want to go to the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple and don't look at your own weight." A Taoist of Void Return said with a sneer, "Even if I lightly Taoist, I dare not set foot on the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. What do you think?" Suzaimo's expression was cold, exuding the breath of law manifestation realm. Icily said, "You say it again?" As soon as the voice fell, the temperature of the entire restaurant plummeted. In this ancient city, although nascent soul true monarch and Taoist of Void Return can be seen everywhere, there are not many law manifestation Tao monarch. Most of these cultivators are nascent soul true monarch, with only a few Taoist of Void Return. They were shocked by the breath of Suzaimo's law manifestation realm. Look pale. Tao monarch is outraged. I don't know who you are. You offend, please Tao monarch for your life." The Taoist of Void Return was so scared that he sweated on his forehead, bowing and trembling. Kungsu, who had just laughed at him, was afraid to say a word. Law manifestation Tao monarch, if angry, suppress and kill them. No one can stop them. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1252 Chapter 1252 Where the Righteousness Is. Today, Suzaimo just reveals the atmosphere of law manifestation realm. If he reveals his appearance and his name, this group of cultivators may be afraid to scare the court entirely to break. His legs will be weak, and he will kneel on the ground. One of the cultivators quickly said, "We don't know the origin of this Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, but I heard that this ancient temple first appeared in the southern region more than 100 years ago. Then, at regular intervals, the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple will appear somewhere in the heavenly desolate continent, attracting countless cultivators, and rushing to it." A trace of confusion passed in Suzaimo's eyes. "This is kind of weird. Like ancient vestige. The predecessor cave mansion and the like are mostly fixed in one place, and an ancient temple is missing." Suzaimo heard it for the first time. "I heard that when the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple arrived in the southern region, a cultivator strayed into it and got an extremely powerful ancient magic tool, which caused a lot of vibration. So more cultivators came to search." After a short pause, a trace of fear appeared in the eyes of this cultivator, saying, "However, if you entered the cultivator of the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, 1 of 10 people will be alive." Suzaimo frowned, asked, What level are the cultivators to explore? The lowest is also law manifestation realm. I heard that there are also some body fusion great experts. The next cultivator rushed to answer. Suzaimo asked, body fusion great expert entered Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, and something happened? I heard that over the years, at least has 100 body fusion great experts entered the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple and never came out again. A cultivator grinned, expressing fear. 100 body fusion great experts. This is not a small number. For example, Dragon Tiger Pavilion, one of high sects, has less than 10 body fusion great experts. From this perspective, this Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple is definitely a dangerous place. Suzaimo groaned a little and asked, even so, there are still cultivators wanting to explore? Yes. A Taoist of Void Return nodded and said, it is said that the cultivator that can survive from the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple does get a lot of benefits, such as what are the ancient spiritual pills that are lost. The top cultivation technique. I also heard that there was a person law manifestation Tao Monarch has entered the twilight and entered the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. I don't know what kind of opportunity to get through to the body fusion realm. In the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, will there be 9 transfers? Suzaimo asked again. Have. A cultivator quickly said, I heard that once there was a person body fusion great expert alive. I got 9 rebates. Suzaimo nodded. A decision has been made. No matter how dangerous the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple is, he will have to do it. Suzaimo had already thought about it, and left the restaurant to leave Yan Bichin to human path before heading to the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. In the deep bamboo forest. In the past few days, the traces of that battle have been cleaned up. With the means of Yan Bichin and Kinpianran, it was easy to rebuild a wood house, which is located there. Simple and simple. What? Are you going to Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple? In the wood house, Yan Bichin heard Suzaimo's plan and shook his head flatly. No, this is too dangerous. Big brother knows Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple? Suzaimo asked. I don't know much. The Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple is quite mysterious. Although it has only appeared for more than 100 years, I don't know how many body fusion great experts have fallen over the years. You are just law manifestation realm early stage. 10 million can't go. Suzaimo shook his head and was clearly determined. Yan Bichin said earnestly, Zaimo, this Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple came to the Central Territory, will definitely attract a lot of heaven-chosen evil spirits. When the time comes, the heroes come together. Body fusion great expert will appear, you alone. This is too risky. Suzaimo laughed, saying, in the beginning, it was just heard that Tao Monarch and the others wanted to go to 100 Refinements sect to get me in trouble. The big brother Yan also went to 100 Refinements sect by himself. Kill the 9 Tao Monarch. After a pause, Suzaimo whispered. At that time, big brother Yan had just stepped into law manifestation realm. That scene, Suzaimo is still unforgettable. What a pride. That's the righteousness of Azura. Where is the righteousness, though 10 million people will go? Yan Bichin is just a law manifestation realm early stage, but he has no need to look back. He battled with the well-known Tao Monarch, such as the fairy sword Tao Monarch, and suffered a primordial spirit wound. Since the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple may have 9 transfers to the Soul Dan, even if it's Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den, mountains of daggers and seas of flames, Suzaimo will have to make a breakthrough. Yan Bichin sighed and didn't persuade. They have different personalities and practice different blade techniques, but they are all value emotion, value friendship. Yan Bichin groaned a little, and said, I heard that the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple has just arrived, but there is a magic power barrier on the periphery. After some time, the magic power barrier weakens before the cultivator can break in. Zaimo, don't rush. You will stay here for a while and practice well. If you can step into the law manifestation realm middle stage, heaven and earth Dharma idol will be improved. There are 3 law manifestations. The battle strength will certainly rise to the next level and have some self-protection. Suzaimo nodded, saying, I have learned a lot from the battle with Li Hen, and I am about to calm down and appreciate it. Zymo, when the time comes, I'll go with you. Qin Pianren said, this matter is Bichen. I can't let you take the risk alone. No, no. Su Zymo smiled and declined, and said, I am alone, in danger, and can get away in time. If there is someone else, I am bound. Even more. How? Big brother is hurt. Elder sister Qin is here to accompany big brother, waiting for my good news. Because of Yan Bichen's relationship, the two people always refer to each other as fellow Taoist, but they seem to be born and have changed their names. Qin Pianren hesitated. Yan Bichen said, let Zymo go by himself. This trip to the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple is expected to alarm a lot of super sects' heaven-chosen monsters. You will easily cause other troubles if you go. Qin Pianren nodded. She is a sword sect cultivator, and now staying with the fierce demon sect Azura. I am afraid that sword sect has long expelled her from the sect, treating her as an immortal sect traitor. Sword sect shame. If you encounter an old sword sect, both sides are likely to blade and weapon faces one another. At this point, Qin Pianren stopped thinking about it, stood up, moved towards Su Zymo, deeply worshipped, and said sincerely, then many thanks Zymo. Elder sister Qin is polite. Su Zymo quickly lifted her up. Qin Pianren laughed, I can't help you anymore. During this time, I will make a few dishes for you every day for you to try. Yan Bichen next to him couldn't help but admire. Pianren's craftsmanship is really good, and I also follow him. Cultivation to their level has long been convinced by fasting realm. However, even immortal has a desire to speak, and cannot be exempt. The following month, Su Zymo stayed in this bamboo forest and meditated. Finally, after a month, I felt the opportunity to break through. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1253 Chapter 1253 Where the Righteousness Is. Today, Su Zymo just reveals the atmosphere of law manifestation realm. If he reveals his appearance and his name, this group of cultivators may be afraid to scare the court entirely to break. His legs will be weak, and he will kneel on the ground. One of the cultivators quickly said, we don't know the origin of this Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, but I heard that this ancient temple first appeared in the southern region more than 100 years ago. Then, at regular intervals, the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple will appear somewhere in the heavenly desolate continent, attracting countless cultivators, and rushing to it. A trace of confusion passed in Su Zymo's eyes. This is kind of weird. Like ancient vestige, the predecessor cave mansion and the like are mostly fixed in one place, and an ancient temple is missing. Su Zymo heard it for the first time. I heard that when the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple arrived in the southern region, a cultivator strayed into it and got an extremely powerful ancient magic tool, which caused a lot of vibration, so more cultivators came to search. After a short pause, a trace of fear appeared in the eyes of this cultivator, saying, however, if you entered the cultivator of the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, 1 of 10 people will be alive. Su Zymo frowned, asked, what level are the cultivators to explore? The lowest is also law manifestation realm. I heard that there are also some body fusion great experts. The next cultivator rushed to answer. Su Zymo asked, body fusion great expert entered Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, and something happened? I heard that over the years, at least has 100 body fusion great experts entered the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple and never came out again. A cultivator grinned, expressing fear. 100 body fusion great experts. This is not a small number. For example, Dragon Tiger Pavilion, one of high sects, has less than 10 body fusion great experts. From this perspective, this Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple is definitely a dangerous place. Su Zymo groaned a little and asked, even so, there are still cultivators wanting to explore? Yes. A Taoist of Void Return nodded and said, it is said that the cultivator that can survive from the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple does get a lot of benefits, such as what are the ancient spiritual pills that are lost. the top cultivation technique. I also heard that there was a person law manifestation Damonok has entered the twilight and entered the supreme beginning ancient temple. I don't know what kind of opportunity to get through to the body fusion realm. In the supreme beginning ancient temple, will there be 9 transfers? Suzaimo asked again. Have. A cultivator quickly said, I heard that once there was a person body fusion great expert alive, I got 9 rebates. Suzaimo nodded. A decision has been made. No matter how dangerous the supreme beginning ancient temple is, he will have to do it. Suzaimo had already thought about it, and left the restaurant to leave Yan Bichin to human path before heading to the supreme beginning ancient temple. In the deep bamboo forest. In the past few days, the traces of that battle have been cleaned up. With the means of Yan Bichin and Kinpianran, it was easy to rebuild a wood house, which is located there. Simple and simple. What? Are you going to supreme beginning ancient temple? In the wood house, Yan Bichin heard Suzaimo's plan and shook his head flatly. No, this is too dangerous. Big brother knows supreme beginning ancient temple? Suzaimo asked. I don't know much. The supreme beginning ancient temple is quite mysterious. Although it has only appeared for more than 100 years, I don't know how many body fusion great experts have fallen over the years. You are just law manifestation realm early stage. 10 million can't go. Suzaimo shook his head and was clearly determined. Yan Bichin said earnestly, Zaimo, this supreme beginning ancient temple came to the central territory, will definitely attract a lot of heaven-chosen evil spirits. When the time comes, the heroes come together. Body fusion great expert will appear. You alone. This is too risky. Suzaimo laughed, saying, in the beginning, it was just heard that Damonok and the others wanted to go to 100 Refinements sect to get me in trouble. The big brother Yan also went to 100 Refinements sect by himself. Kill the 9 Damonok. After a pause, Suzaimo whispered. At that time, big brother Yan had just stepped into law manifestation realm. That scene, Suzaimo is still unforgettable. What a pride. That's the righteousness of Azura. Where is the righteousness? Though 10 million people will go. Yan Bichin is just a law manifestation realm early stage, but he has no need to look back. He battled with the well-known Damonok, such as the fairy sword Damonok, and suffered a primordial spirit wound. Since the supreme beginning ancient temple may have 9 transfers to the soul Dan, even if it's Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den, mountains of daggers and seas of flames, Suzaimo will have to make a breakthrough. Yan Bichin sighed and didn't persuade. They have different personalities and practice different blade techniques, but they are all value emotion, value friendship. Yan Bichin groaned a little, and said, I heard that the supreme beginning ancient temple has just arrived, but there is a magic power barrier on the periphery. After some time, the magic power barrier weakens before the cultivator can break in. Zaimo, don't rush. You will stay here for a while and practice well. If you can step into the law manifestation realm middle stage, heaven and earth Dharma idol will be improved. There are 3 law manifestations. The battle strength will certainly rise to the next level and have some self-protection. Suzaimo nodded, saying, I have learned a lot from the battle with Li Hen, and I am about to calm down and appreciate it. Zaimo, when the time comes, I'll go with you. Kinpianran said, this matter is Bichin. I can't let you take the risk alone. No. Suzaimo smiled and declined, and said, I am alone, in danger, and can get away in time. If there is someone else, I am bound. Even more. How? Big brother is hurt. Elder sister Kin is here to accompany big brother, waiting for my good news. Because of Yan Bichin's relationship, the 2 people always refer to each other as fellow Taoist, but they seem to be born and have changed their names. Kinpianran hesitated. Yan Bichin said, let Zaimo go by himself. This trip to the supreme beginning ancient temple is expected to alarm a lot of super sects heaven-chosen monsters. You will easily cause other troubles if you go. Kinpianran nodded. She is a sword sect cultivator, and now staying with the fierce demon sect Azura. I am afraid that sword sect has long expelled her from the sect, treating her as an immortal sect traitor. Sword sect shame. If you encounter an old sword sect, both sides are likely to blade and weapon faces one another. At this point, Qin Pianren stopped thinking about it, stood up, moved towards Suzaimo, deeply worshipped, and said sincerely, "Then many thanks Zaimo." Elder sister Qin is polite. Suzaimo quickly lifted her up. Qin Pianren laughed, "I can't help you anymore. During this time, I will make a few dishes for you every day for you to try." Yan Bichen next to him couldn't help but admire, Pianren's craftsmanship is really good, and I also follow him. Cultivation to their level has long been convinced by fasting realm. However, even immortal has a desire to speak, and cannot be exempt. The following month, Suzaimo stayed in this bamboo forest and meditated. Finally, after a month, I felt the opportunity to break through. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1254 Chapter 1254 Secret. This time from a law manifestation realm early stage to law manifestation realm middle stage, but only 6 years. The speed of this practice is amazing. You know, the later the cultivation, the more time and effort it takes to break through a small realm. Don't look at just law manifestation realm early stage to middle stage, summer law manifestation daimonic, which took hundreds of years, even 100 years, are all normal. Suzaimo was able to break through to the law manifestation realm middle stage in 6 years. On the one hand, because of his accumulation in the land of preaching the Tao for nearly 5,000 years. On the other hand, the battle with Li Hen daimonic. This battle brought Suzaimo not only many feelings, but also tremendous pressure. His 3 heaven and earth Dharma idol was almost suppressed by 9 Jiang supreme Dharma idol. Under this pressure, the 3 heaven and earth Dharma idol grew quickly and became more condensed. Breakthrough to the law manifestation realm middle stage, everything is where water flows, a canal is formed. And his 3 heaven and earth Dharma idol have all climbed to a height of 3 feet 8. The previous law manifestation leaderboard, heaven and earth Dharma idol is just this level. Heaven and earth Dharma idol of daimonic, although it is 8 feet 9, when he became the top of the law manifestation, he was only 8 feet 5 heaven and earth Dharma idol. With Suzaimo's current battle strength, it is enough to sweep the same level and suppress all daimonic. Even the average body fusion great expert is not his opponent. Of course, if you encounter some heaven-chosen monsters of body fusion realm, especially Super Sect's body fusion great expert, it is unknown whether Suzaimo can defeat. However, it is certain that even if it is the body fusion great expert of Super Sect, it is absolutely impossible to kill him like before. With 3, 8 and 7 heaven and earth Dharma idols, Suzaimo can kill a bloody road even if he encounters a siege by body fusion great expert. Of course, the danger of Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple is not only from other cultivators. This mysterious old temple is itself a dangerous place. No one knows exactly what the crisis is inside. Come out of the cultivator alive, without encountering any danger. No one knew exactly what they saw when they encountered the dangerous cultivator, because they are all dead inside. On this day, Suzaimo breakthrough arrived at the law manifestation realm middle stage, and set off from Yan Bichen to human path, ready to leave for the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. Zaimo, 10 million, be careful. If you can't do anything, don't force it. Get out in time. Yan Bichen warned repeatedly, after all, I'm just hurt by the primordial spirit. You can't do anything for 10 million. Rest assured. Suzaimo smiled, nodded and said, when I come back, I'll have a drink with the big brother. Well, I am waiting for you. Yan Bichen also laughed. Later, Suzaimo leapt forward, and a cloud of clouds drifted under his feet, moving towards the Galloper Way, and soon disappeared. Sword Sect, Sword Dao House. The fairy Sword Dao monarch is sitting in the Dao Mansion, and beside him is Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch. Both of them had escaped in Yan Bichen's hands. After that calamity, the relationship became closer and they often met. You mean, Li Hen and Azura both died? Tao Monarch is slightly frowned. Listening to the news brought by Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch, he asked. Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch nodded, saying, this is rumored outside. The specific circumstances of the war, the story is mixed. 7-8 bad. No one cultivator was seen with his own eyes. This is impossible. Tao Monarch shook the head. Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch asks, how do you say that? Tao Monarch snorted, said, in this way, it's okay to deceive others. How can we hide it from us? You and I have fought with Azura. Although we lost, Azura was uncomfortable in that battle. Primordial spirit, it must be hurt. The damage of the primordial spirit is difficult to cure, but it is not without opportunities. I heard that Elder of Pil Sungate once gave Azura a 9 to return soul spirit. Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch lightly saying. Tao Monarch of the Fairy Sword said, even if Azura primordial spirit has no fate, this is only 20 years. His cultivation base is at most the law manifestation realm middle stage, and Li Hen is a law manifestation realm great perfection. Since the shot, even heaven and earth Dharma idol have not been used. They will suppress the demon sect with the title of disciple. Azura is stronger. How can it cross the realm and fight against Li Hen? Dead? You mean, Li Hen killed Azura? Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch asked. It's hard to say, there must be something wrong here. Tao Monarch shook the head. After a pause, Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch seemed to think of something, and suddenly said, yes, can you find the little junior sister of childhood sweethearts? Mentioning this, the gloom in the eyes of the Fairy Sword Tao Monarch was fleeting, saying, not yet. Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch faintly smiled and said, I heard that your junior sister was taken away by Azura, and it is estimated that it has fallen. No. The Fairy Sword Tao Monarch coldly said. Qin Pianrun's life token is in Sword Sect, and it is intact, so she is definitely not dead. Oh? Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch laughed and said, it's funny, she was taken away by Azura who killed the Proven the Tao, but she didn't die and didn't come back. Between this a male and a female together alone. The face of the Fairy Sword Tao Monarch was completely gloomy, and coldly said, this slut, if she really has something to do with Demon Sect Azura, she is the shame of my Sword Sect. If I find it, I will suppress and kill her myself. At this moment, Tao Monarch completely forgot that the slut in his mouth had saved his life. There are so many people. If she wants to hide, who can find it? Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch shrugged. Not necessarily. The Fairy Sword Tao Monarch proudly said, if there is a place to pass, you will know heaven and earth. Knowing the mystery, and deducing 10,000 things and 10,000 things. Profound Principal Palace. Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch eyes slightly narrowed. At this moment, a cultivator with large sleeves fluttered out of the door of Dafu. He was calm, handsome, wearing a crown, holding a folding fan in his hand, and a slight smile on his face. Meaning, Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch's divide consciousness. He couldn't see through the cultivation realm of this cultivator. The Fairy Sword Tao Monarch got up and greeted him with a smile. Loudly said, the heavenly fellow Taoist came from afar, and then excuse me for not going out to meet you. It's rude. Anyway, you and me need not be polite. The gentle smile of this heavenly machine is as refreshing as it is without any resistance. Tao Monarch introduced to Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch, this is fellow Taoist of Profound Principal Palace, this is Cloud and Rain Sect. The Fairy Sword Tao Monarch hasn't finished talking, and the heavenly machine Tao Monarch said with a smile, 5,000 years ago, Law Manifestation ranked second, and now Cloud and Rain Sect's title is Disciple. Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch secretly nodded. He was sure that they had never seen each other, but this opportunity could know his origins, and it really did something good. Tao Monarch is the top of the Law Manifestation and the Sword Sect title Disciple. It has a distinguished status and can be associated with the cultivator of the Profound Principal Palace. Tao Monarch said, fellow Taoist, I am not going to see you. I invite you to come here this time. I want you to help me find someone. She was my sword sect cultivator, named Kinpianran. Tanji shook his head, just knowing a name. I want to find this person, and by my means, I can't reach such a realm. What if she has her life token? Dao Monarch asked, squinting. Tanji smiled gently and said, that will be easy. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1255. Chapter 1255. The beads fall. Just relying on a jade slip, you can infer the position of the other party. Such means can really be called connecting to heaven, penetrating the earth. Profound Principal Palace can become the supersect of Heavenly Desolate. For 10,000 years, it stands on its own, naturally for a reason. The cultivator of the Profound Principal Palace seldom participates in the battles of the forces in the true cultivation world. What is the Gold Core Phenomenon List? Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol List. Profound Principal Palace cultivator never fights. But no one dares to despise the Profound Principal Palace cultivator. The title of Profound Principal Palace this life is Disciple. Lin Xuanji was able to rescue Suzaimo under Di Yin's men in the land of preaching the Tao. He was chased by Di Yin for more than 10 days, and they all jumped alive. Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch have met Lin Xuanji, but he felt that this secret machine was more mysterious and unpredictable than Lin Xuanji. He is also a little daunted by this omnivorous cultivator who knows everything and knows the tricks, for fear of being seen through by the other party. However, Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch's shrewdness is extremely deep, and on the surface it is still a smile of his admiration. Fellow Taoist is really a good way to admire it. These things are not worth mentioning. Tanji's face still had a faint smile, saying, I'm not a person. I can deduce it. For a cultivation base like Cloud and Rain, fellow Taoist, even if I give me a life token, I can't make it. Tanji seems to have seen the concerns of Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch and said it casually. Tanji said, as for the Kinpianran in the fairy sword mouth, it is easier, but this woman's cultivation base may also give some induction. Correct. The fairy sword Tao Monarch suddenly asked, as for the battle the other day, Azura and Li Hen Tao Monarch both died. I don't know what fellow Taoist thinks. Unsurprisingly, Li Hen should have fallen. Tanji lightly saying, as for Azura, I can't figure it out. I don't believe that Azura can kill Li Hen. He hasn't reached that level yet. But if not Azura, who can kill Li Hen? The fairy sword Tao Monarch frowned, with the battle strength he showed, even body fusion great expert, I'm afraid he won't kill him. Secret is silent. He hasn't reached the omniscient realm. The fairy sword Tao Monarch groaned a little, a name flashed in his mind. His eyes narrowed, and softly muttered, is it him? Who? Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch couldn't help asking. Huang Wu. The fairy sword Tao Monarch slowly uttered 2 words, saying, heard. Huang Wu stepped into the law manifestation realm, condensed to heaven and earth Dharma idol, destroyed the Dragon Tiger Pavilion, and let the great expert of the northern region bow his head. Under the heavens come to worship. Fame has reached its extreme. You mean, Huang Wu has come to the Central Territory? Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch's eyes also flashed a cold light. For Suzaimo, they are both hated. They practiced Avatar for many years and were destroyed in Thousand Monsters Valley. Later, he was intercepted by Azura outside 100 Refinements sect and almost lost his life, also because of Suzaimo. Even more how? Tao Monarch's long-cherished heaven-murdering sword art was also snatched by Suzaimo. This matter was like a thorn, and for so many years, stuck in his heart. It shouldn't be Huang Wu, he's just law manifestation realm early stage. 2, 8 and 5 Heaven and Earth Dharma idol. Not too afraid? The heavenly lightly smiled, saying, at least, with the battle strength of sword Tao friends today, 8 and 9 Heaven and Earth Dharma idol broke out, enough to suppress him. Ah! The fairy sword Tao Monarch nodded, said, however, if this child has the means, if I want to run away, I'm afraid I can't stop it. His potential is too great, and it will be a serious problem in the end. If you want to deal with Huang Wu, when the time comes, You have to ask fellow Taoist for help. Good to say. Heavenly Machines nodded. Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch stared at Tanji and said suddenly, I heard that the title of the profound principal palace this life, disciple, is close to Huang Wu. The expression of the natural machine is unchanged, and the smile on his face is undiminished. Ling Xuanji, he, if I want to deal with anyone, he can't stop me. Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch knew it. This mystery and heavenly machine are obviously not the same. There's one more thing. Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch suddenly said, I heard that the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple came to our central territory. We three are together, so why not go and explore? With the means of the three of us, even if we encounter any danger, it will certainly be transformed. Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. The Fairy Sword Tao Monarch was also a little bit excited. I heard that there are many treasure secret techniques in Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. He has practiced to law manifestation realm great perfection. If he enters the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple and gets 2 pieces of treasure, with a few chances, he must be able to step into the body fusion realm immediately. I advised 2 people not to go. From the moment he entered Cave Mansion, Danji always smiled, but when he heard 4 words of Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, the smile on his face disappeared. But what does fellow Taoist know? Tao Monarch heart shivered with cold, could not help asking. The heavenly machine just shook the head, passing a strange bloodlight deep in the eyes, sneering slightly. The cultivators who made up the past are just insatiable people, and they are only reduced to the bridesmaids all in the end. Yuchan Ridge, originally a mediocre mountain jungle in Central Territory. In a mountain like this, the Central Territory can be seen everywhere. But in the past month, Yuchan Ridge has become lively, gathering many cultivators from all directions. And, over time, more and more cultivators have come to Yuchan Ridge. What's more terrifying is that the cultivation realm of these cultivators are extremely high. Even if they are standing on the periphery, there are also cultivation bases for Void Return realm. Dare to go deep into the cultivator in Yuchan Ridge. Almost all of them are law manifestation Tao Monarch. Deep in the Yuchan Ridge, there is even a trace of body fusion great expert. These powerful cultivators come together just because they suddenly appeared at the heavenly desolate continent's Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple more than 100 years ago. On this day, Suzaimo arrived at Yuchan Ridge. On the periphery of Yuchan Ridge, there are a lot of Taoist of Void Return, and I dare not go into it and discuss spiritedly together. Have you heard that this time a supreme treasure of the ancient beginning ancient temple is born? What? It is said to be a treasure some 10,000 years ago. What are the 2 lost beads of Wisdom King's prayer beads? Hearing this, Suzaimo was shocked. Wisdom King's prayer beads, there are 6 Buddha beads, which correspond to different Buddha sect seals and great clarity incantation. Today, there are 4 beads of Wisdom King's prayer beads on Suzaimo's left wrist, and 2 have been lost. For 10,000 years, nothing has been said. On these 2 beads, the strongest 2 great clarity Dharma seals are engraved. Didn't expect. These 2 beads are actually in this Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. Normally, Suzaimo should be glad to hear the whereabouts of the beads. But somehow, he never felt something wrong. Buddha beads, in the old temple, are normal. But this ancient temple only appeared more than 100 years ago. How could the lost 1000-year-old bead be in it? Suzaimo thought for a long time and didn't want to understand. So he shook the head and entered the Yuchan Ridge. No matter whether it is the 9 rebirth of the soul, or these 2 beads, he has to go to the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple to see and find out. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1256 Chapter 1256 Twilight Tao Monarch. With the deepening, the number of law manifestation Tao Monarch in Yuchan Ridge has increased, even more than 1,000 people. Suzaimo kept moving forward, and finally in sight, he saw the legendary Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. Originally, he was a little confused. There is only an ancient temple, there are many places, and what is worth exploring. So many cultivators are gathered together, I am afraid that the ancient temples cannot accommodate it. But when Suzaimo saw the supreme beginning ancient temple, in his eyes, he passed by a deep shock. Supreme beginning ancient temple is too big. In other words, this ancient temple can no longer be simply described as big, but it is grand and majestic, like a huge monster that has experienced endless years of baptism, located in the depths of the mountains. The Big Zuking city is big enough to accommodate 10 million people, and this supreme beginning ancient temple is dozens of times larger than Zuking city. Suzaimo came to tread the sky on the periphery of the supreme beginning ancient temple, and compared to the ancient temple, his figure was like a grain of dust on the ancient temple. No wonder the supreme beginning ancient temple will attract so many cultivators. Even Suzaimo felt a great earthquake when he saw the supreme beginning ancient temple. If there is no treasure in this ancient temple, he may not believe it. Suzaimo looked at the ancient temple, and there was something in front of him. This ancient temple seemed to turn into a bottomless abyss. Suzaimo suddenly felt a palpitation. His heart shivered with cold. This is a whim, and the spiritual awareness warning is no accident. It seems that this supreme beginning ancient temple is really a great ominous land. Suzaimo secretly said in one's heart, and glanced 4 times, expression grave. Before entering the ancient temple, he began to guard. There are so many experts this time. If there is really a treasure born, I am afraid that it will attract some bloody rain and foul winds. This is inevitable. I heard that Tao Monarch from the last law manifestation list came with more than 10 people. Yes, I heard that 2 beads were born, and the last law manifestation list was second. Yujin Monk of Vajra Temple has arrived. Yujin Monk was contending for the top of the law manifestation, but he was defeated by Tao Monarch. For 1,000 years, I don't know how high his heaven and earth Dharma idol is. I want to say that law manifestation Tao Monarch has to stand aside. When the time comes, the ancient temple will become the battlefield of the body fusion great expert. A lot of times, when it comes to chances, the body fusion great expert battle strength is not strong, but it may not get a treasure. Many law manifestation Tao Monarch are hovering near supreme beginning ancient temple. Suzaimo can clearly see that there is a thin layer of magic power barrier surrounding supreme beginning ancient temple, and magic power is gradually weakening over time. Before long, this Tao law force barrier will not stop the cultivator here. Suzaimo's visit to supreme beginning ancient temple attracted a lot of attention. However, these cultivators just glanced at him and stopped paying attention. In the true cultivation world, the name of Huangwu Tao Monarch is almost unknown. But not at all how much cultivator have seen him. Especially the law manifestation Tao Monarch present was mostly known for a long time, and Suzaimo had just stepped into the law manifestation realm and had no chance to contact the law manifestation Tao Monarch present. Even more how? All the cultivators now focus on the supreme beginning ancient temple, and Suzaimo's arrival has not caused much movement. At this moment, there were a dozen cultivators not far away, wearing a primordial sect robe, with a strong breath. Law manifestation Tao Monarch at primordial sect. His Majesty, primordial sect Tao Monarch, rode on a giant rat, full of golden retriever, small and stern eyes, grinning sharp teeth, and full of vigor. Suzaimo and primordial sect are absolutely hateful. Primordial sect's hatred for Suzaimo, in many ways, even surpasses sect-like colored glaze palace. Primordial sect this life, which originally gave birth to 2 evildoers, Yi Tanqing and Yi Yin, is known as Mixed Yuan Shuang Jiao, but it is the hope of primordial sect. It is a pity that these 2 great evildoers have been folded in the hands of Suzaimo one after another, which has hit the primordial sect too much. Later, primordial sect half-ancestor intercepted Suzaimo and even pursued buried Dragon Valley. A body fusion great expert fell there, causing heavenly desolate to shake. The killing of Suzaimo ends here. Primordial sect lost his soldiers and died. Origin Chi was seriously injured. Only after more than 10 years, Suzaima recast Azure Lotus true body and returned strongly, and Primordial Sect has not seen any outstanding rise of evil in these years. Suzaima suppress and killed Yin and Yi Danqing. It is like cutting off the luck of Primordial Sect. The Twilight Cloud Dao Monarch of Primordial Sect is here. The last law manifestation realm 11th. It is said that the monster beast under this Twilight Dao Monarch is pure blood ominous beast gold swallowing mouse, which devours the divine weapon cultivation, which is extremely cruel. Moreover, this gold-swallowing mouse has a very keen sense of smell. It can smell the treasures of many metal attributes. Even through heavy barriers, it cannot stop the gold-swallowing mouse's smell. I heard that in general treasure, this gold-swallowing mouse doesn't look good, a cultivator whispered pointing at the giant mouse under Dao Monarch in Muion. At this moment, the gold-swallowing mouse seemed to sense something, constantly peeping his nose, sniffing in the air, and finally turned his head, looking towards Suzaima. A vague divine consciousness wave passed between the gold-swallowing mouse and Twilight Dao Monarch. Soon, Muion Dao Monarch's gaze came over and fell on Suzaima. Suzaima looked steadily forward, expression calm. Twilight Dao Monarch's mouth slightly angled, his heart sneered, and led a dozen sect Dao Monarch moved towards Suzaima behind him. The dozen law manifestation Dao Monarch gradually dispersed, seemingly standing casually, but faintly surrounded Suzaima. Look over there, there is something. There is a cultivator who notices this scene. The expression is hyperactive, lowly cried. Presumably it was the gold-swallowing mouse that found what baby. Twilight Dao Monarch is going to grab it. HMPH. This cultivator no sect, no faction, come alone, it's just law manifestation realm. If you have heavy treasures, who won't rob him? Many cultivators stood idly by, watching the excitement aside. This kind of thing, naturally, no one will start for Suzaima, even more how? The other party is still super sect like Primordial Sect. What? At this moment, there was a cultivator in the crowd, and said, this Azure Clothes cultivator is familiar to him. He seems to be legendary Huang Wu Dao Monarch. Huang Wu Dao Monarch. These 4 words came down, causing a lot of shock. It was just that there was a hustle and bustle near the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, and Twilight Dao Monarch and the others did not hear it at all. No. Huang Wu Dao Monarch is far from the northern region. Will he come to our central territory because of a Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple? Azure clothes, black hair, delicate and pretty, seem to match the legendary Huang Wu look. Not far away, there was a stir in the crowd. At this time, Twilight Dao Monarch, riding his gold-swallowing mouse, had also come to Suzaima's body and looked down at Suzaima. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1257. Chapter 1257. I'm Huang Wu. Hand over. Twilight Dao Monarch came to Suzaima, didn't say a lot of nonsense to Suzaima, and didn't even bother to ask Suzaima's name and division. He has this confidence and confidence. As a result, the law manifestation list almost includes the most powerful heaven chosen on the heavenly desolate continent. As the 11th of the law manifestation list, he has never seen this Azure Clothes cultivator. Even the law manifestation list didn't go up, so naturally he was not qualified to play against him. To come, he leans on Primordial Sect. And on this Azure Clothes cultivator, there is no sign of sect power, alone. Most likely it is Loose Cultivator. Loose Cultivator's body has a treasure that can make the gold-swallowing mouse fascinate, so what other concerns does he have? Suzaima slightly frowned, asking, what do you pay? You have the treasure of my Primordial Sect. Muion Dao Monarch coldly said, my monster beast feels so clear and clear, I urge you to hand it over honestly, and maybe save your life. Many onlookers of the cultivator secretly sneered. This is obviously a matter of faith. Even if this Azure Clothes cultivator has a Primordial Sect treasure on it, can an animal be distinguished? Suzaima was still a little puzzled, what treasure he had on him, and this beast stared at him. He is truly a treasure, and it is nothing more than good fortune lotus platform, black magnetic mountain, Wisdom King's prayer beads. But these three treasures are not any metal. Suzaimo thought about it, and soon understood. It's Azure Lotus true body. His Azure Lotus true body is based on the lotus stem as bone in lotus leaf as skin of good fortune Azure Lotus. Di Yin's mixed Yuan Bell. Battle Dragon Mace. 7 colorful glazed towers of Liulai Taoist. Taoist's long sword. Storm's hammer from Storm's Taoist. What gold-swallowing mouse senses should be the breath of these innate magic tools. Over the years, Primordial Sect has acted so aggressively. Suzaimo said something meaningful. If you think about this sentence carefully, you can hear something unusual. However, Mu Yun Dao Monarch didn't put Suzaimo in his eyes at all, and naturally he would not ponder the meaning of Suzaimo. He proudly said, Primordial Sect has acted this way. I thought that after the fall of Mixed Yuan Shuang Jiao, your sect would be more restrained. Didn't expect it, so there is no progress. Suzaimo expression is getting colder. I see you are courting death. Mu Yun Dao Monarch narrowed his eyes, and the whole person suddenly became murderers looking. The other dozen or so Primordial Sect Dao Monarchs are also ugly. Di Yin and Yi Danqing were famous at the time and invincible in the same order. Didn't expect to be beheaded by Huang Wu one after another. This is the scar of Primordial Sect. Now, in front of this Azure Clothes cultivator, in front of many cultivators, fiercely opened the scar. How can the Primordial Sect monks not be angry? Suzaimo lightly saying, you better not mess with me. I am here today for the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. This is exactly what Suzaimo thought. Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple? Everything is unknown. He didn't want to fight outside when he didn't enter the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple and saw nothing. Of course, this sentence is his last warning. However, this warning completely caused the anger of Twilight Dao Monarch and the others. What kind of thing do you dare to threaten me? Mu Yun Dao Monarch yelled. His palm fell into the storage bag, took out a flying sword, and moved towards Suzaimo. Flying sword turns into a stream of light, and emits dazzling rays of light. Suzaimo stood still, not even taking out the magic tool or dodging, just gaze as if a torch. The brighter it became, he suddenly spoke and said 4 words. I am Huang Wu. These 4 words, like a thunder, exploded in the crowd. Then, just as Flying Sword was about to stab Suzaimo's eyebrows, he stretched out his white palm and grabbed the Flying Sword from his palm. This Flying Sword has 6 Tao Law patterns on its body, which is the innate Dao Monarch magic tool. Sharp edge, cut iron like mud. Not to mention flesh and blood. Even the top-grade Dao Monarch magic tool can be cut off with one sword. But under the gaze of countless line of sight, this handle of innate Dao Monarch magic tool was caught by Suzaimo's palm, unable to move even a little bit. The most terrifying thing is that there is no trace of blood in Suzaimo's palm. In other words, this innate Dao Monarch magic tool has not even punctured Suzaimo's skin. Meet the innate Dao Monarch magic tool with flesh and blood. But be safe. How can this be? Kungsu uproar. What shocked many cultivators is still the 4 words Siam Huang Wu. Nothing is more deterrent than these 4 words. On heavenly desolate continent, Dao name is endless, but there is only one person who dare to use the Dao name Huang Wu. Huang Wu Dao Monarch is coming to the Central Territory. Twilight Dao Monarch was also on the spot. He figured it all out, and even imagined how Suzaimo would respond. And he was ready for many backhands. But that's not the case. My name is Huang Wu. These 4 words shocked his mind, causing an instant loss of mind. Not only do I dare threaten you, I dare to kill you. Suzaimo took advantage of the moment when Twilight Dao Monarch was lost, and suddenly shot, backhand throwing Flying Sword in his hand, stabbed at Twilight Dao Monarch's head at a faster speed. Twilight Dao Monarch is, after all, heaven chosen on the 11th of the law manifestation list. The light and flint reacted, quickly condensed the primordial spirit, and controlled the flying sword that stung and deviated to the side. This flying sword is his life source magic tool. This is so. Suzaimo's sword-throwing power is almost beyond his control. Flying sword just shifted slightly, wading across the cheek of Twilight Dao Monarch, and an extra bloody wound appeared instantly. If he reacts slightly, this flying sword will be enough to pierce his skull. Just a moment. Muion Dao Monarch scared a cold sweat. A bang! A phantom rose from the body of Twilight Dao Monarch and climbed rapidly. Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol. Knowing Suzaimo's identity, Twilight Dao Monarch couldn't care less, and was prepared to immediately take out Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol to protect himself. However, at the same time Suzaimo threw flying sword, his fingertips also burst into a dazzling sword chi. A piece of white killing intent. Heaven murdering sword dart. This sword chi went directly into the eyebrows of Twilight Dao Monarch, piercing his head into a blood hole, and the primordial spirit disappeared on the spot. His Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol, before he could really condense, was suppressed and killed by heaven-murdering sword chi. The monster beast gold-swallowing mouse under him was also cut in half by the heaven-murdering sword chi, and he died on the spot. Twilight Dao Monarch's eyes gradually faded. Still a step slower. If it was to take out Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol, with his battle strength, he would not lose so quickly. It's a pity that experts compete for a moment. Muion heard the words I am Huang Wu, and with a moment's absence, he could not live. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1258 Chapter 1258 Golden Light Vertically. Huang Wu, how dare you! A primordial sect Dao Monarch shouted. I am in the vicinity of primordial sect great expert, and you dare to be so arrogant. Really, when I have no primordial sect? Suzaimo sneered slightly, and put away the storage bag of Twilight Dao Monarch, and said, is there anyone in your primordial sect? I don't know. However, if this person dares to attack me, I dare hit him. In Kunxu's view, this kind of thing can't be more normal. Muion Dao Monarch is blind-eyed and wants to rob Huang Wu's treasure, even if he is killed. He deserves it. A primordial sect Dao Monarch had long found a messenger talisman from the storage bag and crushed it directly. Not surprisingly, the body fusion great expert from primordial sect will arrive soon. Suzaimo frowned. He was not afraid of primordial sect great expert. If he releases Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol, he can completely suppress the ordinary body fusion great expert, even if he is against primordial sect great expert. However, the supreme beginning ancient temple is about to open, and the situation inside is unknown. Concentrating the battle between Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol and primordial sect great expert will inevitably consume a lot. As soon American Samoa 10000 encounters an unexpected situation in the supreme beginning ancient temple, it will be difficult. Even more how? He hasn't seen 9 reverts to Soldan and beads. If the bead was born, it would also trigger a big war. That is the real test. It's not worth living a fight with primordial sect great expert. At this point, Suzaimo was about to leave and avoid the edge. What are you doing? Many primordial sect Dao Monarch saw Suzaimo want to leave, screamed, and shouted, my great expert is coming, do you want to escape? I'm leaving. Who dares stop me? Suzaimo's gaze was clear, and he said in a tone, although a dozen primordial sect Dao Monarch were surrounded by Suzaimo, none of them dared to step forward, let alone stop Suzaimo. Over the years, Huang Wu has become so famous. I heard Huang Wu condensed 8 Shanghai Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol in Void Return Realm. More than 10 of them, Law Manifestation Dao Monarch, have not cultivated 8 Shanghai Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol till now. The only Twilight Dao Monarch who cultivated 8 feet 4 Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol, had not been released by Law Manifestation, and had been beheaded by Huang Wu. Later, I heard that Huang Wu stepped into Law Manifestation realm and cultivated 2 Heaven and Earth Dharma Idols with 8 feet and 5 feet. Such terrifying battle strength. They dare not compete with it. Where is Huang Wu? At this moment, a loud drinking sound came from afar. containing endless anger and killing intent. It's Rayleigh Elder. More than a dozen primordial sect Tao monarch looked happy. Suzaimo no longer hesitated, leaving to gallop away. Rayleigh Elder arrives. I see, where else can you run? When several primordial sect Tao monarch heard the sect body fusion great expert coming, their guts got bigger, their bodies shifted and they shot, blocking Suzaimo's way. In their opinion, Rayleigh Elder had already rushed over, and Suzaimo was guilty, and he was afraid to entangle them. Unexpectedly, Suzaimo saw these law manifestation Tao monarch act recklessly, and dared to shoot at him, expressing a cold, pointing his swords together, concentrating heaven-murdering sword art, and bursting out dozens of sword chi in a row. In the land of preaching the Tao, nearly 5,000 years of cultivation, Suzaimo's perception of heaven-murdering sword art is not comparable to that year. Li Hen Tao monarch can meet the heaven-murdering sword chi with the horrible battle strength, does not mean that other law manifestation Tao monarch can also withstand the killing of the heaven-murdering sword chi. Bang! 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 These law manifestation Tao monarch felt the danger and immediately released heaven and earth Dharma idol. At all heaven and earth Dharma idol with a high 20 feet rises up from the ground, exuding a strong breath, overwhelmingly wanton. But these heaven and earth Dharma idol have just come out, and heaven-murdering sword chi has arrived. Ha ha ha. A path of sword chi was chopped on these heaven and earth Dharma idol. Under the eyes of all, these heaven and earth Dharma idol were chopped into two by that white sword chi, and they instantly broke up. 70 feet of heaven and earth Dharma idol cannot stop heaven-murdering sword chi. Even more terrifying, the heaven and earth Dharma idol was shredded, and the heaven-murdering sword chi still had some power, and fell on some primordial sect Tao monarch. Some law manifestation Tao monarch were too late to dodge and were cut in half by heaven-murdering sword chi on the spot. The edge of heaven-murdering sword chi floods into within the body, destroying the vitality of these fleshly bodies in an instant. Even the sea of consciousness is cut to pieces, and the primordial spirit is gone. Some primordial sect Tao monarch made an immediate decision, immediately abandoned the fleshly body. The primordial spirit went out of his way, and left away far away. Seeing the cultivator of this scene, all suck in a breath of cold air. It's too bad. These primordial sect Tao monarchs are not nameless in the real cultivation world, otherwise, they will not dare to come to the supreme beginning ancient temple. Unfortunately, these primordial sect Tao monarchs were spotted by the word chi suppress and kill issued by Suzaimo's fingertips. In the real cultivation world, there are always various rumors about Huang Wu. What fleshly body is powerful? What invincible? Many cultivators are dubious about these rumors. Until now, seeing this scene, Kung Su felt the horror of Suzaimo from deep in one's heart. The other side. Sword sector law manifestation Tao monarch with a long sword, expression grave, immediately crushed the messenger talisman, and also summoned sect great expert purple sword Tao monarch, number 9 in the last law manifestation list. This is heaven-murdering sword art, one of the 3 great sword techniques in ancient times. You can't stop it. Purple sword Tao monarch exclaimed. Land of preaching the Tao, many cultivators knew that Suzaimo practiced a formidable power great sword technique. However, not many people know the origin of this sword technique. Sword sect cultivator is naturally known. Sword sect's establishment of sect is, of course, the work of Sword Sovereign. But Sword Sovereign was able to have such a prestigious name because it cultivated one of the ancient 3 great sword techniques. Sword sect's spiritual sword technique is also derived from this sword technique. Huang Wu, how dare you hurt me, primordial sect cultivator? At this moment, Rayleigh Elder of primordial sect came down, and she was furious. With endless killing intent in her eyes. A huge coercion is coming. This is the power of body fusion realm. Suddenly, vibration of heaven and earth. Suzaimo glanced at Elder. The corners of his mouth were slightly tilted, and his heart was strained. Within the body burst out a path of lightning arc, and a pair of magic power wings grew behind him. Then, Suzaimo disappeared into the spot instantly, and turned into a golden light. It was 1,000 miles in a flash, and it was extremely fast. Although the strength of Rayleigh Elder was strong, he was hit in the air, and Suzaimo was already far away. At this moment, Suzaimo burst into 3 secret techniques. In addition to electromagnetism, ethereal wings, and the land of preaching the Tao, he realized a magical technique called vertical light, golden light. These 3 secret techniques explode at the same time, and the speed is no less than that of blood sacral surgery. Even Body Fusion Great Expert can't catch up with him. When Rayleigh Elder was shot down, without hesitation, immediately followed, trying to suppress and kill Suzaimo here. However, no matter how he urges chi and blood, the secret technique breaks out, and the tactics are applied. It is difficult to shorten the distance between him and Suzaimo. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1259. Chapter 1259 For Great Vajra. Ha 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 ha, dignified Huang Wu Dao monarch, turned out to be a timid person. Seeing that she couldn't catch up, Rayleigh Elder deliberately laughed heartily, trying to anger Suzaimo. Suzaimo's expression remained the same, but glanced at Elder behind him, without interest to refute. Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple is about to open. He has no plans to play with Body Fusion Great Expert yet. Even more how? He obviously felt that there was already more than one Body Fusion Great Expert, moved towards him. More than one primordial sect is following him. Like Wind Thunder Temple and Sword Sect, they all want to suppress and kill him to capture the cultivation technique secret technique from him. Central Territory is no better than Northern Region. Suzaimo in the Northern Region. All parties are still afraid of the late old ancestor under the buried Dragon Valley, but here is the Central Territory. The old ancestor of Great Ascension is not omniscient. The Omnipotent and the buried Dragon Valley are already in the twilight. With limited energy, it is impossible to know in advance what crisis Suzaimo will face. Even if you know it, it is beyond reach. That's why Rayleigh Elder dared to do Suzaimo. Huang Wu, how proud you are to create martial Dao. Bu Wukang was born, and now he has covered head and sneaked away like a rat, and he is not afraid of shame. Rayleigh Elder still reluctant to give up, yelling in the back. Many cultivators rolled their eyes. As a Body Fusion Great Expert, regardless of his identity, he hunts down a law manifestation Dao monarch. He still wants to make people stop. So sorry to say that they are ashamed. In their eyes, Rayleigh Elder seemed to be a flustered and exasperated, irrational idiot. Hong Long. Just then, a vibration came from the direction of Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. The magic power barrier that originally enveloped the ancient temple is gradually disappearing, attracting countless cultivators' eyes. Even Rayleigh Elder paused and looked back. Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple is on. The ancient temple opened, and no one was willing to fall behind. If you can enter the ancient temple first, it will probably occupy the first opportunity. Rayleigh Elder is unwilling, but can only give up the pursuit of Suzaimo temporarily. The most important thing is to enter the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple first. He was resentful in his heart, and glanced back, but found that Suzaimo's figure had already taken a step earlier and turned into a golden light, moving towards Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, galloping away. Rayleigh fellow Taoist, let's go too. Just then, Sword Sect Great Expert came to lie. Only then did he stealthily come to try to intercept Huang Wu. Unfortunately, Huang Wu seemed to feel the danger ahead of time, and he could avoid his ambush one step at a time. Sword Sect Great Expert said, "Into the ancient temple, there is a greater chance of suppressing and killing this child." Not bad. Rayleigh Elder nodded. The two looked at each other, and left at the same time, and moved towards Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. At this time, in this Yuchan Ridge, the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple is like a huge monster with a bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl. The cultivator from all directions is swarming towards it. At first, there were only 2 cultivators who appeared near the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. But after the supreme beginning ancient temple was opened, many cultivators hidden around it also appeared one after another, moved towards the ancient temple, and wanted to have a chance. It's just a supreme beginning ancient temple, which attracted more than 5,000 law manifestation Dao monarch. The prosperity of civilization is evident in Central Territory through cultivation. There are 4 entrances to the ancient temple, which correspond to 4 major directions. Suzaimo enters from the north gate, and when you come to this ancient temple, you can feel the grandness of this supreme beginning ancient temple even more. The walls of the ancient temple were actually constructed from a whole megalith without any gaps in the middle of the splicing. Suzaimo gazed at the alert as the crowd broke into the supreme beginning ancient temple. Entering the ancient temple, his eyes suddenly opened up. In the ancient temple, it is almost like a small world, with its own space inside and extremely wide. Under the 4 walls in the ancient temple, there is a row of blue lights. There seems to be no lamp oil inside. All of them are out. On the 4 walls, there are many portraits, which seem to be some legends about Buddha sect. Of course, on the 4 walls, the most conspicuous is the portrayed 4 fierce appearances in the middle, with a huge body, up to 9 feet, capable to support both heaven and earth, with open eyes, protruding eyes, and a mighty face. Fear. Legend has it that Buddha sect has 4 big protective Vajra, also known as Buddha sect 4 big heavenly king, which are the holding country heavenly king, growing heavenly king, wide-eyed heavenly king, and more about heavenly king. The portraits on these 4 walls are obviously derived from the legend of Buddha sect. 4 great Vajra glared, although it was a portrait, but exuding endless majesty. Kungsu stared at it with a tremor, and bowed his head subconsciously. Don't say it's law manifestation Dao monarch. Even many body fusion great experts, under the anger of 4 great Vajra, have a lot of momentum. Suzaimo felt even stranger. From the moment he stepped into this supreme beginning ancient temple, his spiritual awareness is constantly warning. But in ancient temples, such warnings have little meaning, because Suzaimo couldn't tell where the danger came from. Probably from supreme beginning ancient temple. May also be derived from other cultivator. The most weird thing is that when you step into the ancient temple, Suzaimo's heart has a feeling of being peered into. However, he couldn't tell from the chaotic crowd where this sense of peep came from. In other words, it seems to be from all directions. This ancient temple really is a bit evil. Suzaimo frowned, softly muttered. A lot of cultivator has long since spread out. Some moved towards the ancient temple, hoping to find other hidden routes and spaces. Others came under the wall and looked at the many Buddha statues on the wall, trying to find out what secrets there were. Some came to a stone pillar surrounded by 10 people, and the surrounding stone pillar turned. Some cultivators even ran to the blue light, looked up carefully, and wanted to tell if this blue light was a powerful treasure. Suzaimo stood still, motionless. Suddenly, bang! Above the entrance of the supreme beginning ancient temple 4, a large stone gate suddenly came down, sealing the entrance deadly, and the entire great hall was instantly darkened. The average is law manifestation Dao monarch. Although in the darkness, you can still see all around, but this sudden change has caused a lot of restlessness. What happened? What happened? Which one is careless and what mechanism is touched? Mess in the great hall. Call. At this moment, the blue lights under the wall suddenly lit up, burning flames, flickering with flickering lights. Under the dim light, the 4 Vajra looked extremely stingy, as if suddenly coming alive. A lot of cultivator was startled. There was an exclamation from the crowd. Even in the temperament of Suzaimo, the expression has changed greatly. Suck in a breath of cold air, and feel a while have one's hair stand on end. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1260. Chapter 1260. Finding spiritual pills. But soon, many cultivators responded. This is just the effect of the shadows of the 4 Buddha sect Vajra stretched due to the dim light. The originally restless crowd gradually calmed down. From beginning to end, Suzaimo was silent, expression grave. After such a fright, Many cultivators even forgot that the 4 entrances of the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple have been completely closed. These people, whether it is Law Manifestation Tao Monarch or Body Fusion Great Expert, have been trapped in the Ancient Temple. At this moment, a cultivator realized this and looked at the entrance to the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. Loudly said, "Look at this entrance is completely blocked." Afraid of anything. The other person didn't care, saying, "We have so many Tao Monarch and Great Expert, and at worst we'll work together to break this stone gate. Is it possible that this ancient temple can still trap us here?" Bang! On the other side, there was a loud noise. It was a Body Fusion Great Expert that broke out and tried to break the door. Bang! 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 The Body Fusion Great Expert continuously attacked the stone gate and burst into a powerful force, but the stone gate was completely motionless. The power of the Body Fusion Great Expert, as if a stone cow entered the sea, hits the stone gate, disappears without disappearing without a trace. This ancient temple cannot go out. The Body Fusion Great Expert's face was a bit ugly, and he said, "Even if the Body Fusion Great Expert joins forces here, I'm afraid it won't break the stone gate." Just then, mutation is back. Hong Long Long. Deep in the ground of the entire ancient temple, there was a sudden loud noise. Many cultivators felt that their footing was unstable, and they jumped up quickly and came into the air. Even so, the void where Kungsu's eyes reach is still distorted, not to mention the sight. Even if the divinity consciousness is emitted, it cannot be explored far away from shattered. Immediately afterwards, all the cultivators felt as if they were being pulled by a strange force, spinning in circles, through the void, and into another space. Suzaimo has the same experience and feeling. This feeling can't be said, it's familiar and weird. Facing this traction, he couldn't resist it. For a while, many cultivators looked intently, and were surprised to find that they had left the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple Great Hall and came to another secret room. The back room is completely sealed, there is no gap, all directions are hard walls. Of course, it is a secret room. The size of this secret room is also unimaginable, like a huge palace. Suzaimo 4 looks down. Originally, they had more than 5,000 people in the Great Hall of the Ancient Temple. At this time, there were only 500 people in the back room with him. The group of cultivators seems to be forcibly separated. Presumably, in addition to the more than 500 people in this secret room, so are the other cultivators, forced to isolate and descend into this huge secret room. How could this be? Which mechanism or formulation was really touched? Suzaimo frowned. Normally, this phenomenon occurs in the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. The most likely thing is that there is an institution in the ancient temple. But he observed it for a long time and did not find any marks of the formation mark here. Innate magic tool. At this moment, a cultivator picked up an ancient mirror placed on a table in the back room, looked at it carefully, and couldn't help exclaiming, "This ancient mirror looks inconspicuous, but if you wipe the dust off, you can clearly see that the surface of the ancient mirror is engraved with 6 Tao Law patterns." This voice suddenly attracted the attention of many cultivators. Originally, more than 500 cultivators trapped in this secret room were still worried about how to get out. But at this time, many cultivators are spreading out, looking up in the back room, and want to discover more treasures. Returns to One Ip Sword. A sword sect cultivator picked up a cheat book, opened it, and couldn't help it. When he came here, he wanted to find an ancient sword technique, and this returns to one bone-eating sword was lost as early as the antiquity time. The formidable power was great, didn't expect was really found in the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. It didn't take long for cultivators to find what they wanted. It's just that there are treasures in this secret room. Suzaimo could only temporarily suppress the confusion in his heart, sniffed lightly, and went straight in one direction. He 5 is keen. Where can there be spirit pills and marvelous medicines? He can smell it soon. In an instant, Suzaimo came to a pill furnace. Next to the pill furnace, There are many stone shelves of spirit medicines. There are rows of spirit medicines in it, exuding a strong scent of medicine. Some cultivators have even fought and killed. Suzaimo didn't move, just hovering near the alchemy stove. Afterwards, his eyes were gradually fixed, squatting down, squeezing the ashes under the pill furnace, and showing half of jade bottle inside. Suzaimo took the jade bottle, opened the stopper and saw that his eyes were bright, and a look of blooming. 9. Return the soul Dan, and it is 2 capsules. 9. Reverted spirit Dan is not placed on the medicine rack at all, but buried in the ashes. Get 9 transfers to soul Dan. The purpose of this trip is half done. The next thing Suzaimo has to do is look for the beads and go back alive. Suddenly, Suzaimo's complexion changed. It seems that something is sensed, without turning his head, turning his arms, and flinging backwards. At the same time, a silhouette emerged from behind him, lifting his sword and moved towards him. Suzaimo's palm collided with a long sword, and it was shaken one by one. This long sword was snatched directly by him. Suzaimo didn't look at it. He took a sword with his backhand and threw it. Bloodlight flashes. This sword pierced the cultivator's chest directly. However, the person's body shifted slightly, avoiding the key points. Suzaimo puts his fingers close together. The sword finger moves towards the person and cuts slightly. Take back the sword and release sword chi. A series of counterattacks, such as flowing clouds, no lingering pauses. Hey! How can this law manifestation Damonok struggle to escape heaven murdering sword chi? Pukai. The law manifestation Damonok was just pierced by his flying sword and was cut in half by heaven murdering sword art. The primordial spirit disappeared on the spot. Suzaimo didn't go to see. He already knew, this is law manifestation Damonok of demon sect hidden killer gate. Can silent, lurking behind him, and so close, no sect can do this except hidden killer gate. 9. Return to the soul Dan. He just got it. Didn't expect so much killing intent. Huang Wu, surrender 9 transfers to soul spirit. A body fusion great expert gaze as if a torch, exuding strong coercion, moved towards Suzaimo striding towards the meteor. Dare to grab my stuff, I think you are courting death. Suzaimo looked cold. This body fusion great expert no sect, no faction, unless there is a strong backhand, otherwise, Suzaimo suppress and kill he is completely with no difficulty. Even heaven and earth Dharma idol need not be used. The body fusion great expert, outside the ancient temple, saw Suzaimo being chased by Lai, thinking that Huang Wu did the same, so he wanted to compete for 9 to return the soul. But he didn't know, it was outside Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. Everything is unknown. 9. The soul was turned back, but the beads were not born. Suzaimo naturally will not fight with Lai. Now, even if he meets L again, he will not back down. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1261. Chapter 1261 Blood flowing into a river. Bang! The body fusion great expert 2 said nothing, went directly to Suzaimo, punched him, and issued a horrible strength of heaven and earth. The air in the entire secret room became hot and suffocated. Cultivated to the level of body fusion great expert, he has incorporated heaven and earth Dharma idol into the fleshly body. Raise your hands and throw out the great power of the world. Human race cultivated to the body fusion realm to really get rid of the weak foundation of the fleshly body. It can fight with many ominous beasts and fight in close combat. Even the broken arm can be reborn. It is conceivable what a huge vitality lies in the body fusion great expert within the body. This fist hits. The whole void is shaking. Great Brahma fist. Suzaimo's eyes are great rises, and he urges primordial spirit, condenses magic arts, and moves towards the oncoming body fusion great expert. Hitting this fist is like hitting a scorching sun, sending out endless light, reflecting the entire secret room like daylight. This light, with its divine power, seems to purify everything. Bang! The punches collided, and a loud noise of heaven shaking, earth shattering erupted. Seeing this scene, Kung Fu was shocked. They have seen Suzaimo's shots outside the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. They are decisive and aggressive. But everyone didn't expect that Suzaimo's power now is more terrifying than they thought. Without using Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol, you can be hard-hitting with Body Fusion Great Expert. Body Fusion Great Expert also has strength and weakness. If it is against the Great Expert of Super Sect, such as the Great Expert of Lelder, Suzaima can only take out of Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol to compete with it. But this Body Fusion Great Expert is far from perfect. The Body Fusion Great Expert was beaten a little by Suzaimo's punch. He didn't expect it. The power of his fist couldn't even drive back a law manifestation Dao Monarch, let alone suppress and kill it. I saw Suzaimo slap his left hand on the storage bag, while the right hand condensed the sword technique, and moved towards this great expert. Hey! Heaven Murdering Sword Chi. Heaven Murdering Sword Chi, too terrifying. The kind of murderous force can even cause the chaos of the stars in the sky to change the running trajectory of the stars. If it's a normal spell, Body Fusion Great Expert can break it with your bare hands. Break 10,000 methods in one go. But in front of Heaven Murdering Sword Chi, this great expert also felt that his scalp was exploding and his hair was erected. Don't shake it with flesh and blood. Go with. Too late to think about it. This great expert immediately took out his life source flying sword. I want to fight Heaven Murdering Sword Chi with life source flying sword. However, Suzaimo had already predicted, and he took a step first, and left the Black Magnetic Mountain in the storage bag long ago. 100 Jang high of Black Magnetic Mountain came, carrying a large shadow, awesome, almost at the same time as Heaven Murdering Sword Chi. The life source flying sword of this great expert just took out and was taken away from the track by the powerful magnetic force from Black Magnetic Mountain. This Body Fusion Great Expert expression changed a lot. His life source flying sword was sucked in by Black Magnetic Mountain. At the same time, Heaven Murdering Sword Chi was cut down. This great expert wants to change his tactics or consolidate spells. He has completely lost the opportunity. As life dangled, this great expert worked hard to deflect his body, raised his arms, and moved towards Heaven Murdering Sword Chi to resist the past. Pukai. Blood gushing. There was almost no obstacle. The arms of this great expert were severed and dropped by Heaven Murdering Sword Chi, drenched with blood. This great expert is also a ruthless character. Even if he broke his arm, he didn't snore, bit his teeth, fiercely stared at Suzaimo, leaned backwards, and wanted to distance himself from Suzaimo. It was just that he didn't take 2 steps, but he was groaned. His blood on his face faded and his figure shook. Normally, the Body Fusion Great Expert is cut off, and you can regenerate it in just a blink of an eye. But at this time, the great expert was horrified to discover that his broken arm, let alone a new arm, did not stop bleeding. Moreover, at the wound, the remaining sword Chi sharp edge is still tearing his wound and destroying his vitality within the body. This is the horror of Heaven Murdering Sword Chi. 3 great sword techniques in ancient times, destroying vitality, can't even regenerate a broken arm. The great expert finally couldn't help it, sending out a scream of screaming. Chi and blood flowed away, his figure was sloppy, and he almost fell. At this moment, his eyes were dark, as if a large shadow had shrouded Hong Long. Black Magnetic Mountain comes down and suppresses this great expert directly down the mountain. The chi and blood of this great expert has been left to death by the Heaven Murdering Sword Chi, and cannot bear the weight of Black Magnetic Mountain at all. Almost standing on the side of the great expert in the true cultivation world, Peak, without being heard, was crushed into a body of bloody mud. Skeleton doesn't exist. Body and soul entirely exterminated. Kung Fu moving capacity. It's too bad. I can practice Body Fusion Realm and become a great expert. I don't know how many dangers, how many opportunities, and fortuitous encounters I have to experience. It is a pity that it was just a big battle that ended in a dead end. The road of Tao cultivation is heaven-defying and step by step. This is not a lie. After this battle, No one else in this secret room dared to step forward to challenge Suzaimo. Although there are several body fusion great experts, I dare not act blindly without thinking. On the other side of the secret room, there was an angry quarrel. Tea good fortune pill. Hand over this pill medicine. I'm lonely, Tao Monarch. It's set. I see who dares to fight with me. Immediately, another law manifestation Tao Monarch from Super Sect stood up. This is a good fortune pill, which is also an ancient spiritual pill. It is said that as long as the law manifestation Tao Monarch is taken, one can break through a small realm. Definitely be seizing the heaven and earth's good fortune. Although I always think there is something wrong, Suzaimo was also excited when he heard the name of Tea Good Fortune Pill. Bang! 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 In order to compete for Tea Good Fortune Pill, nearly 100 law manifestation Tao Monarchs have been fought together, many spells collided, and there was a sound. At this moment, several body fusion great experts in the back room also confronted each other because of an ancient cultivation technique. I came here for this sequel. This is a snippet of my Purple Yang sect that has been lost for many years. I also hope that fellow Taoists will give me a thin noodle and I will be very grateful when I leave this place. Purple Yang sect, one of the Central Territory high sects. A Purple Yang sect great expert slightly cupped one fist in the other hand, with a hint of begging in his tone. Hey! A great expert sneered slightly, saying, you said lightly, the treasures in this ancient temple are all masterless objects. You say that is Purple Yang sect? Not bad. Another great expert nodded and said, if you want treasure, you have to come up with something. When you come to the cultivator in the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, no one wants to return empty-handed. These great experts did not say a few words, and they fought. In the closet, cultivator keeps finding treasure, and wars break out, and they are in a mess. Only Suzaimo could really stay aside. These cultivators are reasonable, and no one dares to touch his edge easily. Over time, more and more cultivators fell into this secret room, with bones everywhere, and scarlet blood dyed reddened the ground. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1262 Chapter 1262 Hard Attack Great Expert. Time flies. Fighting in the back room, there is no sign of stopping. With the birth of many treasures, more and more cultivators have fallen into madness, and even lost their sanity, completely red eyes. Originally, there were more than 500 cultivators in this secret room. After only 5 minutes of time, only half is left. Over time, the number of cultivators in the back room has decreased dramatically. Even Suzaimo sniffing the bloody chi emanating from the back room, there is an impulse in his heart, and he wants to suppress and kill all the cultivators in this back room, and take all the treasures into his pocket. But he still has a hint of reason. The situation now is not normal. In other words, from entering the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple to the present, the whole process has a hint of weirdness. Suzaimo always felt that something seemed to be overlooked, and the primordial spirit and sea of consciousness began to recite Buddhist scripture to keep it as clear as possible. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise came from one of the walls of the secret room, and a path of crack appeared on it, which continued to spread and expand. Hong long. With a loud noise, the wall collapsed and the dust billowed. On the other side of the wall, there is also a group of cultivators fighting for treasure. Hearing the sound of the wall collapsing, the cultivator of the two-sided battle stopped for a moment and looked over Huang Wu. Just then, on the other side of the wall, angry roar came. It is really enemies on a narrow road. Who would have thought that the walls of this secret room suddenly burst, and on the other side, it turned out to be Rayleigh Elder of Primordial Sect. Rayleigh Elder's shirt was also stained with a lot of blood. Obviously, he had just gone through a big battle. The killing intent was thick, and he was striding by a meteor. On the left of Lily Elder, there is also a body fusion great expert treads the sky. The whole person looks like a long sword, showing off one's ability. Staring at Suzaimo's face is not good. Sword Sect Great Expert. On the side of Elder right hand, there is a great expert stepping on lightning. His eyes are like electricity, murderers looking, coming out of the air. Wind Thunder Temple Great Expert. 3 great experts from Super Sect are here. Super Sect's Body Fusion Great Expert, with terrifying battle strength, is far beyond the ordinary great expert. Suzaimo is now just a law manifestation realm middle stage, and there is a great realm in addition to the small realm between these body fusion great experts. He can suppress ordinary body fusion great expert, but whether these great experts of Super Sect can win is still unknown. Huang Wu, I see, where else can you escape this time? Rayleigh Elder sneered. Escape? Suzaimo sneered, and said, 3 of you want to kill me? If it's law manifestation realm early stage, he doesn't have the confidence to compete with 3 Super Sects body fusion great experts. But now, he is a law manifestation realm middle stage and the battle strength has skyrocketed. 3 Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol have grown to a height of 3 feet 8. Great Primordial Palm. Long Boss sang, and immediately came to Suzaimo's body, poked out his palm, as if condensed into a huge grinding disc, moved towards Suzaimo, crushed down. This is the most powerful secret technique of Primordial Sect. At the beginning, Diyin was able to sweep the same level with this great primordial palm. Ray Great's great primordial palm is obviously much stronger than Diyin. In his palm, the great power of the world is truly condensed. When this palm shot came down, Suzaimo felt that he was not fighting with people, but was fighting against the entire heaven and earth, which could be crushed and crushed at any time. Sword of Shock. Sword Sect Great Expert. A dazzling sword light came down, as if a horror cannot be seen. There are many Sword Dao inheritance in Sword Sect, but the most powerful are Sword Dao and Jinghong Sword Dao. Wind Thunder Temple Great Expert didn't use any secret technique spell, exploded chi and blood directly, holding a huge hammer with a path of lightning arc flashing on it, and it fell down against Suzaimo's head. 3 great experts shoot at the same time. The power of terror, surging like a tide, is suffocating. Too strong. These 3 great experts are more than 1 level stronger than the body fusion great expert that just fell to Suzaimo. Under such pressure, Suzaimo screamed from the sky. Within the body instantly jumped up the 3 Dao silhouette, quickly climbed, and in an instant, it reached 8 feet. After 8 feet, there was no pause, and soon grew to a height of 8 feet 7. Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol. Kung Su was shocked. Even some cultivators who had previously slaughtered together stopped for a moment, stunned, and looked around. How can it be? Huang Wu's Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol. Not 2 but 3. Law Manifestation Realm Middle Stage. There are 3, 8 and 7 Heaven and Earth Dharma Idols. This is too terrifying. In the same stage, who is Huang Wu's opponent? Normally, the Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol who can cultivate an 8 Jiang 7 can be called Heaven Defying. Like Suzaimo, directly revealing 3 Heaven and Earth Dharma Idols has exceeded the recognition of many cultivators. Even Rayleigh Elder was startled. The Thunderbolt Dharma body held a long whip and drew it according to the Wind Thunder Temple Elder who rushed over. The whip flickered with the strength of thunder, making a crackling sound in midair, with a devastating breath and anomalous movement, and the arms have moved towards Wind Thunder Temple Elder wrapped around. Wind Thunder Temple Elder holds a sledgehammer. Among the magic tools, any weapon with an axe or hammer is the most powerful. The thunder of the Dharma body is soft and changeable, just to restrain the sledgehammer of the Wind Thunder Temple Elder. The whip didn't shake the sledgehammer at all, but like a spirit snake, fell on the arm of Wind Thunder Elder, entangled a few times, and broke out a powerful strength of thunder. Wind Thunder Temple Great Expert groaned, and fell to tingling in his arm, like a needle. There was a shock of shock under his eyes. He is body fusion realm, and that's it. I dare not imagine what would happen if the arms of Law Manifestation Dao Monarch were entangled in this long whip. It is estimated that the vitality of the entire arm will be instantly destroyed. The other side, facing the great primordial palm of Rayleigh Elder, Rulai Dharma body lowered his eyebrows, solemn appearance, recited mysterious scriptures in his mouth, and also found out his palm. The palm of the Dharma body seems to be covered with a layer of gold foil, blinking 10,000 jang golden light, colliding with the great primordial palm. Two palms collide. Rulai Dharma body trembled slightly, but her feet were motionless. Suzaimo is also rock solid, secretly tugging at the fundamental seal to resolve the impact and remaining power of the great primordial palm. And heavenly demon Dharma body is in line with sword sect great expert. The sword of Jing Hong is indeed shocking. But this sword light was plunged into the darkened demon chi. The speed was getting slower and slower, and there was no more shock, and it was crushed by heavenly demon's scythe. 3 super sects body fusion great expert. The first offensive was taken out by Suzaimo. 3 heaven and earth Dharma idol, all solved. At this point, Suzaimo was standing in the middle. 3 and 8 heaven and earth Dharma idol are like ancient giants, guarding him, waving their arms, and fighting against 7 great experts. At this moment, Suzaimo seems to have 3 heads, 6 arms. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1263. Chapter 1263. Heavens Vault Art. Royal Divine Sword. Wind and Lightning Strike. Primordial Sect. Sword Sect. Wind Thunder Temples 3 body fusion great experts. At the same time, the top level spell of sect broke out. The magic power of the body fusion great expert is absolutely immense. Even the most common spell, released with the hand of body fusion great expert, will have a terrifying lethality. Even more, how is this top level spell? Suzaimo's eyes are great rises, expression is fearless, divide thought controls 3 heaven and earth Dharma idol, waving 6 arms, and fight with 3 great experts. Bang! 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 Every time the 2 sides collided, a deafening sound erupted. Lai Elder 3 is from Super Sect. They are practicing the top-level cultivation technique, secret technique. With all their hands and feet, they can play mountains bursting and ground splitting. The river is cut off. This is the real power of body fusion realm. Their fleshly body, as if integrated with heaven and earth, cannot be shaken at all. Suzaimo's heaven and earth Dharma idol is like an ancient giant, but it barely competes with 3 great experts. With each confrontation, 3 Tao heaven and earth Dharma idol is shaken. It's worse than these super sects body fusion great experts. Suzaimo's heart was dark. If his heaven and earth Dharma idol can grow to 8 feet 9 or 9 feet high, I am afraid that these body fusion great experts can be suppressed. Suzaimo doesn't know. At this time, although the 3 members of Elder have the upper hand, the horror in their hearts has reached the point where they cannot be added. 3 of them, 1 from the great expert of Super Sect. With their battle strength, even if it is their own power, it is not a problem to suppress the 100 great experts of the same level. But now, the law manifestation Tao Monarch can beat 1 enemy 3. Moreover, although they have the upper hand, no matter how they urge spell and explode their whole cards, it is difficult to break the 3 Tao heaven and earth Dharma idol. This 3 Tao heaven and earth Dharma idol is more solid than any heaven and earth Dharma idol they have ever seen. It is really unimaginable. How did this Huang Wu cultivate to this step? Rayleigh Elder's mind flashed the thought. Before that, they have also heard some news about Suzaimo. What is the top of natural phenomenon? What is land of preaching the Tao, suppress and kill many title disciples, and what Huang Wu stands by? But in their deep in one's heart, Suzaimo was not really regarded as the enemy. They are body fusion great expert. Even if Suzaimo stepped into the law manifestation realm, there is a great realm away from them, which is an insurmountable nature gap. At this time, Le Elder 3 talents really felt the terrifying of Suzaimo. Only Huang Wu Tao Monarch of Law Manifestation Realm can already compete with these experts. If Huang Wu stepped into the body fusion realm, would heavenly desolate continent go sideways? Rayleigh Elder finally understood one thing. Sects Defan half ancestor, regardless of status, strangled Huang Wu Tao Monarch of Void Return Realm. not just because clansman Di Yin was killed. Another important reason is that Di Fan has felt the terrifying potential of Huang Wu. Strangle. You must take this opportunity to kill Huang Wu here. Kill. Almost at the same time, 3 body fusion great expert surged chi and blood, spurred magic power to the extreme, and moved towards Suzaimo to suppress it. As long as they can break through the defense of the 3 Tao Heaven and Earth Dharma idol, they can get close, and with the fleshly body and bloodline of body fusion great expert, suppress and kill Huang Wu thoroughly. Azure Lotus true body is hard, but it can't stop the great expert fleshly body. Obviously hell. Flying sand running stone. Purple electricity storm. Suzaimo, under the escort of Tao Monarch 3 Tao Law, continuously changes magic arts and hits more than 30 Tao Law in one breath. Suddenly, the magic power in the Great Hall was boiling. Bang! 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 Rayleigh Elder was startled. Where did they think that Suzaimo's counterattack turned out to be so fierce, let alone close-handed? Under the impact of more than 30 Tao Law techniques, they couldn't keep their body steady and kept back so many spells. When Cultivator saw this scene, expression was shocked and secretly tongued out. These spells, just one of them, are enough to cause countless Tao Monarch contentions. Didn't expect. Suzaimo burst out more than 30 in one breath. What is this strength? 3 body fusion great experts were all repelled by Suzaimo, and his counterattack has not stopped. Call. Susumo's side suddenly burst into flames. Scarlet, Immortal Sect fire. Golden, Buddha Sect road fire. Black, Demon Sect. 3 flames emerged, and the temperature in the Great Hall suddenly rose. Suzaimo urged the primordial spirit, and the 3 flames quickly moved closer together, condensing together. 3 secrets Tao fire is here. Many cultivators have retreated. Some cultivators had been fighting in another battle, and the spell had just condensed and was incinerated by the heat from 3 secrets Tao fire. Go with. Suzaimo snapped and hit 3 secrets Tao fire at Elder. This little flame, it's still a shame. Rayleigh Elder sneered slightly, reaching out his big hand, trying to crush the flame. This little flame will kill you. The words did not fall. Suzaimo's eyebrows burst into a primordial spirit fire, and instantly fell into 3 secrets Tao fire. Road fire formidable power skyrocketed. 4 ambiguous fire. This increase in formidable power is not a 20% increase, but it has doubled directly. It's just 3 secrets Tao fire that really can't threaten Elder and the others. They can punch 3 secrets Tao fire with one punch. However, the formidable power of 4 madness, the fleshly body of body fusion great expert can't carry it. Not good. It's been calculated. Rayleigh Elder expression changed. Suzaimo's 4th primordial spirit fire was released when Raider Elder was about to hold 3 secrets Tao fire in his hands. At this point, Rayleigh Elder wanted to close it. It was too late. Call. This flame burst instantly in the palm of Elder, bursting out a terrifying strength of raging flames. The flesh and blood on the palm of Rayleigh Elder's palm was burned so loudly that it even exposed the white bones inside. Horrible to see. Rayleigh Elder turned pale and screamed. For the blaze of fire burns extremely fast, and along his palm, moved towards the entire arm spread. His sleeves instantly turned to ashes. The entire arm was shrouded in fire. Oh la la! Elder frantically urged chi and blood, trying to suppress the 4 fires on his arm. However, his bloodline has not yet reached the blood as tide, collided with the fire of the 4 mad roads, and made a gurgling noise, which became a standoff. This stalemate is more torture for Rayleigh Elder. His half of his arm was still burned by the fire of the 4 mattos. The flesh and blood on it had been burned to scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. I have to say that the great expert fleshly body is indeed terrifying. With the formidable power of the fire, it can only incinerate the flesh and blood of Rayleigh Elder. but it is difficult to burn his bones to ashes. A fierce flash of light flashed through Rayleigh Elder's eyes. He pulled back a cold light shovel with his backhand and was ready to cut off his own arm to resolve this pain. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1264. The 1264 chapter is a big win. Body Fusion Great Expert cut off his own arm. Can also grow back. Although a lot of chi and blood will flow away, it is much stronger than burning it under the fire of 4 mad roads and constantly enduring such torture. Be careful. Unexpectedly, 2 rapid shouts came from his ear, but they were reminders of Sword Sect Great Expert and Wind Thunder Temple Great Expert not far away. Immediately, a strong sense of crisis rose in the mind. A blank word chi, chopped down, exudes an endless killing intent, as if to cut the void into 2 halves. Bang! Here comes the Dharma body stepped forward, stretched out a huge golden palm, carrying the coercion of heaven and earth, and moved towards Elder to suppress it. Be bold. Rayleigh Elder was furious. Huang Wu, you think you can kill me? He was injured by the fire of the 4 mad toes. Most of his mind was thinking about how to destroy the fire of the 4 mad toes. But Suzaimo seized the opportunity. The Sword Sect Great Expert and Wind Thunder Temple Great Expert were blocked by the Heavenly Demon Dharma body and the Lightning Dharma body, and they could not be rescued. The situation of 3 people besieging Suzaimo suddenly turned into a one-on-one fight between Rayleigh Elder and Suzaimo. This is a control of the situation. In this respect, not many people can compare to Suzaimo. Great Primordial Palm. Rayleigh Elder raised his intact left arm and broke out a sect secret technique, which slammed into the golden palm above his head. At the same time, he raised his right arm, which was burned by the fire, and resisted in front of Heaven Murdering Sword Chi. Pukai. Heaven Murdering Sword Chi cut off the right arm of Rayleigh Elder directly. The broken arm fell to the ground. Without the confrontation of the body fusion realm magic power, the flamely rises of the fire of the Tao Road instantly burned the severed arm to ashes. Huang Wu, many thanks you. Rayleigh Elder sneered. He has practiced till now and has lived for more than 10,000 years. He has experienced numerous battles and has extremely rich combat experience. Just now, it was with the Heaven Murdering Sword Chi that he cut off his arm, not only dissolving the sharp edge of the Heaven Murdering Sword Chi, but also by the way resolved the burning fire on the arm. You can practice body fusion realm, which is easy to use. Thank me? Suzaimo's voice sounded behind him, extremely cold. I'll give you the gift, it's still behind. Rayleigh Elder said thank you, and felt something wrong. He wanted to urge chi and blood to grow his arms again. But the wound on the broken arm still has countless sword chi sharp edges, and is constantly tearing his wound, and the bleeding is not endless. Of course, with his magic power, as long as he rests for a few days, the sword chi at the broken arm can be expelled. But at this time, he was on the battlefield, and Suzaimo had come behind him silently, and he had no chance at all. This change of events completely exceeded Rayleigh Elder's expectations, and it affected him too much. 2 fellow Taoists help me. In the eyes of Rayleigh Elder, there was a panic. Loudly shouted, help me delay this child for a moment. Late. Suzaimo sneered, suddenly opening his mouth. A loud roar broke out. Kill. Thunder sounds come. This range secret technique is completely instantaneous and difficult to guard against. Normally, Lesser Elder's fleshly body and bloodline in Suzaimo's thunder kill will not affect him at all. But now, Elder broke his arm, chi and blood passed away, and it didn't stop. It was at a time of panic. This roar almost shook his courage. Elder was shocked, and his motion stopped for a while. Suzaimo took advantage of it, and an azure light flew from his eyebrow, which was Good Fortune Lotus Platform. Suzaimo reached out and copied Good Fortune Lotus Platform in the palm of his hand, moved towards the top of the head of Rayleigh Elder, and smashed fiercely. Boom! This time, it was sturdy. Even with Azure Lotus true body, it's hard to break Elder's fleshly body. But Good Fortune Lotus Platform is different. Even if it is not a complete form of Good Fortune Azure Lotus, it is just a Lotus platform, and its hardness is by no means the same as flesh and blood. This time, directly opened the head of Rayleigh Elder's head. The flesh flew. Rayleigh Elder's head collapsed, and his skull shattered more than half. Hiss. Group repair suck in a breath of cold air. It's too bad. Dignified Primordial Sect's body fusion great expert has been beaten to this appearance. Su, a primordial spirit emerged from the trick, moved towards fleeing in the distance, expression panic. It was Rayleigh Elder, but his primordial spirit, before he escaped, felt dark before him, as if there were 5 huge peaks, quickly approaching him. This Rayleigh Elder's pupils contracted violently, and it's unclear what happened. The onlookers were clear. Many cultivators have long noticed that before the Elder Primordial Spirit came out, the 8-foot Irulai Dharma body had already stood there in one step and opened a huge palm. Elder's Primordial Spirit fled, but he did not escape the palm of the Dharma body at all. The 5 peaks he saw in his eyes were nothing but the 5 fingers of Dharma body, that's all. Bang! Rulai Dharma body, 5 fingers folded, clenched palms. The primordial spirit of Rayleigh Elder was instantly crushed by Rulai Dharma body's palm, and disappeared instantly. There was a momentary stillness in the Great Hall. Died. Primordial Sect's body fusion great expert was actually suppressed and killed by law manifestation Damonok. Primordial spirit failed to escape. Moreover, this is still the case with one enemy 3. Originally, 3 great experts besieged Suzaimo, but they could not be attacked. Now Elder has fallen, leaving only Sword Sect Great Expert and Wind Thunder Temple Great Expert. Suzaimo turned around. His eyes were cold, and his thoughts moved. Rulai's Dharma body also rushed over to join the war. 3 Tao Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol, 2 great experts. At this time, Sword Sect Great Expert and Wind Thunder Temple Great Expert have fallen behind. From time to time, Suzaimo releases heaven-murdering sword chi, which is inevitable. Over time, 2 great experts have been defeated, battered and exhausted. Bang! It didn't take long for Dharma body to get a chance and punched Sword Sect Great Expert's chest with a punch, directly crashing his body. Sword Sect Great Expert flew away from several hundred jang, crashed heavily against the wall behind him, slowly slipped down. His body was crumbling, expression pain. Of course, it is just this fist that has not threatened his life. Sword Sect Great Expert was defeated, and only Wind Thunder Temple Great Expert was left. It was even more difficult to resist the fierce offensive of 3 Tao Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol. Pukai, bloodlight flashes. Wind Thunder Temple Great Expert's abdomen was directly torn by a bloody wound by the heavenly demon Dharma body's long knife, and the internal organs almost slipped out. Immediately afterwards, the long whip of the Dharma body drew on the body of Wind Thunder Temple Great Expert, drove him directly, and also hit the wall. 2 great experts, all lost. With an enemy of 3, Suzaimo prevailed. Hong Long. Wind Thunder Temple Great Expert crashed on the wall, and even crashed the wall directly. Countless bluestone sands fell, and the smoke billowed. Sword Sect Great Expert, Wind Thunder Temple Great Expert fled while moving towards the other side of the wall. Suzaimo galloped. At the edge of the wall, he paused subconsciously. On the other side of the wall, there is another group of cultivators trapped in the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. At this moment, they are killing in a group, leaving only more than 100 people. Sword Sect's Purple Sword Dao Monarch, Vajra Temple's Yujin Monk, are in the list. Suzaimo frowned. Something is wrong. The weird feeling circling in my heart became more obvious. Update today _. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1265. 1265 Heaven and Earth. In successive battles, each cultivator is extremely expensive. Suzaimo's situation is similar. After all, he was just a law manifestation realm middle stage, and he shot strongly, suppressing the 3 super sect great experts, and the magic power was consumed violently. 3 Tao Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Dim. Of these several secret rooms, what can be left, and the cultivator that has survived to this day are experts with countless hole cards, and none of them are easy to deal with. Suzumo was still thinking about their weird feeling of entering the ancient temple, stood still, and did not continue to hunt down Sword Sect Great Expert and Wind Thunder Temple Great Expert. At this point, the mutation is protruding. Not far from Suzumo, an inconspicuous wooden fish in the dust burst suddenly and burst out with two golden lights, moving towards Suzumo galloping. Suzumo had a sense of instinct, and his gaze swept away. He could see clearly that these two golden lights turned out to be two beads. More importantly, the material, size and even breadth of these two beads are exactly the same as the Wisdom King's prayer beads on his left wrist. On these two beads, there are also two different seals. Wisdom King's prayer beads, the last two beads missing. With Suzumo's temperament, I suddenly felt excited when I saw these two beads. After all, the seals on these two beads are the strongest and most powerful two Dao Law seals in the Great Clarity Dharma seal. And, if these two beads are connected in series with the four beads on his left wrist, Wisdom King's prayer beads will be complete. This Great Clarity Temple Once Town Temple magic tool will show its true formidable power. You know, this Wisdom King's prayer beads inheritance has been around for a long time. Only the title disciple of Great Clarity Temple can be worn hopefully. Unfortunately, Wisdom King's prayer beads were shattered and lost in a war a few 10,000 years ago, and have never been gathered. And now, Suzumo has the opportunity to restore Wisdom King's prayer beads. How could he not take it easy? Old Monk Yuan is already at Twilight Year. Great Clarity Temple has also been disappeared. If Wisdom King's prayer beads can be restored, it would have an extraordinary meaning to Old Monk Yuan, to Great Clarity Temple, and even to Suzumo himself. With little hesitation, Suzumo reached out his palm and moved towards the two beads. Huang Wu, this is the thing of my Buddha sect, you can't touch your fingers. Yujin Monk loudly shouted, as if glaring at his eyes, rushed straight up. His golden light flickered, as if crossing a layer of gold foil, exuding divinity, dazzling. Jin Kankan, cannot be seen. HMPH. Suzumo sneered, saying, this is indeed a Buddha sect. But what has it to do with your Vajra temple? You also have a face to snatch Wisdom King's prayer beads. It is clear throughout the true cultivation world that Suzumo inherits the inheritance of the Great Clarity Temple. On this heavenly desolate continent, if you say, who is eligible to wear Wisdom King's prayer beads, I am afraid that only Suzumo is alone. I don't care who you are, this Wisdom King's prayer beads, I am bound to win. And whoever fights with me, don't blame me for killing. Yujin Monk came here for Wisdom King's prayer beads. Even against Suzumo, he has no place to fear. He was number 2 in the last law manifestation list. Bang! Yujin Monk reached out his palm. Within the body chi and blood rouse, bloodline on the palm swelled, and it even flickered with golden light, with an endless force, suppressed according to Suzumo's top of the head. Vajra Temple, known for its body refining, among the Buddha sects, the melee is the strongest. Yukine Monk's bloodline, although he hasn't practiced blood as Tide Realm, but he has urged chi and blood, and there are some crash bang sounds of tide flowing. As soon as Suzumo took 2 beads in his hand, Yujin's Monk's offensive has come down. He thought about it. Thunder Dharma Body, Rulai Dharma Body, Heavenly Demon Dharma Body, 3 Dao Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol shot at the same time, moved towards Yujin Monk to suppress the past. 3 Dao Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol, even if it has become an arrow at the end of its flight, is not something that flesh and blood can do. Bang! There was a loud noise coming from within the body of Yujin Monk, and a huge silhouette came out of his head, flashing endless golden light. Enter Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. This is the first time he has used Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol. Jang 6 Gold Body. Heritage Law Manifestation at Vajra Temple. Cultivators who practice this Tao Law phase can step into the Law Manifestation realm early stage to gather 6 Jang High Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol. As the cultivation base grows, the law manifestation will continue to rise. At the beginning, Wu Jin monk lost to the fairy sword Dao monarch, but only lost a move. His Jiang 6 gold body is also 8 Jiang 5. But that was the battlefield of the last law manifestation list. It has been nearly 1000 years. Today, the heaven and earth Dharma idol cultivated by Yujin monk has reached a height of 8 feet 9 and is the same as the fairy sword Dao monarch. Bang! Jiang 6 Jinshan and Su Zimo's 3 Dao heaven and earth Dharma idol slammed together. JJ6 the whole body shook. Although in height, the Jiang 6 gold figure is a bit higher than Su Zimo's 3 law manifestations, but it is still a bit worse to want an enemy 3. Moreover, Jiang 6 gold body is on the rank. For example, the Dharma body is much weaker. Even the 3 dilapidated heaven and earth Dharma idols still exploded with horrific power, completely breaking Yujin monk's Juji 3 gold body. After this killing, Su Zimo's 3 statues of heaven and earth Dharma idol also have 1000 sores and 100 holes. Heaven and earth are faceless. At this moment, a sound of groan sounded, calm and indifferent, but it contained powerful power, and instantly descended on Su Zimo's 3 heaven and earth Dharma idol. These 3 heaven and earth Dharma idols are dissolving at the speed visible by naked eyes. Su Zimo glanced. A monk from Faceless Temple, body fusion great expert. In Faceless Temple, there is a secret technique called Heaven and Earth. The release of this secret technique can crash the opponent's Heaven and Earth Dharma idol, which is extremely terrifying. The name of Faceless Temple is also related to this secret technique. In the battle of previous law manifestation lists, the last thing many cultivators are unwilling to face is the monk of Faceless Temple. Imagine that the war has just begun and your heaven and earth Dharma idol has just condensed out and was defeated by the secret technique of the other party. How can this be fought? Of course, this secret technique is not invincible. In order to make the other's heaven and earth Dharma idol collapse, the Phasm Temple monk's realm is enough. And the understanding of this secret technique must reach a deep level. And, this secret technique is useless to Supreme Dharma idol. At this time, not only Vajra Temple and Faceless Temple, but even the monk of Floating Buddhist Temple and Prajna Temple, the maid of the Clear Heart Monastery, has also been following Su Zimo. Just in an instant, Su Zimo was again in siege. Huang Wu, you don't have heaven and earth Dharma idol. I see how long you can survive. Yujin monk screamed loudly. Tone barely fell. His chest suddenly heard a muffled sound. It seems that the ancient gods beat the drums, dull and powerful. Should live without a heart. In Yujin's monk's mouth, 8 words were spoken. Dong. Another muffled sound. It is not clear to others, but Su Zimo practices many Buddha sect verses, knowing that this is the verse in the Vajra temple that does not spread the secret art Vajra. Realize profound truth, practice to great perfection, and you can condense a powerful Vajra heart for a moment. With the heart of Vajra, chi and blood have risen, their strength has risen several times, and battle strength has been improved by several levels. These 2 muffled sounds are not the other, it is the voice of Vajra heartbeat of Yujin monk. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1266. Chapter 1266. Yujin monk was able to kill number 1000 in the law manifestation list 2 years ago, naturally for a reason. Oh la la. Yujin monk's chi and blood rose, and within the body came the sound of waves. With this Vajra heart, the bloodline of Yujin monk has reached the realm of blood as tide. Huang Wu, hand over the beads, spare you not to die. Yujin monk striding meteor moved towards Su Zimo, a pair of eyes protruding slightly, horrifying, shining golden light. Yujin monk even used the eye technique of Vajra temple. Su Zimo looked at Yujin monk, and a flash of light flashed through his mind. He shook the hand of the bead and suddenly shivered. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo suddenly threw 2 beads in his hand. This change caused many cultivators to stumble. Huang Wu Dao monarch has always been showing off one's ability, but he will be stunned by Yujin monk in one sentence. Or is Huang Wu has run out of energy and really can't fight anymore. In the minds of many cultivators, a fascination passed by. But soon, everyone cast aside these confusions and rushed to fight for the beads. The war is completely lit. On the contrary, Suzaimo became an outsider, standing on the periphery of the battlefield, with a scare in his eyes, softly muttered, "Fake, all fake." He had long felt that something was wrong. Everything seems too smooth. From the moment you enter the back room, each cultivator can find what they think in it, and it takes almost no time. Suzaimo originally thought that the treasures in this supreme beginning ancient temple were indeed endless. But it wasn't until he just saw Yujin Monk that he fought with him, and then thought of the Vajra Sutra, and gradually came to understand it. The Vajra Sutra is the non-biographical secret art of the Vajra temple, and Suzaimo has not practiced it. But in Land of Preaching the Tao, he got some Buddha sect inheritance. Among them there is a person Buddha sect great expert's inheritance, which mentioned some content about the Vajra Sutra. Suzaimo spoke softly and said a verse, "Everything is as good as if dreams and visions in a bubble." This passage is plain, but each character seems to contain mysterious power. With the recitation of this verse, the scene in front of Suzaimo is constantly changing and finally fixed. There is no secret room in front of me, no treasure. He is still in the great hall of the supreme beginning ancient temple, and the surrounding walls are the tall and terrifying four great Vajra. Under the wall, the blue lights are suddenly on and off, weird and eerie. Nothing has changed. He, all of them, did not leave this great hall. Where Suzaimo looks, countless blood corpses can be seen, and the whole great hall has been blood-dyed red. He saw Yujin Monk, saw the purple sword Tao monarch, saw sword sect great expert, and saw Wind Thunder Temple great expert. These people are still fighting. Ha 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 ha. Yujin Monk laughed wildly. "I got it, Wisdom King's prayer beads are mine." Suzaimo looked at the scene in horror, only shuddering, and his hair was rising. In the hands of Yujin Monk, what is Wisdom King's prayer beads, but two bloody eyes? But Yujin Monk, all the cultivators present, including Suzaimo just now, are all in their hallucination, thinking that these two eyes are Wisdom King's prayer beads. "This is my ancient Overlord gun from Overlord Hall. Whoever dares to fight is against me." A demon sect Tao monarch is so dazzling, slaughter all sides. But what he held in his hand was not an ancient fighter gun at all, but a bone that did not know where it came from. A cultivator hid in the corner and sipped the blood on the ground in a big mouth, but said vaguely, "Heaven helps me, I found a memorial divine spring in this ancient temple." Crazy. They are all crazy. Nothing can be seen in this illusion. Only when you get out of it can you see what is happening in this great hall. All treasures are false, but many cultivators fight together, but it is true. In the great hall, at least as more than 5,000 cultivators. But at this time there are only less than 1,000 people. And this number is still decreasing sharply. Suzaimo suddenly remembered one thing, and quickly took out the 9 transfers he got from the storage bag to the soul. This pill medicine is the same as he sees. In other words, 9 rebirths are true. Throughout the bureau, there are truth and falsehood. True or false, as if dreams and visions in a bubble. Suzaimo was a little hesitant at this time, and he couldn't tell. What's more terrifying is, who set up this bureau will enter the more than 5,000 cultivators in the supreme beginning ancient temple, all of which are counted in this illusion. Even Body Fusion great expert, failed to escape. The heart of Suzaimo was also concealed for a long time before waking up. Who is it? What is this cultivation base for this person? Law manifestation realm? Body fusion realm? What is he setting up such a bureau for? Suzaimo suddenly remembered many legends about Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, and he vaguely realized that there was something wrong with Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. Over the years, the cultivator who died in the ancient temple, I am afraid that he has not sobered up to death, and died in his own hallucinations. The battles around are still going on. Even Yujin Monk, who is number 2 on the law manifestation list, has been suppressed and killed by a great expert after successive suppressing and killing many cultivators, until death. Eugene Monk did not break free from the hallucinations, and still opened his eyes with anger and unwillingness. Suzaimo wants to awaken these cultivators from hallucinations, but simply impossible. He was a little closer, and these cultivators seemed to be stimulated, and they frantically shot him, thinking he was going to compete for the treasure in their hands. In fact, these so-called treasure are nothing but bones and broken arms. Some cultivator, even holding a human head for a moment, are like treasures, and expressions are addicted. Spiritual awareness is constantly alerting. Starting from stepping into the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, spiritual awareness is on alert. But Suzaimo couldn't sense it at all. Where was the danger? He has received 9 rebates, and now he just wants to leave. Leaving this Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, which is scarier than seamless hell. Bang! 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 Suzaimo avoided some cultivators and kept firing, hitting the 4 stone gates of the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. But his power cannot shake the stone gate at all. Cannot go out. In the closed Great Hall, a gust of wind suddenly blows. Suzaimo felt that his back was cold, as if someone was approaching. He quickly took out Good Fortune Lotus platform, hung above his head, and turned to look. Nothing at all. Suzaimo took a deep breath, stabilized, Tao heart, and meditated in his heart. Everything has action, such as dreams and visions in a bubble. Immediately after, he felt to have one's hair stand on end. He was just meditation in his heart. But in his ear, I really heard this sentence. Every word echoed in the Great Hall. It's a completely strange voice, round, peaceful and pure, with unique magnetic properties. But in Suzaimo, it sounded like the devil's voice in hell, which made everyone feel cold. In this Great Hall, in addition to being awake and being able to say this sentence, there is another sober person. I am afraid that is the person who laid out Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1267. Chapter 1267 Truth. Suzaimo remained motionless, staying as calm as possible, cold light flashing in his eyes. The voice was erratic. He couldn't tell at all where was the person in this layout, and that voice was the only one he could hear. The other cultivators in the ancient temple are still immersed in their own hallucinations, and they continue to kill, slaughter, fight, and never hear this voice. Fellow Taoist is such a good tool. I can realize this hallucinatory secret techniques from the Vajra. Suzaimo said suddenly. Although he has not practiced the Vajra Sutra, he also knows that the Vajra Sutra is a body-refining cultivation technique of the Vajra Temple. Since ancient times, I haven't heard of any monk in the Vajra Temple who realized this secret technique in the Vajra Sutra. It is conceivable that the level of understanding and innate talent of the Buddhist technique of this layout person has reached. The illusion technique of true cultivation is diverse. The best sect of illusion technique is Illusory Demon Cult of Demon Sect. But Suzaimo has fought with Heaven Chosen of Illusory Demon Cult. Even if facing the secret technique of Illusory Demon Cult, it is difficult to confuse him. To date, Suzaimo has never encountered such terrifying illusion technique. In fact, from the moment he entered the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, he was already alert and 10,000 points careful. Even so, he did it. He even wondered until now when exactly this illusion technique came down, after entering the ancient temple, or after grabbing 9 and returning it to the soul pill. The man in this layout gives Suzaimo the feeling of terrifying than all the enemies he has encountered before. Di Yin and Li Hen Dao Monarch did not have this kind of pressure on him. This is an extremely dangerous existence. Suzaimo doesn't even know anything about it. He only preliminarily speculated that the person in this layout is likely to be a Buddha sect expert. Suzaimo suddenly said these words. On the one hand, it really marveled at the means of the layout person. On the other hand, he was also trying to capture the actions of the layout person. The voice laughed and asked, "Are you looking for me?" Suzaimo's face remained calm, but her heart made waves. Still can't find it. Nothing to start. From start to finish, the people in this layout have been taking the initiative, holding him, and walking all their noses. Just then, Suzaimo's heart burst into peeping. Suzaimo suddenly turned and stared. Seeing this, his pupils have contracted into needle eyes. On the wall on the east side of the ancient temple, the 9-foot-tall Vajra, who was 1 feet tall, actually came down from the wall, wearing white armor, holding a peeper, eyes wide, staring angrily, and staring at Suzaimo. Hiss! Suzaimo sucked in a breath of cold air. One of the 4 great Vajra came alive. This is by no means an illusion. Suzaimo suddenly remembered something. Since entering the ancient temple, he has always felt a sense of being peeped, but has never been able to find the source. Now I want to come. This sense of peep comes from this protector Vajra. Zheng. Sudoku Vajra suddenly held the peeper, flicked the strings with his fingertips, and heard the sound of Jinji's clashes. It was extremely harsh and contained the meaning of iron blood to kill. Suzaimo frowned and felt tingling in his ears, groaned. Dozens of cultivators struggling to fight near Vajra, the holding country, suddenly paused, stiff expression. Puh. 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 Immediately after that, a path of bloodstains appeared on the faces and bodies of the dozens of cultivators, and they burst instantly and turned into a blood mist. With Suzaimo's fleshly body, some can't carry the sound of this peeper, and the rest of the cultivator can be imagined. Suddenly, Suzaimo had a feeling in the heart, moved towards looking at the other side. On the south wall, a huge silhouette of up to 9 feet walked down the wall, exuding a sense of terror. Grovajra. This silhouette is azure, wearing armor, holding a sword, murderers looking. The sword is chopped forward. The more than 100 cultivators that were standing in front of him were all cut off by the waist, and there was even body fusion great expert inside. Endless blood spewed out. Horrible to see. What's more terrifying is that these cultivators are still in hallucinations, and they can't break free until they die. Ang. Just then, there was a loud dragon's roar from the west. Suzaimo looked around. I saw the wide-eyed Vajra on the west wall, also alive. Gwingma Vajra, wearing red armor and sturdy arms, was wounded with a crimson divine dragon, opening his bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, making a deafening roar. The red dragon flew out, with its mouth wide open, and dozens of cultivators standing in front of him, swallowed in the stomach instantly, and no blood flowed out. Dozens of law manifestation Damonok were swallowed. The number of cultivators in Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple is decreasing. Suzaimo turned again, and looked towards the north wall. As predicted, the Vajra on the north wall has also come over. I heard that Vajra is as high as 9 feet tall. As a green man, he also wears an armor, and passed the provincial level imperial examination with a treasure umbrella that seems to cover the sky. When I heard that Vajra's palm was loose, the treasure umbrella spun out slowly. Under the umbrella of more than 100 cultivators, suddenly suffered a strong attracting force, and moved towards the umbrella surface hit it. Under this treasure umbrella, there seems to be an endless abyss, devouring all the more than 100 cultivators. Skeleton doesn't exist. 4 big protector Vajra, all come alive. To be precise, from beginning to end, these 4 protectors Vajra, simply are not dead, not carvings painted on the wall. The 4 big protector Vajra shot and killed and suppressed 100 cultivators. There are less than 500 cultivators alive in the Great Hall. 4 big protector Vajra is too scary. With Suzaimo's cultivation base, under the coercion of the 4 protectors Vajra, I also felt choking. The layout person is the 4 protector Vajra in front of me. Something is wrong. There must be something wrong. The 4 big protector Vajra is a legend of Buddha sect. Even if it really exists, it should be in upper realm. It can never be on Heavenly Desolate Continent. Otherwise, this is not a legend. Heavenly Desolate Continent's Buddha sect ancient book will definitely have a clear record. In other words, the 4 big protectors Vajra in front of you can never be the legendary Buddha sect 4 great Vajra. But Suzaimo was convinced that all he saw was definitely not an illusion. 4 big protector Vajra's only slaughter is really real. The 4 big protector Vajra didn't go any further and were staring at Suzaimo. In their eyes, there seemed to be a joke. trying to see if Suzaimo could guess the final answer. Suddenly, Suzaimo's mind flashed a thought. The idea of terrifying this thought just flashed a little, and he felt to have one's hair stand on end, shuddering. But he is increasingly confirming that this speculation is likely to be the truth. The four protectors Vajra in front of me are indeed not the four great Vajra of the legendary Buddha sect, because the four protectors Vajra in front of me are four supreme Dharma, idol of 9 Janghai. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1268. Chapter 1268. It was you, Supreme Dharma, idol. Suzaimo spoke slowly, saying, 4 fellow Taoist is a good idea. 4 people, he. The voice suddenly sounded, and laughed, as if with a touch of mockery. In Suzaimo's gaze, in the darkness ahead, a silhouette came out slowly. There is only one silhouette, no one else. Suzaimo suddenly thought of a possibility. You guessed wrong, there are no 4 fellow Taoist. Only me. This silhouette slowly said. Hiss. Suzaimo was so shocked that there was a shock in his eyes. He saw 4 supreme Dharma, idols. The first reaction was that the 4-law manifestation realm had joined forces to set up a bureau in this supreme beginning ancient temple. But he never thought that these 4 supreme Dharma idols were all cultivated by one person. One person. 4-law manifestation. Suzaimo cultivation. How many chances and fortuitous encounters have you got so far? In the kind of opportunity of land of preaching the Tao, I am afraid that not many people can compare with him. But he just cultivates 3 Tao heaven and earth Dharma, idol, and the silhouette in front of it actually condensed out 4 Tao law phase. And it's all supreme Dharma, idol. This is terrible. Not to mention these 4 supreme Dharma, idol, just a law manifestation Tao monarch layout. More than 5,000 cultivators are introduced into the supreme beginning ancient temple, but with the help of an illusion technique. The body fusion great expert is deeply trapped and difficult to extricate themselves. What is this means? What makes Di Yin and Li Hen Tao monarch far worse than the one in front of him? Even as your lotus true body can't compare with the person in front of you. Suzaimo believes that with his innate talent and his insights on immortals, Buddhas and demons 3 Tao, as your lotus true body can eventually cultivate 3 Tao heaven and earth Dharma, idol to 9 level paragon. But even so, that's just 3 Tao, and it's a difference with the 4 people in this layout. Of course, this is not to say that Suzaimo is incomparable. If you count the Dragon Clan true body and 2 great true bodies together, Suzaimo can definitely fight this person. If martial Tao is a great accomplishment, then this person is not his opponent. Even so, it was shocking enough to learn that the 4 heaven and earth Dharma, idol were united by one person. This life, it's really heaven chosen that crosses side by side, and evildoers are frequent. Even Tao monarch, who has gathered 4 supreme Dharma, idols, has appeared. Such evil spirits can never be nameless. Why hasn't this person heard any rumors before then? Just as Suzaimo was thinking, this silhouette had already come to him, revealing the appearance of reality. To Suzaimo's expectations, this is not a monk. The man was wearing a grey plain robe and a long shawl, covering most of his face. Only one eye was exposed. This eye, clear, bright, and gentle, seems to contain infinite wisdom. Looking at this eye, it seemed that all panic, fear, anxiety, and hesitation disappeared, and the mind was quiet. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, it is hard to imagine that a cultivator with such pure eyes would be so cruel and cold-hearted. There seemed to be a slender bloodstain on the eyebrow of the comer. It was just that this bloodstain was covered by his long hair, and some were not real. While Suzaimo was looking at the plain robe man, the plain robe man was examining Suzaimo. I don't know what the plain robe man thought about, and frowned slightly, revealing the color of memories. A little later, the plain robe man expressed a shock, a little surprised, and a little unbelievably staring at Suzaimo. Is that you, N? Suzaimo's eyes slightly narrowed. Although there are only 2 words, the information revealed by these 2 words is too big. Hearing the tone of this plain robe man, obviously saw him. But no matter how Suzumo recalled it, he did not remember where he had met the person. This person's appearance is not extraordinary, but someone who can have such clear and pure eyes, Suzumo believes that if he has seen it once, he will never forget it. Really didn't expect. Plain Robe. The man shook his head slightly, with a sigh. You haven't met me? Suzumo asked suddenly. The Plain Robe man laughed deeply, but did not deny it, saying, one side, one edge, one edge. Suzumo's mind was moving at high speed, and numerous clues of debris emerged. The answer is about to surface. As long as these pieces and these clues are connected together, it is the final answer. See once. Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. More than 100 years ago. Blood. Suddenly, Suzumo stared at the greatly rises, staring at the Plain Robe man in front of him, saying, it's you, Blood Devil Damonok. Plain Robe man startled. Suzumo slowly said, more than 100 years ago, in the underground magic palace in the northern region, in the repressed coffin, the dead bones that came back to life are you. In this brief moment, although there is still a lot of confusion in Suzumo's mind, many problems have an explanation. At the time, Suzumo was still the Foundation establishment realm. At the invitation of Jiojing, he went deep into the ground and searched for a demon sect inheritance. Didn't expect to encounter a huge danger and almost lost his life. At that time, the white bone in the ancient coffin was resurrected and sucked the flesh of the cultivator. Suzumo relied on the divine phoenix bone to wreck it. Finally, the ground collapsed, burying everything. Suzumo and Jiojing also escaped into the sarcophagus. It was in that sarcophagus that Suzumo got blood-refining demon scripture and a Wisdom King's prayer beads. Later, when he heard the legend of Blood Devil Damonok at Old Monk Yuanb, he realized that the repression in that sarcophagus was probably Blood Devil Damonok. Of course, there are many details that cannot be explained. For example, who suppressed Blood Devil Damonok in the sarcophagus? Why is there a Wisdom King's prayer beads in the sarcophagus? Blood Devil Damonok understands blood-refining demon scripture. Why do I have to say that this cultivation technique is engraved on the coffin lid? Why is the blood-refining demon scripture inherited? The Plain Robe man did not refute, but just looked at Suzumo lightly. Suzumo was more convinced, coldly said, what you call the undecided fate is in the underground magic palace, but you were just a dead bone at the time. Compared with now, it is really too different. You have changed a lot. Plain Robe man said, in the beginning, you were just a little cultivator of Foundation establishment realm. I have grown to this point in more than 100 years, and I did not recognize it immediately. The Plain Robe man said these words. It was tantamount to admitting Suzumo's speculation. Suzumo looked at the bones in the Great Hall, sighed in his heart, and said, you have worked hard to set up this bureau, and you want to use the blood of these cultivators to cultivate blood-refining demon scripture and restore the cultivation base. When he heard that Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple first came to Heavenly Desolate Continent more than 100 years ago, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. At this point, it was a coincidence. But he didn't think too much. Now it seems that after the birth of Blood Devil Damonok, in order to quickly restore the cultivation base, he used the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple to set up such a bureau. Over the years, every time the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple comes down, countless cultivators are buried and their blood has become the source of the practice of Blood Devil Damonok. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1269 Chapter 1269 Born Together. The sound of fighting and fighting around has gradually faded. Today, less than 200 people can still stand in the cultivator in the Great Hall. Even though the magic power of these remaining people has been exhausted, they are still fighting for treasure. Their eyes are red, and they are fighting like crazy. From start to finish, the Plain Robe man has hardly shot. All he has to do is release some news, right, but actually isn't news. Introduce these cultivators into the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, release the illusion technique, and bury all of the more than 5,000 cultivators here. Plain Robe Man, just law manifestation realm. I have heard old monk Yuan mention some legends about Blood Devil Dao Monarch, but Suzuima really faced the former expert before feeling the kind of terrifying, not only strength, but also temperament, mind, strategy, aura. There is also a kind of unclear and unknown pressure. When Suzuima realized that the plain robe man in front of him was Blood Devil Dao Monarch, the whole thing had an explanation. Of course, there are some places that he still can't figure out. What is going on with this supreme beginning ancient temple? Although there is no treasure in it, this ancient temple is real. How can you continuously transfer such a huge ancient temple? Suzuima asked. According to outside rumors, the supreme beginning ancient temple first came in the heavenly desolate southern region. Then, every once in a while, this ancient temple will come to a place, attracting many cultivators to go in for treasure hunts. This ancient temple is grand and ancient, dozens of times larger than the Big King city. It's hard for Suzuima to imagine how a plain robe man would continue to move such a huge monster and carry it around. You're so smart, you might as well guess. The plain robe man seemed to appreciate Suzuima too, and didn't immediately answer. Asked calm and composed while handling pressing affairs. Suzuima groaned a little, a light flashed in his eyes, and blurted out, "This supreme beginning ancient temple is your magic tool. Only this possibility can explain the doubts. Only this possibility can explain why the plain robe man can control the 4 stone gates at the entrance of the ancient temple and trap everyone here." Not bad. The plain robe man was nodded, mocking, and said, "This is my life source magic tool. These people run into my life source magic tool. How could it be my opponent?" A constantly moving ancient vestige is a little weird in itself. But no one ever thought that this so-called ancient vestige turned out to be a cultivator's life source magic tool. Suzuima asked, "When was your illusion technique released?" After a pause, Suzuima revealed his memory, and said, "It was the moment when the row of blue lights under the wall came on after the stone gate fell, right?" At that time, Suzuima was very impressed. The stone gate suddenly fell, and everyone in the great hall became a little panicked. At this time, the blue lights were lit, and the lights were suddenly on and off. The 4 protectors Vajra on the wall seemed to have come alive. Many cultivators have been frightened. At that moment, all the minds of the cultivator showed fluctuations, revealing the weak spot. Not bad. The plain robe man didn't hide, nodded. Then the plain robe man smiled lightly and said, "These cultivators are in an illusion and difficult to extricate themselves. My illusion technique is just an inducement. The real root is in the heart of each of you." The plain robe man extended his long, white fingers and pointed at Suzuima's chest. Suzuima frowned slightly, thinking for a moment, seeming to realize, saying, "The heart is born from the heart." Not bad. Plain robe man nodded and said, "The treasure you see is caused by your own inner desire." This also explains why all cultivators can find the treasure they want in this supreme beginning ancient temple. Because these so-called treasure are just the phases that each cultivator produces. This is exactly the terrifying aspect of this illusion technique. There is only one way to break this illusion and break free. It is to suppress the inner obsession temporarily, without desire in the heart, naturally without phase. You can escape from the illusion. Suzuima also realized that she was wrong, and forbearing the perseverance in her heart, she threw out 2 beads to get real relief. The process is seemingly simple, but it is really thrilling. If he can't get rid of his obsession, Suzuima will be immersed in his own hallucinations and fight like these cultivators in the Great Hall. Even if his battle strength heaven-defying kills everyone, what can he do? His ending is still inevitable to be ruthlessly suppressed and killed by the plain robe man. The death is unknown. Suzuima said, "Blood Devil Dao Monarch is rumored to be extremely bloodthirsty and cold-blooded." Ah! The plain robe man laughed, and in his eyes, he passed a touch of incomprehensible emotions, saying, "This is even a killer? You can cultivate this realm, and the number of human lives in your hands is too many to count. Suzaimo is silent. The true cultivation world is extremely cruel. These so-called heaven-chosen evildoers can reach the point where they are today. Which one did not climb up on the numerous bones? The plain-robed man said, these people are insatiable, and there is no cure. The greater the greed in their hearts, the deeper they fall. It is a pity that these people die. Even more how? I didn't kill much. They were killing each other. Plain-robed man expression taunted and smiled slightly. Being a blood devil demonic and creating a cultivation technique such as blood refining demon scripture naturally has his own ideas and it is difficult for others to change. Also, this is not a dead end. The plain-robed man said again, in this round, I have two places to stay alive. If these cultivators are not greedy, naturally they will not come to this supreme beginning ancient temple, and naturally they will not experience this calamity. This is a chance. Even if you enter the ancient temple, as long as some of these cultivators can drop obsession and escape from the fantasy, I will spare them and send them out of the ancient temple. This is the second vitality. If you can drop the obsession, I will give them a chance, or cultivation technique, secret technique, or spirit pills and marvelous medicines, or heavenly materials and earthly treasures. For more than 100 years, some cultivators who have entered the supreme beginning ancient temple have survived. These survived cultivators left the supreme beginning ancient temple and got a lot of chances. It turned out to be this reason. Suzaimo lightly saying, you let go of these cultivators and give them opportunities. The more important reason is that these cultivators can attract more people. If every cultivator who entered the supreme beginning ancient temple died in it, who would dare to come in and explore? Only like a plain-robed man, intentionally let go of some cultivators and give these cultivators some chance to attract more cultivators. You are really smart. Plain-robed man laughed. Suzaimo frowned, and suddenly said, according to you, I have been freed from the illusion, and you will let me go? The smile in the plain-robe's eyes was heavier, and he slowly shook his head and said, you, no. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1270 Chapter 1270 Hands on. These three words, the plain-robed man said with a smile. Even in the tone of the plain-robed man, Suzaimo could not feel a little murderous aura, as if he was a qualified monk, and whispered softly in front of him. But Suzaimo knew that the plain-robed man would never let him go. It's not just because, more than 100 years ago, he hit the plain-robed man hard, and the two sides have taken on hatred. What's more, because of his understood plain-robed man's identity and the secret of the understood supreme beginning ancient temple, the plain-robed man cannot let him leave alive. 2. If people fight, there is no suspense. Not to mention that Suzaimo has just fought a battle. 3. Tao heaven and earth Dharma idol have all collapsed, and it will be difficult to condense in a short time. To be fair, even if he is in his heyday, he cannot be the opponent of this plain-robed man. This is exactly for Supreme Dharma idol. At the beginning, Li Hen Dao Monarch was just a Supreme Dharma idol, and as your Lotus true body was already pushed to the limit. If these 4 Supreme Dharma idols are shot at the same time, I am afraid that as your Lotus true body can't carry a single move. Of course, Suzaimo does not obediently surrender. He kept asking questions. On the one hand, he really wanted to solve the confusion in happiness. On the other hand, it is also delaying time, secretly recovering energy, nourishing the primordial spirit, and preparing for the final counterattack. He has only one shot. If the plain-robed man reacts and the 4 protectors Vajra are launched at the same time, as your Lotus true body will not escape the fate. The plain-robed man's eyes were clear. He looked at Suzaimo, and smiled slightly. That eye, full of endless wisdom, seems to be able to see all the secrets of Suzaimo, and seems to have seen Suzaimo's intentions for a long time. The plain-robed man didn't interfere, maybe just because he simply didn't care. That's how cats look at mice. Some teasing, some mocking. In the eyes of the plain-robed man, Suzaimo may be a clever mouse, How can he not escape his control? Suzaimo looked at the four big protectors Vajra around, and sighed softly. Unexpectedly, the Blood Devil Tao monarch of Dignified has such high accomplishments on Buddha Tao, not to mention the Buddha sect cultivator in the world. Even at antiquity time, I am afraid that there is no Buddha sect disciple, which can condense for heaven and earth Dharma idol, and all of them have been cultivated to the level of supreme Dharma idol. But the more it is, the more terrifying the plain-robed man is. He created blood-refining demon scripture, shaking the old, illuminating the new, and some people commented that the accomplishments on Bloodline can't even be compared with the ancient emperors. But such a devil who doesn't blink can kill terrifying on Buddha sect. Buddha and demon, on this plain-robed man, blended perfectly, forming a unique temperament. What is magic and what is Buddha? The plain-robed man seemed to be touched by Suzaimo's words, lightly saying, the devil can become a Buddha, and the Buddha can also become a demon. What is the difference between the two? Suzaimo's spirit was always tense. As soon as the plain-robed man's mind appeared a wave, he felt it. Opportunity. Kill. Suzaimo suddenly opened his mouth, bursting out of the range secret technique. This is just the first move. His killing moves are all behind. The distance between the two is very close, but about 1 jang. Below this distance, the cowardly law manifestation Tao monarch of fleshly body, caught off guard, may be hit by this thunder. However, the release of the thunder killing did not affect the plain-robed man. The plain-robed man still looked at Suzaimo calmly, passing a hint of mockery in his eyes, a faint smile. Not good. Suzaimo's heart sank. Is this opportunity just a weak spot that the plain-robed man intentionally exposed? Even so, Suzaimo couldn't care less. The arrow is on the string and has to be sent. Whiz whiz whiz. Suzaimo's brows glowed with a path of azure glow. His good fortune lotus platform is suspended above his head, but in fact, 54 azure lotus seeds are always hidden in the sea of consciousness, ready to erupt at any time. 54 azure lotus seeds have just left the sea of consciousness, and instantly condensed into azure light flashing long sword. The azure lotus sword is coming soon, and the head of the man who goes straight to the plain robe is cut off. This is a great killing technique for primordial spirit. Some body fusion great experts can't carry the azure lotus sword. Suzaimo knows that head-to-head battle, azure lotus true body can never be a plain robe man's opponent. Even more how? He can't even gather heaven and earth Dharma idol now. Only when the primordial spirit fights and fights against the plain robe man, can there be vitality. Moreover, when the primordial spirit was fighting, the plain robe men could not be distracted, and the four protectors Vajra became a display. If you can suppress and kill the primordial spirit of the plain robe man, the four supreme Dharma idols will naturally be defeated without a fight. Of course, if it fails, 10,000 will be gone. Feeling the sharp edge of the azure lotus sword, the pupils of the plain robe man also contracted slightly. But even so, there was no panic on his face. It seems that no one in this world can make him panic. The plain robe man was motionless, expression calmly, just watching the azure lotus sword beheaded, calmly, not in his eyebrows. Suzaimo stared at his eyes, watching the scene incredibly become. The azure lotus sword pierced into the sea of consciousness. Even if it is the primordial spirit of the body fusion great expert, it cannot resist the sharp edge of the azure lotus sword. After a short pause, Suzaimo's heart shivered with cold. Something is wrong. The life aura on a plain robe man is not affected at all. His eyes are still clear and bright. On the contrary, after the azure lotus sword fell into the eyebrow of the plain robe man, Suzaimo could not feel it anymore. What is this means? Suzaimo was shocked. He is quite convinced that the plain robe man has not used the primordial spirit secret technique from beginning to end, and has no primordial spirit's magic tool. But the azure lotus sword cut into his sea of consciousness, but like a stone knocks into the sea, was disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, at the eyebrow of the plain robe man, there was a sudden wave of extremely terrifying power. At the center of his eyebrow, between the gaps of black hair, the slender blood stain seemed to become clearer and brighter, as if a bloody eye was about to open. Immediately after, 54 azure lotus seeds fell from the brows of the plain-robed man, and there was no light at all. The whole process is extremely short. Suzaimo didn't even know what the plain-robed man did, so he resolved his azure lotus sword. But at this time, he had been unable to care much. Spirit exterminating whip. Suzaimo growled and urged the primordial spirit again, and the second primordial spirit secret technique broke out. Don't give the plain-robed man any chance, otherwise, the plain-robed man will be moved, and the four protectors Vajra will be around, and he will have no chance. Suzaimo extend the hand, pulling a long whip around the thunderbolt from the brow's heart. It is dazzling and exudes a devastating atmosphere. Crackle. Suzaimo turned spirit exterminating whip, and the man moved towards plain-robe fiercely pumped. He didn't believe that the plain-robe man could still stand still and resist his second primordial spirit secret technique. Today seems to be the World Cup finals. Isn't all going to watch the World Cup? In this case, can you be lazy? Ohms. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1271. Chapter 1271. Defeat. Thunder Sovereign Secret Technique. As soon as the plain-robed man's eyes brightened, he blurted out the origin of Spirit Exterminating Whip. At this time, he did not entrust him, but he also worked his mind, and recited a few Tao law tricks in his mouth, condensing the primordial spirit secret technique. These Tao law tips, Suzaimo sound familiar. Soon, he realized that it was the primordial spirit secret technique in blood refining demon scripture dripping blood. In the sea of consciousness of the plain-robed man, a drop of scarlet blood floated out, exuding terrible and evil power, and collided with spirit exterminating whip. Almost instantly, the thunderbolt on the spirit exterminating whip was suppressed by this drop of blood. Normally, the strength of thunder is the most restrained demon. But the power of this demon is so strong that even thunder and lightning can't suppress it. Seeing that the spirit exterminating whip is about to disintegrate, Suzaimo reruns his mind, urges the primordial spirit, and erupts the third Tao primordial spirit secret technique. Tathagata's Dharma Seal. A blinking character from golden light emanated from Suzaimo's eyebrows. It was sacred and immaculate. It seemed to contain 10,000 strengths and could suppress 10,000 things. This character moved towards plain-robe. The man slowly flew past. This primordial spirit secret technique erupted. Suzaimo's figure shook a bit, and his face had become extremely pale. Originally, he spent a lot of time with the group repairs in the Great Hall, Magic Power Primordial Spirit. Now, forcibly urging the 3 Tao Primordial Spirit secret technique has reached his limit. Suzaimo gritted his teeth, resisted the tearing pain from the Primordial Spirit, urged Good Fortune Lotus platform, and the top of the head of the man moved towards plain-robe hit him. The two are very close, and the Good Fortune Lotus platform is almost instantaneous, 1 point faster than Tathagata's Dharma Seal. The plain-robe man did not use any weapons. Looking at the Good Fortune Lotus platform that hit him, he just stretched out his white palm and held the Good Fortune Lotus platform directly, completely motionless. Suzaimo's eyes narrowed. He just used the Good Fortune Lotus platform to smash the head of Raymond Elder, Primordial Sect Great Expert. Now, this plain-robe man uses his flesh and blood to hold the Good Fortune Lotus platform. What is this fleshly body and what power is it? The plain-robe man is covered all over, without any weak spot at all. Tick. A stream of blood flowed from the palm of the man in the plain robe and fell to the ground. After receiving Good Fortune Lotus platform with bare hands, the plain-robe man was still injured. Of course, this is just a flesh wound. Just in a blink of an eye, the wound in the palm of the plain-robe man had healed. Buddha Sect Sacred Object. The plain-robe man looked at the jade green lotus platform in the palm of his hand, and his eyes also passed a touch of affection. saying, "Your cultivation base battle strength is presumably also the eternal evil in Buddha sect disciple. I really cannot bear to kill you. Unfortunately, you really shouldn't come to this supreme beginning ancient temple. You shouldn't be greedy." The plain robed man sighed softly, holding good fortune lotus platform in his palm, and looking at Tathagata's Dharma seal that hit him. He also worked his mind and broke out a primordial spirit secret technique. Suzaimo's eyes widened. In the eyebrows of the plain-robed man, even a golden light burst out, dazzling. A larger, more sacred, more bright character came. Tathagata's Dharma seal. The plain-robed man even knows Tathagata's Dharma seal. Moreover, he can gather 4 supreme Dharma idols. Primordial spirit is definitely stronger than Suzaimo. This Tathagata's Dharma seal, after he was released, is obviously more terrifying. Bang! 2 Tathagata's Dharma seals banged together. The whole great hall seems to be still. Some cultivators not far from the 2 people, their bodies were shocked, their eyes dim, and the life aura within the body quickly passed and fell down in their sea of consciousness. The primordial spirit is shattered. Even if 2 Tathagata's Dharma seals collide, the diffuse consciousness fluctuations pervade. Many cultivators cannot bear it. A brief stagnation. The characters condensed by Suzaimo are beginning to crack. The character condensed by the plain-robed man also shows a path of cracks, but it is obviously more powerful than Suzaimo's. Suppressed quickly, crushed Suzaimo's characters and smashed into Suzaimo. Failed. Even if Suzaimo broke out 3 Tao primordial spirit secret technique continuously, they were all resisted by the plain-robed men. What's more, the plain-robed men's primordial spirit secret technique formed a threatening counterattack. Suzaimo's primordial spirit has reached its limit. At this time, there was a tingle of tingling, and no more primordial spirit secret technique could be condensed. Even so, Suzaimo did not give up. He condensed a divine consciousness, constantly stimulating Wisdom King's prayer beads on the left wrist, and wanted to awaken this primordial spirit's magic tool. This magic tool, after all, he has worn for many years, connected to his mind. Bloodline blends. Feeling the danger of Suzaimo, Wisdom King's prayer beads burst out of a group of golden lights, forming a group of golden masks beside Suzaimo. On this mask, a path of mysterious characters is engraved, and each character contains mysterious power. Bang! The shattered Tathagata's Dharma seal crashed against the golden mask formed by Wisdom King's prayer beads. Suzaimo divine consciousness is exhausted, and this mask has not been able to support it for a long time. The rays of light quickly dimmed, disappear without a trace. Lost. Suzaimo's within the body, without a bit of magic power. The primordial spirit is dried up, exhausted, and even the simplest spell cannot be released. The plain-robed man only needs to use a supreme Dharma idol, which is enough to suppress and kill Suzaimo. Suzaimo arched slightly, panting heavily. Azure Lotus' true body fell into this place, although unwilling, but nothing. He also has Dragon Clan true body and martial Dao. One day, he will kill him again, and seek Blood Devil Dao Monarch for revenge. Suzaimo's mind flashed a thought of a path of. His head even became a little groggy. But the plain-robed man never shot. I don't know how long. Suzaimo finally realized something was wrong and looked up subconsciously. Somehow, the plain-robed man has come to him. The plain-robed man suddenly shot and moved towards his left arm and grabbed it. Suzaimo wanted to dodge and wanted to resist, but he didn't have the slightest strength. He could only let the plain-robed man hold his left arm. Sting. The plain-robed man slightly moved. Suzaimo's left arm sleeve shattered instantly. The plain-robed man's gaze fell on Suzaimo's left wrist, staring at the string of Wisdom King's prayer beads. His expression was complex and difficult to understand. However, Suzaimo was unconscious and didn't notice it. This is Wisdom King's prayer beads. It took a long time for the plain-robed man to speak slowly. Suzaimo had no energy, sneered slightly, and was too lazy to respond. 40,000 years ago, Wisdom King's prayer beads were worn by Great Clarity monks. The Blood Devil Dao monarch and the Great Clarity monks are rivals. The two of them fought. How could he not recognize this Buddha sect treasure? How come you have this treasure? The plain robe man asked. Are you the title of this great disciple of the Great Clarity Temple? Suzaimo secretly said, Blood Devil Dao monarch has been suppressed for 10,000 years. I don't know that the blue sea turned into mulberry fields on heavenly desolate continent. Even the Great Clarity Temple has been disappeared. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1272 Chapter 1272 Departure Enron. Great Clarity Temple is gone. Suzaimo lightly saying, gone. A dazzling rays of light burst out from the eyes of the plain robe man, and his tone was incredible. It was gone 10,000 years ago. Suzaimo knew that he would die, and he did not hide it, saying, Today, I am the only one at the Great Clarity Temple. If you seek revenge from the Great Clarity Temple, you are the right person. Buried Dragon Valley, and of course Old Monk Yuan. But Old Monk Yuan life essence is about to run out, and Suzaimo doesn't want to cause him any more trouble. According to Suzaimo, Blood Devil Dao monarch is most likely to have been suppressed by the Great Clarity monk for 10,000 years. And he has endless hatred for the Great Clarity monk. Because of the relationship between the Great Clarity Temple and the Great Clarity monk, Blood Devil Dao monarch is resentful to the Great Clarity Temple, and it is normal. It is a pity that 40,000 years have passed. It has been the blue sea turned into mulberry fields. The deceased of Blood Devil Dao monarch are not ready in. Even Great Clarity Temple has been disappeared. The plain robe man's expression is complex, but he is silent. Great Clarity Temple, you are alone. It took a long time for the plain robe man to speak slowly, with endless sighs and emotions in his tone, holding Suzaimo's arm, and gradually loosening. His eyes, looking into the distance, revealed the vicissitudes of as time goes by. Suzaimo waited for a long time and did not see the plain robe man hit him. He couldn't help but lightly frowned. At this moment, he recovered some energy and looked up. At this point, the plain robe man was standing opposite him, looking at the void in the distance, suddenly astonished, without knowing what he was thinking. You, Suzaimo was about to ask. The plain robe man's gaze turned back on him. The eyes of the plain robe man are still clear and bright, with supreme wisdom. But for some reason, Suzaimo always felt that the plain robe man looked at him with a look different from before. You come to this supreme beginning ancient temple, what do you want? The plain robe man asked suddenly. 9 returned soul spirit and 2 beads. Suzaimo didn't hide it. 9 he returned to the Soul Dan, but unfortunately, he could not escape from this place. But who would have thought that in this ancient temple, 40,000 years ago had hidden the peerless demon who caused the whole chaos in the true cultivation world. Actually, the news I released was not all fake. The plain robe man suddenly said, in the supreme beginning ancient temple, there are indeed 2 beads. Tone barely fell. The plain robe man turned over the palm. In his palm, there are 2 beads lying down. Suzaimo gazed at it. These 2 beads are polished by raising soul wood, the size of a dragon eye, and high sects depicts a Daolor seal, exactly like the breath of Wisdom King's prayer beads. This Suzaimo expression was shocked. On the one hand, he is now depleted in the primordial spirit, and it is already difficult to tell whether the 2 beads are true or false, or if they are a troublesome way for plain robe men. On the other hand, even if the 2 beads were real, he didn't know what the purpose of the plain robe man was. The plain robe man didn't answer, and immediately solved the Wisdom King's prayer beads on Suzaimo's left wrist. The plain robe man strung up 2 beads in his palm, infused magic power, and 6 beads were bright, permeating a sacred and immaculate halo. The treasures of this Great Clarity Temple were broken up and lost 40,000 years. And now they finally gather. The plain robe man's finger gently rubbed 6 beads, and he kept silent for a long time. Suzaimo also showed a bit of perseverance. Wisdom King's prayer beads, finally restored. It's a pity that it will fall into the hands of others. Let's go. Just then, The plain-robed man suddenly spoke and said a word. Suzaimo didn't understand. In other words, he didn't believe what he heard. You came to Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple and you have got the treasure you want. It's time to leave. Plain-robed man lightly saying. This time, Suzaimo can hear it clearly. But he was 100 puzzled. How could a plain-robed man let him go? Is it because of a string of Wisdom King's prayer beads that the dignified Blood Devil Dao monarch moved the heart of concealment? Or is there something else about this? At this point, Suzaimo was exhausted, mentally weak, and confused, and couldn't figure out the relationship. The next moment, the plain-robed man made a move, let Suzaimo startled. Take it. The plain-robed man returned the complete Wisdom King's prayer beads to Suzaimo. Suzaimo froze. The plain-robed man not only let him go, but also gave him the complete Wisdom King's prayer beads. Aren't you afraid I'll find you again? Suzaimo said, with my potential, if you cultivate the law manifestation realm great perfection, you may not be my opponent. 2. If the realm is the same, although Suzaimo's heaven and earth Dharma idol is missing one, it really kills, and the outcome is unpredictable. Okay, I'm waiting for you. The plain-robed man said, I'm also looking forward to it. You can beat me. The words of the plain-robed man seemed to have a meaning, but Suzaimo couldn't figure it out. Suzaimo frowned and asked, I already know the secrets of the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. If I leave, you will want to set a trap by relying on the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. I am afraid no one will be fooled. It is no longer needed. Plain-robed man lightly saying, after today, the blood in this great hall is enough for me to step into the body fusion realm. The cultivator attracted by the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple is not enough to satisfy my appetite. I will find another way. The plain-robed man's tone, although flat, reveals a strong sense of bloody chi and killing. He made no secret of his ambitions. Step into body fusion realm, his battle strength and means will be more terrifying. When the time comes, Heavenly Desolate Continent is afraid to set off another bloody rain and foul winds. The plain-robed man's eyes flickered, prompting the divine consciousness, and the stone gate on the east side of the ancient temple rose slowly. At this time, the positive morning sun was rising. A ray of warm sunshine slanted into the great hall, dispelling some of the bloody blood in the great hall, and Suzaimo's body also restored some warmth. Immediately afterwards, Suzaimo felt a tremendous force and pushed him away from the ancient temple. Just in an instant, he had already come outside the ancient temple. The plain-robed man actually let him go, and gave him the complete Wisdom King's prayer beads. Hong long long. The stone gate landed slowly. Suzaimo turned his head subconsciously. That silhouette had gradually blurred and disappeared into the depths of the ancient temple. With the advent of the stone gate, it was no longer visible. Under Suzaimo's gaze, this huge Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple shrank in the blink of an eye, the size of a fist-sized light spot, moved towards the distance and quickly disappeared at the end of the sky. Ended. Suzaimo treads the sky, standing in the fresh air around him, thinking of the scenes in the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, still feeling a little unreal, suddenly surprised. Like a cut, all just a dream. He glanced at his palm. The complete Wisdom King's prayer beads, lying there quietly, 6 beads are connected in series, emitting a sacred shimmer. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1273 1273 Great Clarity Monk. Suzaimo 4 glanced down. Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, carrying them, had already left Yuchan Ridge. From the storage bag, Suzaimo took out some spiritual pills to restore the primordial spirit and ate them, taking a short break. Later, in the surrounding jungle, he grabbed a mysterious hawk, casually, and as his own foot strength, moved towards Yan Beach in the secluded bamboo forest. In this way, when he is on the road, he can rest and regain his strength. Xuanwu Eagle walked through the clouds and mist, and it was very fast and flying very smoothly. Suzaimo sat on the back of Xuanwu Eagle, while adjusting his breath, recalling this bizarre experience. This trip to the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple was a disaster for most cultivators. More than 5,000 cultivators have entered, and I am afraid there are less than 10 alive. But for Suzaimo, it is mountain road twists around each new peak. Every cloud has a silver lining. To this day, he still wonders why Blood Devil Damonok suddenly changed his mind, let him go, and gave him the complete Wisdom King's Prayer Beads. Wisdom King's Prayer Beads is of great significance to Suzaimo. His battle strength has also been significantly improved, because the lost 2 beads contain the strongest 2 Daolor seal of the Great Clarity Dharma seal, the Great Vajra Wheel seal and the Big Mount Xumi seal. According to Old Monk Yuanb, these 2 Daolors have the strongest Indian power, and they are fierce and uncast. Moreover, the 6th Daolor Yinhui will also lead to more powerful spell. Suzaimo gently rubbed Wisdom King's prayer beads, and his heart moved, remembering the look of the plain-robed man who saw Wisdom King's prayer beads. The attitude of the plain-robed man changed to him. It seems that after seeing Wisdom King's prayer beads, what is the relationship between Blood Devil Damonok and Wisdom King's prayer beads? Suzaimo murmured, it's almost related to the Great Clarity Monk and Wisdom King's prayer beads. Suddenly, Suzaimo's voice stopped abruptly. He widened his eyes and thought of an extremely terrifying, ridiculous possibility. Could it be that the plain-robed man he saw was not Blood Devil Damonok at all, but a Great Clarity Monk? This speculation is too appalling. But Suzaimo regained his energies at this time, and his thoughts gradually became clear. Thinking of the scenes in the Great Hall, he had to move towards this direction. A plain-robed man can practice 4 Buddha sect Supreme Dharma, idle and 4 protective Vajra. Moreover, his accomplishments in Buddhist technique are so terrifying, perhaps just because this plain-robed man is a Great Clarity Monk. In fact, the plain-robed man bears many traces of Buddha sect. Suzaimo was preconceived, immediately thought that the plain-robed man was Blood Devil Damonok. The main reason was that the plain-robed man knew blood-refining demon scripture. But this does not prove that the plain-robed man is Blood Devil Damonok, because Suzaimo understands too. He was stuck in the sarcophagus not long before he understood blood-refining demon scripture. The plain-robed man was stuck in the sarcophagus for 40,000 years. It is normal to learn blood-refining demon scripture. More importantly, Suzaimo recalls one thing. The plain-robed man admitted that he had a relationship with Suzaimo. Even, he has admitted that he is the skeleton who was resurrected in the underground magic palace more than 100 years ago. But from beginning to end, the plain-robed man has never admitted that he is Blood Devil Damonok. The plain-robed man once said, the devil can become a Buddha, and the Buddha can also be a devil. There is no difference between the two. In retrospect, this sentence seemed to come from him. Only this kind of explanation can make sense. Why did the plain-robed man suddenly hear the identity of the descendant of Suzaimo Great Clarity and suddenly changed his attitude? He even took out his 2 beads and returned the complete Wisdom King's prayer beads to Suzaimo. Even if the Great Clarity is enchanted, he has an intractable feeling for the Great Clarity Temple. For more than 100 years, the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple has appeared on the heavenly desolate continent many times, but has never been to the northern region. I am also afraid to avoid the Great Clarity Temple. But the plain-robed man didn't know that the Great Clarity Temple is long gone. Moreover, with the rank of Great Clarity Monk, it is very likely to know Old Monk Yuan. That may be the only acquaintance he knows. Is this true? Suzaimo's expression was confused, softly muttered. Even thinking of this possibility, is deep in one's heart is unwilling to believe. 40,000 years ago, the great disciple's title of Great Clarity Temple, in order to suppress Blood Devil Damonok, and to save people, the Great Clarity Monk with compassionate mind will become what it is today. In fact, Suzaimo already has the answer, because he also practiced blood-refining demon scripture. To be precise, he has just practiced a few Daolor techniques in blood-refining demon scripture. Even so, He almost fell into the demonic path and became a bloodthirsty killer. Every time you urge blood-refining demon scripture, you will have a dependency on this cultivation technique. That bloodthirsty can get the feeling of endless power. It is really hard to extricate yourself. Of course, Suzaimo deep in one's heart still believes that the plain robe man has not really become the devil like Blood Devil Damonok. At least, there is a nostalgia for the Great Clarity Temple in the hearts of the plain robe men. Otherwise, the plain robe man will not return him the complete Wisdom King's prayer beads, nor will he let him leave. Perhaps in the mind of the plain robe man, he was no longer worthy of carrying the magic tool of the Great Clarity Temple, so he gave it to Suzaimo. Of course, all this is just Suzaimo's speculation. Inside, there are still some doubts that are difficult to explain. For example, if the plain robe man is a Great Clarity monk, why is he locked in that sarcophagus? Who carved blood-refining demon scripture in the sarcophagus? Is all this done by Blood Devil Damonok? What's the purpose of Blood Devil Damonok doing this? The most important question is whether Blood Devil Damonok is still alive. Suzaimo's mind can't help but think of the bloody face that appeared in the 1000 sea in the Thousand Monsters Valley. Of course, there is something unexplainable about the whole thing. If the plain robe man is a Great Clarity monk, then 40,000 years have passed. The Great Clarity is trapped in a sarcophagus. How could it have survived 40,000 years? Even if there is a Wisdom King's prayer beads in the sarcophagus, which is polished by raising soul wood, it can conceive a primordial spirit, but it is not possible to extend the life essence of the cultivator. There must be something else in it. Suzaimo didn't think about it. Thinking so much, straighten out these speculations, unconsciously. One day one night has passed. With the best spirit pills and marvelous medicines, as your lotus true body has recovered almost. Go ahead. Suzaimo stood up, tapped the Xuanwu eagle under his toes, gave him a few bottles of spiritual pills, and gave him a magic tool. Xuanwu eagle was rewarded, and he couldn't help but hang out, and the anger in his heart was swept away. Suzaimo smiled. No matter how fast Xuanwu eagle was, he couldn't match him. His body turned into a blazing golden light, and he walked away. Suzaimo wants to return to the bamboo forest as soon as possible and return 9 to the Soul Dantian Beacon. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1274 Chapter 1274 To forget favors and violate justice. Central Territory, Bamboo Forest, Woodhouse. Pinran, it feels like you've been a bit distracted in the past few days. What's the matter? Yan Bichen faced his concerns and asked softly. Qin Pinran lightened Qing's eyebrows, with a look of anxiety in his eyes, and said, I don't know why, I always feel a little at ease recently. After a short pause, Qin Pinran smiled again, pretending to say easily, Beijing, you don't have to worry, it's nothing. It should be fine in a few days. Feel ill at ease? Yan Bichen expressed grave, shaking his head. This is a whim. With your cultivation base, this symptom will not appear for no reason. It doesn't make sense. I've been spoofed and even returned the Azure Blade. Why is there any danger? Even more, how? Even if it's dangerous, it's hard to find here. Yan Bichen fell into meditation, and his eyes fell on Qin Pinran inadvertently. What happened? Qin Pinran asked. Yan Bichen was once the Shura sect title disciple. He has seen too many bloody rain and foul winds. According to his calculations, he already has a speculation in his heart. 2 of them were exposed, nothing more than 2 cases. Either someone came along his tracks, or Qin Pinran's clue. He was at Shura sect, leaving no life token. But Qin Pinran is not. Get out of here first. Yan Bichen stood up instantly, got up, grabbed Qin Pinran's hand, and headed out. Qin Pinran didn't ask much. The 2 of them have long settled for life. He believes that Yan Bichen will follow her wherever she goes. Yan Bichen and Qin Pinran had just walked out of the wood house, and they stopped, and looked ugly. Not far from the front, standing in a silhouette, wearing a white robe, carrying a long sword, a sword and eyebrows, standing there as if a sharp sword, showing off one's ability. But this silhouette seems to be integrated with heaven and earth, regardless of each other. Senior brother Qin Pianren also saw the man, and Ha Rong was overshadowed, exclaiming, "This white shirt sword repair, it is the sword sect title disciple, the fairy sword Dao monarch." In other words, sword is no longer the title disciple of sword sect, because his breadth has clearly surpassed the law manifestation realm, reached body fusion, and became a great expert. For some people, the huge setbacks they have suffered may have fallen, and they are all in the air. And some people can still sharpen themselves in this frustration, making their blades sharper and stronger. Xianjian is obviously the latter. At the beginning, he was in Thousand Monsters Valley and failed to compete for heaven-murdering sword art. Then in Hundred Refinements sect, defeated by Jihuo, was strongly suppressed, and heaven and earth Dharma idol were all broken. Later, outside Hundred Refinements sect, he was intercepted by Yan Bichen, who had just stepped into the law manifestation realm, and almost died. He eventually escaped with the help of Qin Pianren. Such repeated blows and huge setbacks failed to crush him. Instead, over the years, he has devoted himself to cultivation and has now stepped into body fusion. Yan Bichen's face was ugly, not to mention his primordial spirit was seriously injured. Even if he was in his heyday, he would never be the opponent of the body fusion realm fairy sword. Pa pa pa. On the other side of the bamboo forest, there was a sound of applause. Yan Bichen's eyes swept away, and his heart had gradually sunk into the bottom. TSK TSK TSK. Indeed, Azura, the primordial spirit, was injured, and he could smell the danger ahead of time. The Kama sighed and shook his head. "It's a pity, it's too late." The caller is Cloud and Rain sect's title, Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch. At the beginning, Yan Bichen took the shot and intercepted 9 Dao Monarchs such as the Fairy Sword Dao Monarch. Except for Qin Pianren, only the Fairy Sword Dao Monarch and Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch escaped. The big title disciple is humiliated. How can it be better? Today, all 4 people from that war are here. However, Qin Pianren stood beside Yan Bichen. Xianjian's eyes fell on the palms of Yan Bichen's and Qin Pianren's clenched hands. His face was somber and he slowly said, "Azura, aren't you dead? I think you're living very well." Xianjian, Cloud and Rain, there is nothing to say so far. Facing Li Hen Dao Monarch, Yan Bichen also tried to beg the other side to let go of himself, but in the face of the fairy sword, he knew that this would only invite humiliation to oneself. "In the beginning, I shot and killed you. It has nothing to do with her." Yan Bichen let go of Qin Pianren's hand and said, "She has been caught by me all these years. I can't get away. No wonder she." Bichen. Qin Pianren felt a pain in his heart. She could hear that Yan Bichen knew she was going to die, and just wanted to save her life before she said such a thing. TSK TSK, Bichen, it's really affectionate. Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch shook the folding fan, said eccentrically. His eyes swept across Qin Pianren's body recklessly, and said, "Brother Sword Dao, judging from my experience, this girl is no longer complete." Alas, the face of Xianjian has been completely covered with frost. Although he has no affection for Qin Pianren, this woman has actually been thrown into the arms of others, and he will never tolerate it. Hearing Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch especially said that he felt his face lost. "Senior brother, me, Bichen and I have already exited the true cultivation world and will no longer have any connection with the true cultivation world." Qin Pianren begged pitifully, "Senior brother, please raise your hand and let us go." To shut up. The fairy sword expression was a little hesitant, snapping out, "You are a lowly maid, and have a face to talk to me, and a face called me senior brother." Hearing the words lowly maid, Qin Pianren's face turned pale. Anyway, she and Same Sword were both the same sect. It used to be childhood sweethearts. Even the golden boys and jade maidens that everyone envied by Sword Sect. Thousands of years of friendship have been exchanged for this vicious word. In Yan Bichen's eyes, there was also an outburst of anger, loudly said, "Immortal Sword, do you deserve to be the title of Sword Sect?" In the beginning, Pianran saved you on 100 Refinements sect. Outside of 100 Refinements sect, if it wasn't for Pianran's shot, you would have been killed by me. This under the heavens, anyone can call Pianran, but only you are not qualified. Xianjian said with a sneer, just you can kill me. Even without this lowly maid, I can leave without a hitch. This time, Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch didn't speak. At that time, he was on the battlefield and naturally could see clearly. Without Qin Pianran, Xianjian would already be a dead man. Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch's lips were skeptical, sneering in his heart, what immortal sect is right? This turn of face does not recognize people, to forget favors and violate the ability of justice. Everyone in my demon sect is ashamed. He is now in the same camp as Xianjian, and these words will naturally not be said. Didn't expect. My Azura was as famous as someone like you. It really made me sick. Yan Bichen sipped. You are not worthy to be with me, Cold Sword said, because the dead are not qualified. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1275 Chapter 1275 Trampling. Pianran, run as far as you can. Yan Bichen secretly sound transmission. They want to kill me, I stop them, as long as you escape and find Zymo. He will avenge me. Want to escape? The voice of the fairy sword suddenly sounded, with a hint of jokes. Since I found it, I won't give you any chance. Xianjian smiled lightly and waved her hand, saying, Elder Qin, come on out. This low maid betrayed sword sect, which has been mixed with the biggest demon of demon sect, and she will give it to you. Ugh. A sigh sounded in the bamboo forest. A middle-aged woman with a long sword came out, looking at Qin Pianran with a complex expression, shaking her head and saying, Pianran, you are confused. What are you? How are you? Another body fusion great expert. Yan Bichen's heart sank. He knew that the hope of the two of them to leave this place had become extremely slim. Master. When Qin Pianran saw this man, he was so shocked that he couldn't help exclaiming. She can rebel from sword sect, and even against sword, but she cannot possibly attack Elder Qin. She was an abandoned orphan during the war. It was Elder Qin who rescued her and raised her as a disciple. Her last name is the same as Elder Qin. Elder Qin is the master of Qin Pianran, but in her mind, Elder Qin is more like her mother. Over the years, she and Yan Bichen have lived in seclusion here, and there is no word. The person who feels most ashamed is Elder Qin. Why did Qin Pianran didn't expect? Xianjian even moved Elder Qin over. Pianran, I heard from Xianjian that you have rebelled against sect and were with demon sect Azura. I didn't believe it at first, but now. Elder Qin didn't go on, but sighed again. Master. There was also a cry in Qin Pianran's voice. Elder Qin couldn't help asking, Pianran, have you been wronged over the years? If you are wronged, just tell me, I will help you get revenge and kill this Azura demon. No. Pianran has been happy all these years. Qin Pianran shook the head. Elder Qin stopped talking. Qin Pianran couldn't hear Elder Qin's meaning. Elder Qin is reminding her that if Azura is rebuked at this time, leaving Yan Bichen, Elder Qin can protect her by taking advantage of the situation. But how could Qin Pianran say those things? Xianjian frowned and couldn't help but urge, Elder Qin, wouldn't you want to be selfish, betray the sect and get in touch with the demon head? These two major counts are both capital crimes, and the crime is unforgivable. You should hurry up and implement the roaming sect rule. Elder Qin expression changed and remained silent for a long time, but he slowly pulled out the long sword on his back, and said ruthlessly, Pianran, let's take a shot. Let me see how you have grown over the years. Qin Pianran just shook his head, crying in tears, and said, Master, why wouldn't I hit you? No shot, I can't spare you. Elder Qin snapped, waved the long sword, and issued a path of sword chi on his body, and moved towards Qin Pianran to kill the past. Yan Bichen was about to move, and Xianjian and Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch moved in shape, forming a tendency of horns, sandwiching him in the middle. Azura, you also have today. The fairy sword smiled lightly, and her face was finally proud. That fiasco of more than a decade ago, his reputation in the real cultivation world plummeted. Over the years, he bears humiliation, just for today and for this moment. The villain is in power. Yan Bichen icily said, "It was my fault that I didn't kill you at the beginning. That being the case, I will give you another chance." Xianjian laughed. "Let's have another battle of life and death. How about you and me?" On the surface, this is an opportunity. But be aware that Yan Bichen is law manifestation realm, and the primordial spirit was seriously injured. Even Azure Blade has been returned to Shura sect, and Sword is already body fusion great expert. This battle simply has no suspense. Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch spread out both hands. Yan Bichen was silent. His gaze swept across the battlefield. Elder Qin keeps attacking. Qin Bianren was always dodging and refused to send out a sword. But under Elder Qin's offensive, Qin Bianren's dodge space is getting smaller and smaller. Boom! Suddenly, Yan Bichen felt that his chest was hit badly, and there was no time to react. The whole person had fallen and flew out, rolled more than 10 jang away, and smashed a row of bamboo. It was Dao Monarch who shot suddenly and hit Yan Bichen's chest. "In front of me, you dare to walk away? Don't you look down on me?" The fairy sword moved slowly towards Yan Bichen, expression mocked, and smiled coldly. With his current cultivation realm, if he wants to suppress and kill Yan Bichen, it is too simple. Only one punch can penetrate Yan Bichen's chest, but he didn't. One punch will suppress and kill Yan Bichen. For Xianjian, there is really no pleasure. He wants to torture Yan Bichen a little bit. In this way, he can make up for the criticisms he has suffered in these years, and can vent his resentment in these years. Seeing that Yan Bichen was knocked down, Qin Bianren was so shocked that he was slightly lost, and a wound was added to his body, which made him exclaim. When Yan Bichen saw Qin Bianren being injured, his eyes seemed to spit out to anger, struggling to stand up, and wanted to help Qin Bianren. But as soon as he got up, Dao Monarch of Xianxian came to him, raised his foot slightly, and hit his chest. This foot is not light. But Yan Bichen couldn't bear it. The heart was so painful. I couldn't help spitting out a big mouthful of blood. "Are you upset?" "Hurry." Ha 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 ha. Xianjian laughed recklessly. The feeling of stepping on Yan Bichen fiercely under his feet and trampled on him made him feel very happy. All these years of resentment were alleviated. Dignified Azura now also has to kneel before him. The fairy sword is to make Yan Bichen watch and watch Qin Bianren die in front of him, but he is powerless. Boom! Yan Bichen tried to stand up, but was kicked again by the fairy sword. Cough cough. Yan Bichen coughed up his blood, bowed his head, and seemed to be powerless to resist. The fairy sword Dao Monarch came to him again and looked down at Yan Bichen, expressing ease. Suddenly, Yan Bichen's hands suddenly had a long knife. Kill! Yan Bichen leapt up, snarled deep in his throat, and slashed his backhand, and the throat of moved towards Xianjian wiped away. This is the big kill in Azure Blade. The two are very close. Yan Bichen endured for a long time, just want to relax the mind by the fairy sword. This counterattack broke out. He has only this time to if a person is fighting head to head. He is not an opponent at all. The long sword was already attached to the throat of Xianjian. The immortal sword didn't seem to react, and didn't even dodge. Glang! The sword was chopped on the throat of the fairy sword Dao Monarch, but there was a sound of Jinj fighting. Yan Bichen's eyes darkened. The corner of Dao Monarch's mouth slightly tilted, gently extended the hand, and clamped the long knife under his throat, saying lightly, "This kind of broken copper and iron also want to hurt me." As soon as the words fell, this long knife broke off. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1276. Chapter 1276 is a big tone. Cultivated in the body fusion realm, Xianjian has integrated his 8 and 9 heaven and earth Dharma idol into the fleshly body, with the sword Qi tempering body, invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable. The long knife in Yan Bichen's hand is just the Dao Monarch magic tool, which is much worse than the sharp edge of Azure Blade, and it can't hurt the fairy sword at all. The fairy sword extends the hand, pinching Yan Bichen's throat, and holding him directly from the spot under the palm of the fairy sword. Yan Bichun's throat bone made a sucking noise. It seemed to be crushed at any time. Yan Bichun's face turned red, and there was no resistance at all. Despair in his heart. He turned his face in trembling and shaking, and looked hard in the direction of moved towards Qin Pianren. His vision became a little blurred, but his eyes were still filled with endless worry and perseverance. Uncomfortable, helpless, right? Xianjian saw Yan Bichun like this and couldn't help laughing, but her tone was eerie. For these years, I have been waiting for this day. The humiliation and pain I suffered, I want you to repay it. Yan Bichun's mouth tugged a bit, as if smiling. Why are you laughing? Xianjian can't think of it. Yan Bichun has already fallen into this situation. He can still laugh. I'm dead. You too, live, can't live. Yan Bichun's voice was like mosquitoes and flies, intermittent. But Xianjian could hear it clearly. Oh, Xianjian said with a sneer, Yan Bichun is a dead person. I would suppress and kill a dead person. Who cares? You are seriously injured, and you are not worthy of the name of Ashura. Shura sect will avenge you? Joke. In other words, I have stepped into body fusion realm. Who dares to be my enemy? The corner of Yan Bichun's mouth moved again. His eyes had become red and bloody because of congestion, but they were flashing with mockery. Oh, I'm understood, Xianjian said suddenly. You are counting on Huang Wu. At first, for Huang Wu, you just stepped into the law manifestation realm and dared to come and kill us. The relationship between you and Tu is really extraordinary. But I can tell you, even if Huang Wu doesn't come to me, I will find him. He took heaven-murdering sword art from me, and I let him spit it out. This is indeed what Miss Sword was thinking. The first thing he wants to solve is Yan Bichun and Qin Pianren. The second thing to solve is Suzaimo. The fairy sword proudly said, I just want to tell the whole true cultivation world. The sharp edge of my fairy sword should not be touched. Dare to be my enemy with fairy sword, kill without mercy. This sentence spread endlessly through the entire bamboo forest. At this moment, I don't know how many birds and beasts died in the bamboo forest. One of the great experts is just the killing spirit in words, and they have such formidable power. Great tone. Just then, a distant sky came shouting loudly. The presence of a few people was a change in expression. Who dares to challenge the sword like this? Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch was once as famous as the fairy sword, both titled disciple. But after the fairy sword stepped into the body fusion, he also lowered his head with interest and respected the sword. Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch followed, coming quickly. When the first word was spoken, it was still far from the sky, and no trace was visible. But the last word fell, and a silhouette had appeared in the sight of Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch. Azure clothes, black hair, treads the sky. The whole person turned into a golden light. The strength of thunder surged on his body, exuding a terrifying atmosphere. It was Suzaimo who came back from the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. Huang Wu. Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch immediately recognized Suzaimo, and his eyes were greatly rises. Ha 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 ha. Xianjian laughed at the sky. It's all here, Huang Wu. You're here just right, so you don't have to go to me in person. When Yan Bichun heard Suzaimo's voice, there was no joy in her heart, but a burst of worry burst out. He believes that one day, Suzaimo can surpass the fairy sword, trample it under him, and take revenge on him. But not now. The fairy sword has stepped into the body fusion realm, and Suzaimo is just a law manifestation realm middle stage, and even though there are 3 heaven and earth Dharma idols, I'm afraid it is not an opponent of the fairy sword. Even more how? There is more than one person here. There is another body fusion great expert from Sword Sect, and Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch. Suzaimo wants to be one enemy 3, for fear that it will be difficult to win. With a loose palm, Xianjian threw Yan Bichun under her feet and smiled coldly. Yan Bichun, don't you expect Huang Wu to take revenge on you? I'll let you see for yourself how Huang Wu died in my hands. Xianjian hated Yan Bichun more than everyone else. He wanted Yan Bichun to endure all the possible pain. Let Yan Bichun see for myself that the people around him, one by one, leave, but there is nothing they can do. Brother Sword Dao, use a cleaver to kill a chicken. Leave this child to me. Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch stood out and asked him to ask. I have some grudges with Huang Wu at the time. If I were not this person, my avatar would not be buried in Thousand Monsters Valley. It is good. The fairy sword is nodded. Fatty smiled and said, however, you can't swallow the treasure of this child. Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch felt cold. In this sentence, Xianjian seems to be joking, but he can hear that Xianjian is warning him not to move other thoughts. The longer you have contact with Xianjian, the more Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch can feel. Xianjian is a selfish person to the extreme. It can be described as not recognizing one's family. So, Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch has been close to Xianjian in these years, but it still keeps a little thought and keeps alert. Suddenly, Suzaimo had come forward. Huang Wu, I heard you condensed two heaven and earth Dharma idol, which can cross great realm, suppress and kill body fusion. Great expert, I'd like to see you how strong a battle manifestation realm middle stage can be. Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch greeted it with fearless fear. He is the title disciple. As the title disciple, which one doesn't cross the great realm, suppress and kill the opponent, test battle strength. Over the past 1,000 years, the body fusion great expert who died in his hands is countless. Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch has been famous for a long time, but it was number 5,000 on the law manifestation list 2 years ago. How many years did Suzaimo step into law manifestation realm? It's not even 20 years ago. So, Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch really didn't take Suzaimo seriously. In his opinion, what the so-called two heaven and earth Dharma idol are just some bluffs. He broke out spell and can penetrate Suzaimo's two heaven and earth Dharma idol. 7 Love. Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch pinched magic arts. His eyes fell on Suzaimo. Suddenly, Suzaimo's body suddenly appeared a silk thread, sharp and colorful. 7 Love is the best of Cloud and Rain's sect, whether it is a cultivator or a monster demon ghost. There are 7 emotions and 6 desires, using the 7 emotions generated by the creature within the body. That is, the 7 emotions of joy, anger, worry, thought, sadness, terror, and surprise are condensed into silk, which broke out within the body of the cultivator and spread quickly. As long as there are 7 love, they will be made by 7 love. In the Thousand Monsters Valley, the high-end monster demon who died in the 7 love scene, countless. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1277 Chapter 1277 Great Vajra Wheel Seal. When in Thousand Monsters Valley, it was just a special avatar of Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch. Today, it is the Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch deity that released 7 love. At this time, 7 love silk, formidable power is greater, more treacherous, and invincible. Suzaimo just rushed up, a bunch of colorful threads appeared on the surface of the body, and more, chopped continuously, densely packed, constantly tightened, want to cut his azure lotus true body. Suzaimo eyes slightly narrowed. Of the 7 emotions of joy, anger, worry, thought, sadness, fear, and surprise, his anger is most obvious. These threads are also derived from the anger of 7 emotions. With this Tao Law technique, it is difficult to confront directly, because every 7 love silk is derived from Suzaimo's own power. 7 love can only be resolved by other methods. Suddenly, Suzaimo spit Brahman sound and recited an obscure passage. With the recitation of this verse, the 7 love threads on Suzaimo are getting less and less, and it is dissolving at the speed visible by naked eyes. Buddha sect incantation, meditation curse. The so-called 7 feelings are born from the heart. Peace of mind, spirit emptiness, 7 love dissipates naturally. In this brief moment, Suzaimo's anger seemed to have been disappeared. It's just a Buddha sect incantation that breaks this unbelievable path of Cloud and Rain's sect. From beginning to end, Suzaimo's footsteps did not stop. It is good. Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch was no surprise. With a backhand, across the void, He faced down towards Suzaimo fiercely. The endless magic power is condensed in the palm of Cloud and Rain Monarch. In the sky, a huge handprint emerged. Cloud and Rain Monarch 6 consecutive shots. 6 giant great hand seals emerge. 6 desires great hand seal. Ning. With Cloud and Rain Monarch shouting loudly, 6 huge handprints quickly merged together to form an extremely terrifying magic power handprint. The suppression of Hong Long Long was terrifying. If you say, 7 love lies in treacherous, that 6 desires great hand seal is one of Cloud and Rain sect's most killing Dao law techniques. Suzaimo gaze as if a torch, spit Brahman sound. The 6th bite of the 5-word Great Clarity incantation bursts. The whole void followed with a trembling. 6 desires Great Hand Seal also appeared. A momentary pause under the range secret technique of Great Clarity incantation. Suzaimo 5 curled her fingers together, condensed into a handprint, like a fist, a palm, but a pinch. Great Clarity Dharma Seal Lane 5. Great Vajra Wheel Seal. In the Great Clarity Dharma Seal, the last 2 Great Vajra Wheel Seals and the Great Mount Xumi Seal are the most powerful and irresistible. Suzaimo already practiced Great Clarity True Scripture, and he wore Wisdom King's prayer beads all year round, and practiced the remaining 2 Dao Law Seals, which is naturally the results for half the effort. This way, he has realized, bang! With the imprint of Suzaimo's Dao Law, a huge golden palm suddenly emerged in the air, with 5 fingers folded together, as if it were a huge golden wheel exuding 10,000 Jang rays of light. This wheel of Vajra, carrying infinite power and sacredness, was moved towards 6 desires Great Hand Seal fiercely. Hong Long. Heaven shaking, earth shattering cry. Then, Cloud and Rain Monarch expression changed a lot. Under his gaze, a path of fishes appeared on the top of 6 desires Great Hand Seal, spreading continuously, and in a blink of an eye, it was already densely packed. How can it be? Cloud and Rain Monarch. After so many years at Law Manifestation Realm, magic power can't even defeat a Law Manifestation Realm middle stage. Kaka. In midair, this wheel of Vajra did not stop at all, continued to move towards the front and roll down, crushing the 6 desires Great Hand Seal completely. Hong Long Long. The desire of the 6 desires Great Hand Seal is more than just moving towards Cloud and Rain Monarch continues to crush. It seems that he will be crushed under him, crushed into pieces. Bang! Cloud and Rain Monarch expression grave. A loud noise came from within the body, and a phantom rushed overhead, climbing rapidly. In a blink of an eye, it has reached the height of 8 feet 8. Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol. Under the pressure of the Great Vajra Wheel Seal, Cloud and Rain Monarch had to condense Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol. This Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol waved a punch to break the Great Vajra Wheel Seal. After the Great Vajra Wheel Seal and the 6 desires Great Hand Seal were crushed, magic power was running out, and it was impossible to stop Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol from Cloud and Rain Monarch. Suzaimo expression is unchanged. Bang! His within the body also started a phantom, a goddess with a height of 8 feet and 7 feet, surrounded by the dark demon Chi, wearing a black armor and holding a dark sickle. Heavenly demon Dharma body descends between heaven and earth. Roar! The magic pupil of the heavenly demon Dharma body burst out 2 dark glooms, and saw the opposite Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol, and roar broke out in the mouth. Call! Heavenly demon Dharma body stepped forward, turning heavenly demon's scythe in hand. Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol moved towards Cloud and Rain Monarch. Chop down! Kill! Cloud and Rain Monarch furiously shouted, and Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol controlled by him also rushed up. His Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol is 8 feet 8, which is 1 foot higher than the heavenly demon Dharma body. 2 Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol fiercely collision together. In a short time, the situation changes color, and the dust rises for. Suddenly, Cloud and Rain Monarch complexion greatly changed. 2 Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol fight and fight, and his heaven and earth Dharma idol is falling behind. How can this be? Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch's eyes glanced past incredible colors. You know, Suzaimo's heavenly demon Dharma body is itself one of the strongest Dharma bodies of demon sect. Cloud and Rain sect, not known for its positive battle strength. Cloud and Rain sect's inheritance law manifestation is also among the demon sect law manifestation. Even more how? This heavenly demon Dharma body is based on Tao heart planting demon scripture, but it incorporates many demon sect secret techniques. Profound truth. It can be described as the great accomplishment of demon sect cultivation technique. Even if Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch's heaven and earth Dharma idol is 1 foot tall, it is not an opponent of heavenly demon Dharma body. Pukai. The confusion in Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch's mind has not been answered yet. The battlefield is already a sudden change of situation. His heaven and earth Dharma idol was cut off one arm by heavenly demon's scythe. The magic power quickly passed, and the power was greatly reduced. Ah! Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch exclaimed, and moved with a divine thought, controlling heaven and earth Dharma idol to retreat quickly, crying out for help. Brother Sword Dao, Huang Wu is too strong, you have to take it yourself. In fact, Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch also took a little care at this time. With his battle strength, he can continue to work with Suzaimo for a while. But in that case, his consumption would be too great, and he would easily fall into the danger and put himself in. Suzaimo was so tricky. He didn't care about his face, and decided to let the two swords and Suzaimo fight to kill him. He could stand on the wall and get out. The fairy sword was swayed, her body was shaking, she stepped into the air, staring at the heavenly demon Dharma body that rushed over, loudly said, "The heaven and earth Dharma idol, unable to withstand a single blow, break for me." Kang Lang did not see the action of the fairy sword at all. With the sound of a sharp sword coming out of the sheath, a dazzling sword light came, and moved towards heavenly demon Dharma body fiercely. Before this sword light came, a clear crack had appeared on the chest of heavenly demon Dharma body. Might of a single sword, so horrible. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1278 Chapter 1278 Outbreak. The fairy sword is number 1 person in the last law manifestation list. His heaven and earth Dharma idol condenses to a height of 8 feet 9 and is infinitely close to Supreme Dharma idol. The so-called body fusion is the integration of heaven and earth Dharma idol and fleshly body. That is, the stronger the heaven and earth Dharma idol, the more terrifying the fleshly body of the body fusion realm. Therefore, Yan Bichin's long sword was cut on the throat of Xianjian, and he could not cut through his flesh. After stepping into the body fusion realm, the sword strength of the fairy sword skyrocketed, sword chi sharply rises sharply, and this shot of the sword light will tear the heavenly demon Dharma body. In Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, Suzaimo's heaven and earth Dharma idol can even be hard hit with Super Sect's body fusion great expert. But now, it cannot stop a sword light of fairy sword. Suzaimo expression is unchanged. One heaven and earth Dharma idol couldn't stop it, just 2. No way, just 3 Dao. Bang! Bang! Suzaimo was thinking, his within the body, suddenly burst out of 2 phantoms, quickly climbed, and in a blink of an eye has grown into a giant to be able to support both heaven and earth. One of the silhouettes was surrounded by an endless lightning arc, with a thundering lightning whip in his hand, and a dark cloud above his head, as if he was the spiritual god of Thunderbolt, with awe and majesty. Another silhouette, dressed in a monk robe, with low eyebrows, solemn appearance, covered with a layer of golden light, sacred and immaculate, emits a path of halo behind it, cannot be seen. Lightning Dharma body, such as Dharma body comes at the same time. Suzaimo didn't stay at all, 3 big Dharma bodies came at the same time. Seeing this scene, Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch suddenly changed color, and there was an incredible color in his eyes. Before that, the true cultivation world was just spread, Huang Wu condensed to heaven and earth Dharma idol. Except for those cultivators who died in the land of preaching the Tao, not many people know that Suzaimo has 3 Tao heaven and earth Dharma idol. Moreover, these 3 Tao heaven and earth Dharma idol have grown to a height of 8 feet 7. What is this concept? Cloud and Rain Tao monarch was lucky. Fortunately, he saw that the situation was far from good. When he decided immediately, he withdrew first and let the fairy sword go up. If he only retreated a bit more slowly, this 3 Tao heaven and earth Dharma idol rushed up, and he couldn't resist even one move, and he would be blasted into powder. Not to mention Cloud and Rain Tao monarch, even Xianjian was shocked in her heart and pump shrink. Between the light and the flint, the long whip in the hands of the thunder and lightning Dharma body was first drawn on this sword light in midair. Sword light suddenly faded a lot. When, immediately after, heavenly demon's scythe collided with sword light, fire star flowing in all directions, and the sound was harsh. Sword light sharp cut, boom. If you come to Dharma body, you can stretch out the golden light's brilliant palm, and press it lightly to shoot this sword light directly into nothingness. Disappeared. 3 Tao heaven and earth Dharma idol arrives at the same time, resisting the sword of the body fusion realm. Good, good, good. The fairy sword was nodded again and again, saying, I'd like to see, you 3 Tao heaven and earth Dharma idol, can block me a few swords. Without the sword technique, give me a chop. Tone barely fell, the sword technique was pinched, and the right hand was cut forward. The long sword is broken. The edge seems to tear this void into 2 halves, like a lightning flash in the night sky, dazzling. This sword came, and all the vitality in the sky was pumped away in an instant. Swordless technique, the sword cuts off all vitality. Bang! 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 3 Tao heaven and earth Dharma idol, also moved at the same time, shot one after another. In a hurry, the battlefield in midair was filled with endless thunder and lightning, Brahman sound, golden light, demon chi, and sword chi, and the void was shaking. The fairy sword is the more fights the more fearful. Although he has the upper hand, it is impossible to chop Suzaimo's 3 Tao heaven and earth Dharma idol in a short time. You know, he has stepped into the body fusion realm. Even so, a stalemate against Suzaimo. If you wait for Suzaimo to cultivate to law manifestation realm late stage, law manifestation realm great perfection, heaven and earth Dharma idol grow up again, is it okay? At this point, the killing intent in Xianjian's heart is more prosperous. The primordial spirit of the immortal sword has been urged to the limit. Using the technique of the sword, the entire person has become a sword light. His people, with the sword, and heaven and earth have been perfectly integrated, regardless of each other. Off, off, off. 3 swords in a row. These 3 swords are cut down, and all the creatures between heaven and earth have a sense of distress. Even Cloud and Rain Tao monarch outside the battlefield, feel the vitality of within the body. There is a tendency to flow outward. Sword Tao of the fairy sword, so scary. 3 Tao heaven and earth Dharma idol. There is already a tendency to collapse. Xianjian shouted, Huang Wu, dare to fight for heaven murdering sword art with me. You are just death and courting, and divine immortal cannot save you. You think like this for heaven murdering sword art, I'll show you enough. Suzaimo's eyes are great rises, 2 fingers close together, condensed into a sword technique, moved towards the direction of the fairy sword, and several hundred sword chi are continuously issued in one breath. A heaven murdering sword chi can suppress and kill ordinary body fusion. Great expert. Count 100 heaven murdering sword chi broke out at the same time. What kind of scene is that? Densely packed, teaching the world, which is simply destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth. At the time of Void Return Realm, a heaven murdering sword chi consumed Suzaimo extremely severely. But now, he stepped into law manifestation realm, and the primordial spirit's power skyrocketed, enough to support him to erupt hundreds of heaven murdering sword chi. Seeing Xian approaching Yan Bichen, Suzaimo was so angry. Yan Bichun had resentment with Xianjian and the others, all for his sake. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he came back a little slower. Yan Bichun's status in Suzaimo is like Su Hong. Su Hong is dead and he will never allow Yan Bichun to have any accidents. Fairy Sword wants suppress and kill Suzaimo. And Suzaimo didn't plan to let the Fairy Sword leave, so this time, he burst into full force, and the primitive spirit was almost exhausted. The Fairy Sword is shocked. The strong sword technique is also derived from earth-murdering sword art. Formidable power is naturally not as good as earth-murdering sword art, and it is not as good as heaven-murdering sword art. Now, there are hundreds of heaven-murdering sword chi coming. 3 Tao Heaven and Earth Dharma idol also shot at the same time, colliding with his dead sword Tao. A loud noise broke out. Countless sword chi sharp splashes. 3 Tao Heaven and Earth Dharma idol has been beaten with 1,000 saws and 100 holes, and may collapse at any time. The Fairy Sword was miserable, and the robe of his body was instantly split. A path of bloodstains appeared on his fleshly body. His lifeless sword Tao, under the combined attack of Suzaimo's 100 heaven-murdering sword chi and 3 Tao Heaven and Earth Dharma idol, instantly collapsed. The Fairy Sword has been covered all over. Even the sword body of Body Fusion Realm can't carry the sharp edge of this sword chi. Of course, when you step into the Body Fusion Realm, the fleshly body is full of vitality, but in a blink of an eye, the wound on Xianjian's body has healed to stop bleeding. However, deep in the eyes of Xianjian, there was a deep dread. Too terrifying. At the moment, he had a long-lost palpitation. Looking at the rushing, Suzaimo murderers looking, suddenly, Xianjian's heart resigned. He was a little confused about Suzaimo's reality. If Suzaimo had another offensive like this, I'm afraid he would hate it too. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1279 Chapter 1279 Vanished fragrance and crumbled jade. The eruption of this blow scared 2 people in another battlefield. Elder Qin stopped the offensive, glanced at this side, then retracted his gaze, and expression looked at Qin Pianren complicatedly. Qin Pianren never fought back. In fact, Elder Qin never did his best. She is Body Fusion great expert, with her cultivation base. If you want to suppress and kill law manifestation realms Qin Pianren will definitely not support 10 breaths. Qin Pianren sees her as a loved one, why doesn't she? Anyway, she grew up watching Qin Pianren a little bit, and no one can match that feeling. Even if Qin Pianren makes a big mistake, in her eyes, it looks like a child, that's all. Master Qin Pianren understood Elder Qin's feelings for her, couldn't help but whisper, and tears flowed down again. On the battlefield, the situation changed suddenly. Xianjian's heart retreated, but it was only between thoughts. He suddenly loudly said, "Cloud and Rain, I am in touch with Huang Wu, you quickly kill Azura, don't cause any other accidents." Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch just backed down, right next to Yan Bichun. The immortal sword said so suddenly that Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch always felt something was wrong. But in a short time, he didn't want to understand, just felt that Yan Bichun was right at his feet, and he could suppress and kill at will, which was nothing. Yan Bichun's current status is already a waste, and there should be no surprises. At this point, the folding fan and Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch extend the hand, fiercely clicked on the head of moved towards Yan Bichun. This one is enough to pierce Yan Bichun's head. You dare? At this moment, the ears of Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch heard a roar like a roar of ominous beast, as if a thunder exploded, which caused his ears to tingle and his head buzzing. Immediately afterwards, he felt 2 terrible assaults the senses, with endless murderous aura and anger. Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch looked subconsciously, and saw that Suzaimo had changed direction and gave up hunting down the Fairy Sword. The whole person turned into a golden light and came to him. And on the other side, the Fairy Sword has turned away and fled away. Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch suddenly understood. Over the years, he has been preparing for Xianjian at all times, didn't expect and was finally calculated by Xianjian. The fairy sword asked him to suppress and kill Azura, but he just wanted to lead Suzaima away and let himself go away. The fairy sword is very clear. Yan Bichen is more important in Suzaima's mind. So when he asks Cloud and Rain Monarch to kill Yan Bichen, Suzaima will surely immediately rescue Yan Bichen. In this way, he has enough time and space to escape from here. Of course, Cloud and Rain Monarch is probably bowed ill rather than well. But this can't be considered for him. As long as he can leave alive, anyone under the heavens can die. Cloud and Rain Monarch wants to understand all this. It's too late, because Suzaima has come to him. In fact, with Suzaima's mind, he just wanted to understand the calculation of Xianjian. But he had to do it. Suppress and kill fairy sword is more important than Yan Bichen's life. Even more how? From Suzaima's point of view, he can catch up even if Xianjian escapes first. Bang! Cloud and Rain Monarch controlled his heaven and earth Dharma idol and moved towards Suzaimo. Behind Suzaimo, 3 Dao Heaven and Earth Dharma idol rushed over. Although the 3 Dao Heaven and Earth Dharma idol is already 1000 swords and 100 holes, it is by no means an 8 and 8 Heaven and Earth Dharma idol can resist. 4 Dao Law collided with a loud noise. Cloud and Rain Monarch shook all over, and Deng 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 kept backing. His face turned pale, and his mouth quickly said, "Martial Lord is angry. I didn't hurt Azura's way at all fairy swords. He wants to murder a person with a borrowed knife. I killed you." Suzaimo didn't talk nonsense with him at all, and 54 azure glows flew from his eyebrows, instantly condensing into azure light flashing long sword, moved towards Cloud and Rain Monarch. Chop down. Hiss. Cloud and Rain Monarch is awesome. With his cultivation base, I naturally feel that the horror power hidden in this azure long sword. This is the slaughter technique for primordial spirit. Huang Wu is so cruel, he won't give me a way to live. Cloud and Rain Monarch roared in his heart. Seeing that he could not escape, he no longer retreated. Immediately condensed the primordial spirit secret technique, ready to fight back. Hey! Suddenly, Suzaima spit Brahman sound. The 6th Great Clarity incantation breaks out. Cloud and Rain Monarch was shocked, and the condensation of the primordial spirit secret technique was a bit slower. Pukai. The azure lotus sword instantly fell into his eyebrows, pierced his sea of consciousness, and cut to the primordial spirit. Cloud and Rain Monarch nibbled at the tip of his tongue, and burst out of the primordial spirit secret technique between life and death, fiercely hitting the azure lotus sword. But this time the collision happened in his sea of consciousness. It was just the remaining force that erupted from this collision that shook his path of a primordial spirit. Cloud and Rain Monarch's eyes darkened, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The internal chi of life within the body quickly passed. The primordial spirit is broken. He can't live. The Cloud and Rain sect generation titled disciple was once the number 2 in the law manifestation list, and it has been in the true cultivation world for 5,000 years, but it finally fell into this unknown bamboo forest. Xianjian. You, okay? Ruthless? Cloud and Rain Monarch finally said these words. Before the body disappeared, the rest chi in his heart was not in Suzaimo, all in Xianjian. With a splash, Cloud and Rain Monarch fell down, staring round, not staring. In fact, Cloud and Rain Monarch wasn't clear at all. Xianjian was fiercer than he saw and terrifying than he imagined. Binran, I know, you have suffered a lot over the years. Elder Qin sighed. Over the years, Qin Binran's thoughts have been put on the body of the fairy sword. Why can't she see it? However, Xianjian's attitude towards Qin Binran has always been eager to leave, neither cold nor warm. Elder Qin said a little bit sadly, however, you can't mingle with the demon sect's demon head, and form a Dao companion. Master, sorry. Qin Binran bowed his head, but wept. Just then, on the other side of the battlefield, mutation bulged. The fairy sword walked away. Cloud and Rain Monarch body dies and Dao disappears. Seeing this scene, Elder Qin sighed in his heart, and divine consciousness sound transmission said, Pianren, since Xianjian is gone, you can go too, and hope you will do it yourself in the future, Master. In Qin Pianren's eyes, he passed an incredible color and looked up subconsciously. At this look, she looked pale and expression frightened. Behind Elder Qin, the dreadful face of the fairy sword appeared, and the 5 officials had been distorted, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Old bastard, I know you are soft-hearted. The cold voice of the fairy sword sounded slowly. Since this is the case, I will send you master and disciple together. Pukai. Elder Qin was unprepared. A long sword pierced her skull instantly, and the primordial spirit disappeared on the spot. Why didn't she expect it? Xianjian would hit her. Master. Qin Pianren snarled and rushed crazy. Pukai. A bit of sword light immersed in Qin Pianren's eyebrows. Qin Pianren expression startled. The whole person froze in place. His eyes gradually dimmed. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1280. Chapter 1280. In danger. Yan Bichen was stiff, eyes widened, lips trembling, watching this scene incredibly, as if he wanted to shout loudly, but couldn't make a sound. Qin Pianren within the body's life aura, which flows quickly. The primordial spirit was pierced by sword light, and even if Divine Immortal was here, she couldn't save her. She didn't fall immediately, it was just because she had taken 9 transfers to the soul pill, and the primordial spirit did not die on the spot. Qin Pianren slowly turned his head, looking at Yan Bichen in the distance, expressing tenderness, and deep perseverance and attachment in his eyes. They have been together for too short a time. They were supposed to withdraw from the real cultivation world and stay for a lifetime. Unfortunately, everything is over. Bichen, yes. Can't. Qin Pianren's tone was weak, and it seemed that every word she spoke was consuming her life violently. I can't stay with you anymore. You be good. Good. Qin Pianren breathed out and couldn't bring it up again. She felt miserable, and thinking of her own. Only Yan Bichen alone was left. In the future, she wondered what kind of torture she was going to suffer, and could not help but sigh and fell down. In the sky, white clouds change. In front of her eyes, there have been countless pictures. All these years, she and Yan Bichen in this bamboo forest, in this woodhouse scene. In the end, there was only one silhouette in her eyes. With this silhouette, she closed her eyes. Yan Bichen didn't move, just staring at this scene, his body trembling slightly, only feeling the pain in his chest, as if there was any weapon. He was constantly poking at his chest. He once said that even if Qin Pianren was leaving, he would never let go. He promised Qin Pianren that he would stay with her forever and never be separated. But now he can only watch Qin Pianren leave, but he can't do anything. Why? What did I do wrong? What Pianren did wrong? We want to withdraw from the real cultivation world. Why don't you just let us find high sects and break us up? Yan Bichen's hands were 10 fingers, deeply digging into the soil. His eyes were red, and his heart was filled with endless resentment. He hates heaven and earth, hates Tao Monarch, hates Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch, hates Sword Sect, hates true cultivation, hates everything. He even hated himself. Hate that you didn't realize the danger early and leave here. He hated himself for being useless. I can only watch my beloved one die in front of me. This hate, continuously, soars into the sky, almost condenses into substance, runs through heaven and earth. Yan Bichen's within the body is derived from a path of demon chi, which is as dark as ink and terrifying. Deep in the bottom of this bamboo forest, there is a magic knife that has fallen into a deep sleep. Under this kind of hate stimulation, it gradually wakes up. The magic knife trembled slightly. This intense hatred makes it extremely exciting. This is the real Li Hen. I have never experienced such a painful and heartbreaking change, and I will never realize the true power of leaving regrets scripture. Except for its first owner, even Li Hen Tao Monarch did not meet the requirements in leaving regrets scripture. Therefore, when Li Hen Tao Monarch and Suzaimo time of great war, Suzaimo noticed the weak spot and was broken by many incantations of Buddha sect. Suzaimo clenched his fists. His expression was cold. the whole process changed rapidly, and he couldn't react at all. The fairy sword lets Cloud and Rain Down Monarch kill Yan Bichen. Suzuima can only rescue Yan Bichen first. If he chooses to rescue Qinpianren, Yan Bichen will fall. This is the calculation of Xianjian. This calculation directly killed 3 people. Cloud and Rain Down Monarch, Elder Qin, and Qinpianren all died. After the fairy sword suppressed and killed Qinpianren, he sneered. The whole person turned into a sword light, and moved towards the distance. There are many ways in true cultivation. The speed of sword art is not at the forefront. Xianjian believes that with his cultivation realm, if he wants to escape, Suzuima can't stop it. Xianjian, I see where you can escape. Seeing Xianjian leaving and escaping, Suzuima's killing intent had reached the extreme, loudly roared, within the body, and an endless thunderstorm surged. At the same time, behind him, a pair of magic power wings grew. His body turned into a golden light, and moved towards the immortal sword to pursue it. Electric maggots, misty wings, and longitudinal golden light. 3 big maggots broke out at the same time. Suzuima's speed reached the limit, which was 1 point faster than the fairy sword. The fairy sword hasn't escaped far before, and it feels that a Murmurosauro is getting closer and closer, such as thorns on the back, and the scalp is a bit numb. He glanced back and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Suzuima is behind him and has caught up. The distance between the two is constantly approaching. Following this trend, it won't be long before Suzuima can catch up with him. How can it be? The fairy sword was shocked, and her eyes were a little flustered. Huang Wu is just a law manifestation realm. How can the speed of body movements reach this situation? In the eyes of Xianjian, finally passed a trace of panic. Suzuima's strength has completely exceeded his expectations. Don't panic. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Hearing this voice, Xianjian was overjoyed. With this person on his side, he doesn't have to run away anymore. He can turn around at any time and join hands with this person to suppress and kill Huang Wu. Because this person is the secret of Profound Principle Palace. He only knew that the heavenly machine was body fusion realm. As for the level of battle strength of Danji, it is not even clear to him what level. Profound Principle Palace has been handed down to mystery. However, Xianjian can be sure that the battle strength of Danji is definitely above him. Today, Huang Wu's 3 Tao Heaven and Earth Dharma idol has collapsed, and hundreds of heaven-murdering sword chi have erupted. Presumably there is little left in the primordial spirit's power. 2 people join forces and have complete assurance to suppress and kill Huang Wu. Even more, how? The secret is hidden in the dark. Even he didn't realize when the secret came. The speed of the fairy sword gradually slowed down. The distance between him and Suzuima is getting closer. When the distance was not 10 jang, the fairy sword suddenly turned around, and the eyebrows sent out a stern divine consciousness, condensing into a long sword. With the heartfelt killing intention, the head have moved towards Suzuima, stabbed in the past. Sword Sect's primordial spirit secret technique. At the same time, in the sky on the side of the fairy sword, a silhouette suddenly appeared, wearing a wide grand Tao robe, a crown on top of his head, and a faint smile on his face. But his shot was extremely extreme, not at all soft. The Confucian's eyebrows were brightened, and the divine consciousness condensed to form a grey misty sharp arrow, as if it could pierce everything and break through. This Confucian also launched the primordial spirit secret technique at the same time. This primordial spirit secret technique is even worse than the long sword of the fairy sword. 2 body fusion great experts broke out a primordial spirit secret technique, which put Suzuima in danger. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1281. Chapter 1281, Deep Love. Xianjian turned and shot. It was extremely sudden. Even more, how? And there is a good opportunity to show up. He thought that Suzuima was caught off guard and would definitely turn pale with fright. Under the tremor of the mind, he would be wiped out instantly by 2 primordial spirit secret techniques. It is very likely. Unfortunately, Xianjian was disappointed. When he turned back, Suzaimo's face was not a little flustered. When he condensed the primordial spirit secret technique, Suzaimo's divine consciousness was condensing, and it seemed to have been prepared for a long time. Crackle. In Suzaimo's eyebrows, a long whip of lightning condensed suddenly, exuding a devastating atmosphere, moved towards the oncoming long sword drawn away. Just a primordial spirit secret technique is not enough. Void trembles. Suzaimo's brows burst into a dazzling golden light. A huge character came down, as if there were 10,000 people, sacred and immaculate, and the sword of the primordial spirit moved towards the fairy sword hit it. Two big primordial spirit secret techniques erupt simultaneously. The magic sword changed color. If Suzaimo had only one primordial spirit secret technique, that would be fine. After all, Suzaimo is just a law manifestation realm. Even if this primordial spirit secret technique is inherited from Thunder Sovereign, it won't hurt him. But now, Suzaimo has exploded two primordial spirit secret techniques. All of them moved towards him, without paying attention to the primordial spirit secret technique. It's crazy. Xianjian cursed. 3 Tao primordial spirit secret technique. Quiet. But the void is trembling, twisting, or even collapsing. The terrible divinity of consciousness burst into waves, and the surrounding bamboo forest turned into a powder in silence. Ah! The fairy sword screamed, and in the sea of consciousness, a tingling came from the primordial spirit. This time, his primordial spirit was hurt. Huang Wu, you hurt my primordial spirit, you will die too. Fairy sword expression, roar. In his opinion, Suzaimo's two primordial spirit secret techniques have been released, and there is no way to resist the natural primordial spirit secret technique. Suddenly, at the moment when the primordial spirit sharp arrow erupted from the heavens, Suzaimo's left wrist lit up a bright and sacred golden light. This golden light spread quickly, forming a group of golden masks beside Suzaimo. Above the mask, the mysterious and ancient Buddha sect characters of each and every one are engraved. At Suzaimo's left wrist, there was even a burst of Buddha sect Brahman sound, which was huge and deafening. Tanji's face always has a faint smile, and the expression remains unchanged. But seeing the moment when the golden mask condensed, he was still frowned. He thought he could do everything. He had expected Suzaimo's reaction before he shot, and it was expected that Suzaimo would use Wisdom King's prayer beads to resist his primordial spirit secret technique. He even expected in advance that the incomplete Wisdom King's prayer beads could not stop his primordial spirit secret technique at all. But he miscalculated. He suddenly discovered that Wisdom King's prayer beads on Suzaimo's left wrist were complete. Bang! A sharp arrow hit the golden mask, and a loud noise came out. The golden mask trembled violently, and a path of fissure appeared on it in a flash. Kaka. Immediately after, the golden mask shattered. The primordial spirit sharp arrow that had been stabbed had also dissipated in the fierce collision. Tanji closed his smile, squinted slightly, and took a deep glance at Suzaimo, grabbed the fairy sword next to him, and turned him into a stream of light, moving towards the distance. Tanji did not choose to continue fighting with Suzaimo, but took away with the sword. His puppet technique is much faster than the sword puppet technique of the fairy sword. Suzaimo frowned, looking at the silhouette of two people away, did not leave to chase. The Confucian scholar who appeared later has a mysterious history, powerful battle strength, and amazing ascension. At his speed, I'm afraid he won't be able to catch up even if he pursues it. Even more how? Yan Bichun was seriously injured and still in the bamboo forest behind him. If you chase too long, Suzaimo can't. Rest assured Yan Bichun. Suzaimo is very clear. People like Yan Bichun seem indifferent and cold-blooded, but if they are emotional, they must be deeply emotional. Going through this change has hit Yan Bichun too much. Although unwilling, Suzaimo decided to turn around and see Yan Bichun. Soon, Suzaimo was back in the bamboo forest. Yan Bichun was kneeling beside Qin Pianren's body, with her head down, motionless, expression stubborn, eyes blank. If you change to someone else, I'm afraid that you are already hysterical and yelling, and your spirit will collapse. But from beginning to end, Yan Bijin didn't say a word or shout. He just silently looked at Qin Pianren. Suzaimo was by his side and couldn't bear to bother. But looking at the silent Yan Bijin, he was really worried. Yan Bijin shouted and cried, "Maybe better." The more Yan Bijin was so silent, the more worried Suzaimo was. "Big brother Yan, don't talk like this. If you talk." Suzaimo couldn't help but persuade. "I'm fine." After a long time, Yan Bijin spoke slowly 3 words, his voice hoarse and low. Suzaimo's expression is slightly slower. Suddenly, Yan Bijin opened her mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood spit out, and the life aura of Yan Bijin within the body has obviously passed away. His black hair quickly turned grey at the speed visible by naked eyes. Hue is bound to hurt, and love is long. If Yan Bijin always does this, his life essence will be severely damaged. A lot of scarlet blood spluttered on Qin Pianren's white cheek. Yan Bijin shredded his shirt, and it gently, cautiously, little by little wiped the blood on Qin Pianren's cheek. The tenderness in Yan Bijin's eyes made Suzaimo feel blocked for a while. With a sigh in Suzaimo's heart, "Don't turn around and look at it." In this way, Yan Bijin knelt in front of Qin Pianren, kneeling for 1 day 1 night. He didn't leave. In other words, his eyes always fell on Qin Pianren, without leaving for a moment. Suzaimo was worried and always guarded. In the morning sun rises. Suzaimo couldn't bear it anymore. He stepped forward and took out the spirit medicine's jade bottle from the storage bag that he had snatched from the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. In this jade bottle, there were originally 2 capsules. 9 returned to the soul pill. Just now, Suzaimo has taken a shot before setting off to hunt down the fairy sword. In fact, when he started to hunt down the sword, he already felt a fatingly discernible killing intent. This is a warning by spiritual awareness, and it is by no means an illusion. At that time, Suzaimo's primordial spirit, after releasing 3 Tao heaven and earth Dharma idol, hundreds of heaven-murdering sword chi, had become extremely weak. Therefore, he served 9 tablets and returned them to the soul pill before catching up, and even released 2 subsequent primordial spirit secret techniques. Today, there is a 9 return capsule in jade bottle. Yan Bijin's primordial spirit is already hurt. In this battle, he was severely wounded by the fairy sword and suffered such a blow. If he still refuses to accept this 9 and return it to the soul pill, I am afraid it will be difficult to heal the primordial spirit wound. Big brother Yan, you take this spiritual pills first. Suzaimo passed 9 back to the sun and passed it softly. Yan Bijin expressionless took over. Suzaimo felt slightly safe. As long as Yan Bijin takes 9 rebates, it can at least save his life. The idea didn't fall. I saw Yan Bijin too smashing. This 9 reverted soul pill is instantly turned into a powder and spilled into the dirt. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1282 1282 Magic Knife Recognizing Master. Big brother Yan. Suzaimo turned pale with fright. 9 How precious is the rebirth of Dan. He got this one, and it is also a life-threatening one. If it wasn't for the last time, I'm afraid he would also become a bone in the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. But this kind of spiritual pills was crushed by Yan Bijin. Big brother Yan, why is this? Suzaimo sighed. Of course, Yan Bijin encountered such a change, and he could understand any move. Even if this 9 rebirth is broken, he will find a way to find it. Heavenly Desolate Continent is vast and boundless. There are countless ancient vestige, and there is always one more. Pianren is dead. What does this spirit medicines mean to me? Yan Bijin stared at Qin Pianren's face insidiously, his tone calm. Hearing this, Suzaimo's heart startled. Yan Bijin crushed 9 and returned it to the soul Dan because he was already dead. Big brother Yan, that's it, you must take care. If fellow Taoist Qin knows underground, she would never want you to sink like this. Suzaimo was worried and softly comforted. Yes, Yan Bijin said, Pianren before leaving, let me be good, but how can I? Without Pianren, How can I live alone? Yan Bichan's expression suddenly became extremely painful. His fists kept hammering the ground, punch after punch, and the mud splashed. I hate it. Yan Bichan, howling to heaven, with both eyes covered with bloodshot, and sent out a stern sorrow roar. Suddenly a sudden terrifying power filled Yan Yanshan's within the body, which made Suzaimo feel a throbbing heart. Immediately, the ground under Suzaimo's feet shuddered. This scene, as if something terrifying had been shocked, woke up and rushed out of the ground. Suzaimo complexion changed. He suddenly thought of an ancient devil. Bang! At this moment, the ground not far away suddenly cracked, and a dark shadow rose into the sky, exuding a billowing demon chi, as if to swallowing the world. Suzaimo stared. Li Hen magic sword. This ancient devil knife is the most terrifying weapon ever seen by Suzaimo cultivation. Didn't expect this ancient devil knife had such spirituality, and felt the tremendous hatred power contained in Yan Bichan's body, and was born on his own. Zheng. The blade of Li Hen's magic sword kept trembling. Suzaimo felt a kind of lifelike joy and excitement in the body of this ancient devil knife. Li Hen's magic knife turned into a dark shadow, exuding cold light, carrying a monstrous demon chi, and moved towards Yan Bichan, fiercely stabbed in the past. Be careful. Suzaimo gave a swift shout and shot out, took out Good Fortune Lotus platform, and moved towards Li Hen. Bang! Azure glow, dark shadows collided together, and a loud noise of heaven shaking, earth-shattering cry broke out. A group of semicircular huge power halo burst from the collision of two large weapons, moved towards all around crazy spread. Under the impact of this force, Suzaimo was unstable and was directly knocked out. Good Fortune Lotus platform also fell aside. Suzaimo is shocked. At the time, this ancient devil knife was in the hands of Li Hen Dao Monarch, and there was no such terrifying power. Flying a dozen feet away, Suzaimo struggled to stand up despite the pain in his body, and looked towards the direction of moved towards Yan Bichan. Immediately, Suzaimo complexion greatly changed. Li Hen's sword has been moved towards Yan Bichan's chest and stabbed in the past, instantly submerged into it. Pukai. Li Hen's magic knife pierced Yan Bichan's chest, and the bloody blade was exposed from the back. Big Brother Yan, Suzaimo exclaimed, and rushed forward. He fought against Xianjian, Cloud and Rain. Primordial Spirit's power has already been used up, but even if he fights hard, he can't make Yan Bichan okay. Do not come. Just then, Yan Bichan loudly roared. Suzaimo stopped his figure. I saw the Yan Bichan expression in pain. The five officials squeezed together. The painful body was trembling, but it was biting its teeth. Come again. It doesn't hurt enough. Pukai. Tone barely fell. Li Hen's sword was pulled out by himself, and it was another sword, piercing Yan Bichan's chest. Good. Come again. Yan Bichan loudly roared. Another knife. This blade, Yan Bichan's belly, has been pierced. Good, good, good. Yan Bichan said with a big smile, come again. Every time Li Hen's magic knife stabbed, Yan Bichan's body would tremble with pain, but in his eyes, there was a little relief, a little relief. A little relief. Suzaimo stared at it. He finally understood why Yan Bichan didn't let him step forward. Because Yan Bichan is using this method to torture himself, to resolve the pain in his heart. Perhaps only in this way can the pain in his heart be alleviated. In the blink of an eye, dozens of knives have been hit on Yan Bichan. On his body, a path of bloody wound, horrible to see. His chest was almost poked by the Li Hen magic knife. Suzaimo didn't stop there for another reason. Because, he was surprised to find that Yan Bichan had hit so many knives, the heart had been broken, and a lot of chi and blood had been lost. But the vitality of his within the body has not decayed at all, but has become more and more vigorous. The power of his chi and blood is rising rapidly. An extremely terrifying power, gradually awakening, sprouting, and rapidly growing in Yan Bichan's within the body. Groups of dark and dark demon chi, breeding in within the body of Yan Bichan, became richer and more horrifying, wrapping this body. The bloodshots in Yan Bichun's eyes have become black. His eyes were as dark as ink, as if they were two huge black holes. The hatred inside seemed to devour everything. Suzaimo's heart shivered with cold. He could see clearly that under the sway of demon chi, the wound on Yan Bichun's body was healing at the speed visible by naked eye. Finally, Li Hen's magic knife stopped. Standing in front of Yan Bichun, the body of this ancient devil knife is soaked with the endless blood of Yan Bichun, and the breath emanating at this time has been integrated with Yan Bichun. Li Hen's sword has stained the recognition master. Yan Bichun's consciousness also seems to be somewhat out of his control. He reached out his hands and held the handle of Li Hen's magic knife. Demon Chi rolled out from Li Hen's magic knife and poured into his within the body. These demon Chi form each and every one dim, gloomy, and cold characters in the air. Every character exudes a monstrous hate. Hating the heaven and hating the earth. Hate is endless, endless. These characters eventually poured into the inside of Yan Bichun. Seeing this scene, Suzaimo finally understood one thing. Why did he not find leaving regrets scripture in the storage bag of Li Hen Dao Monarch? Not because leaving regrets scripture was destroyed by Li Hen Dao Monarch, but because leaving regrets scripture is in the Li Hen magic sword, approved by Li Hen's magic knife, is eligible to practice the first demonic art in this ancient age. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1283. Chapter 1283, Azura was born. The Li Hen magic sword was the weapon of the ancient demon sovereign Li Hen. This ancient devil knife contains a tremendous amount of terrifying power, and Li Hen Dao Monarch has not been completely released. Now, this power can be seen again. This kind of power brings changes to Yan Bichun, not just chi and blood, fleshly body. The endless demon chi poured into the sea of consciousness of Yan Bichun, and surrounded by his primordial spirit. The scars on his primordial spirit are healing quickly. Feeling the change in Yan Bichun, Suzaimo had mixed feelings. Fortunately, Li Hen's magic knife recognizes master. At least Yan Bichun has no worries, and the primordial spirit injury can be considered resolved. The worry is that, inheriting the inheritance of demon sovereign Li Hen, what Yan Bichun will become in the future, I am afraid no one knows. It's been about an hour. Yan Bichun's primordial spirit has healed. This speed is faster than taking Ninswen Hundan. After all, the power contained in Li Hen's magic sword comes from the ancient demon sovereign. The primordial spirit healed, and under the support of this huge force, the breath of Yan Bichun within the body is rising rapidly. Less than half an hour, a bang. Yan Bichun was shocked, and the cultivation realm climbed a level. He stepped into the law manifestation realm 20 years ago, and was subsequently injured in the primordial spirit. The cultivation realm stayed at the law manifestation realm early stage. In less than half an hour, he is already a law manifestation realm middle stage. And this breakthrough trend has not stopped. After an hour, Yan Bichun breaks through again. Law manifestation realm late stage. You know, when Li Hen Dao Monarch got this ancient devil knife, he only inherited leaving regrets scripture. But he couldn't inherit the power in this magic knife, because Li Hen Dao Monarch has not really been recognized by Li Hen's magic knife. But Yan Bichun is different. Yan Bichun inherited the Li Hen magic knife completely. He was the master of the Li Hen magic knife, and he recognized him. When night falls, Yan Bichun breaks through again. Law manifestation realm great perfection. From a law manifestation realm early stage to law manifestation realm great perfection, it took only one day. This speed has never been reached by anyone since ancient times. This opportunity is definitely called shaking the old, illuminating the new. But in Suzaimo's heart, he sighed softly, without any envy in his eyes, but showing deep sympathy. To others, such an opportunity may not be desirable. But he knew that if Yan Bichun was allowed to choose, he would rather heal his primordial spirit wounds and never heal them, because it was the death of the closest relative that inspired the hatred in his heart and attracted the recognizing master of Li Hen. The injury of Yan Bichen primordial spirit has been cured, but the scars in his heart will never heal forever. After stepping into the law manifestation realm great perfection, the atmosphere of Yan Bichen within the body gradually stabilized. Between true cultivation great realm, after all, there is a qualitative change in strength, and there is an unimaginable nature barrier. The power of Li Hen's magic sword can make Yan Bichen break through to law manifestation realm great perfection in one day, which is already the limit. In an instant, the night passed. Yan Bichen was sitting still there, holding the Li Hen magic knife in both hands. Her eyes were dark, without any white eyes, gray hair, and gently flicking. This one day one night, Suzaimo always stood by, without leaving half a step. He didn't even practice spiritual cultivation himself, but just took a few pills of spiritual pills, and he was standing beside Yan Bichen, for fear that there would be any problems with Yan Bichen. Morning sun rises. A warm glow fell on Yan Bichen's cheek. Suddenly, Yan Bichen expression moved. The black in the pair of magic pupils gradually faded, revealing the whites of the eyes, and returned to normal. Big brother Yan? Suzaimo tried to call. I am fine. Yan Bichen spoke slowly, expression calm. Suzaimo softly sigh of relief. He was also a bit worried about whether inheriting the inheritance of Li Hen's magic knife, Yan Bichen would become a person completely similar to the possibility of being seized the body. Now it seems that at least Yan Bichen remembers him. Of course, Suzaimo also vaguely felt that Yan Bichen was indeed a little different from before. At least, Yan Bichen's body didn't have the kind of death. Li Hen is right. Yan Bichen suddenly said, I want to live a peaceful life with Bienren. This is simply impossible. I am Azura. With endless blood in my hands, I can never leave the real cultivation world. Suzaimo is silent. Li Hen Da Monarch said something before he died, and didn't want to be a slang. Today, I Li Hen can find you, and tomorrow, there will be others. You Azura, never want to leave the true cultivation world. Don't think about peace. The phrase Li Hen Da Monarch came to an end. Sword indeed found it. I am so naive. Yan Bichen expression mocked, laughed, and said, I actually thought that I could really escape the world, stay away from strife, and stay away from slaughter. Bienren's death, all blame me. I was Azura who killed the provided Dao. Since I chose this path, there is no turning back. I killed Bienren. I shouldn't be passionate about her. These words, speaking from Yan Bichen's mouth, were calm. But Suzaimo knows that every word of these words is like a sharp thorn, which is constantly piercing Yan Bichen's chest. Yan Bichen, holding Qin Bienren's icy body, slowly got up, and came into the cracks where Li Hen's magic knife was born. Bienren, you can rest assured. I will not let those who hurt you this time. I will make them pay 10 times and 100 times the price. I want sword sect, blood flowing into a river. In Yan Bichen's tone, there is an endless sense of killing. The coldness is gloomy and shuddering. Suzaimo knows. Azura is back. To be precise, the real Azura has just arrived in this world. Today's Azura is several times stronger than the former title of discipline Yan Bichen. Yan Bichen no longer had any weaknesses. He has no concerns and will not be emotional again. Even more terrifying, Yan Bichen inherited the inheritance of demon sovereign Li Hen. Shura Road, Li Hen. Cultivate leaving regrets. Scripture. Azura in charge of Li Hen magic knife. What kind of realm will reach? I am afraid no one knows. Suzaimo cannot imagine. Perhaps he is more terrifying than the ancient demon sovereign Li Hen. Yan Bichen took a deep look at Qin Bienren. His eyes showed endless perseverance and attachment, and then he relented and loosened his hands. Qin Bienren's body fell into the deep, deep cracks and abyss, and gradually disappeared. From today, there is only Azura left in the world, and no Yan Bichen. Yan Bichen said, wiping his sleeves lightly. Hong Long Long. The crack on the ground healed slowly under his powerful magic power. In a blink of an eye, this crack has been restored. It seems that Yan Beichin has been with Qin Pianren, buried under this abyss. Zymo, I'm gone. Azura leapt forward. Big brother Yan, where are you going? Suzaimo asked in a hurry. He was afraid that Yan Beichin would be confused, and his blood would surge, killing Sword Sect. Azura's inheritance of Demon Sovereign Li Hen is not fake, but after all, he is only a law manifestation realm. When he kills on Sword Sect, he will only be ruthlessly suppressed by Sword Sect's many experts. Don't worry, I won't be impulsive, Azura said without looking back. The silhouette soon disappeared. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1284 Chapter 1284 Finding People. Profound Principal Palace, Dao Mansion. The two figures flickered, and Tanji returned to Dao Mansion with his sword. The fairy sword looked pale, gasping slightly, endless resentment in her eyes, and gritted her teeth. Huang Wu, I don't share the heaven sword with you. This time, although he was rescued by Tanji, his primordial spirit was injured. The primordial spirit wound is extremely difficult to heal. Based on Sword Sect, there are no similar spirit pills and marvelous medicines. This time to kill Azura, it was inevitable, didn't expect, but was disturbed by all plans by a Huang Wu Dao monarch. Tanji lightly saying, in fact, you don't have to be too resentful. At least Azura has been abandoned, and your purpose has been achieved. Yes, that slut in Qin Pianren is dead. Fairy Sword nodded. After a pause, Xianjian turned her head and asked, Tanji brother, can you return 9 soul spirits? If so, what treasure do you want? I can get it for you. Sorry. Tanji smiled apologetically. Immortal Jian's eyes darkened, and his face became gloomy again. The taunts deep in Tanji's eyes were fleeting. Not to mention that he did not return 9 soul spirits to his body. Even if it did, he would never give it to the fairy sword. Between him and the fairy sword, at best, they can only use each other. Moreover, Xianjian is a man with a narrow heart, to forget favors and violate justice. Even if he gives him 9 soul spirits, he will not remember this kindness. What about Qin Pianren? Not yet beheaded by his merciless Cloud and Rain Dao monarch has been with him for so many years, but he also calculated that he disappeared. After a few moments, Xianjian seemed to ask casually, yes, how could Tanji brother arrive so coincidentally? Originally, in my deduction, you did not make any mistakes during this trip, and I did not follow Tanji Dao. However, not long after, I deduced it again and found that the trajectory of this incident suddenly became blurred. I realized that there might be a change in it, and I set off immediately. Although Tanji's face was still a gentle expression and patient explanation, he was sneaked in his heart. He could hear that Xianjian's heart already had some response chi on him. Xianjian said, Heavenly brother, that Huang Wu has exhausted his physical strength, and has continued to explode the primordial spirit secret technique, and the battle strength has decreased sharply. Such an extremely rare opportunity. Why don't you suppress him? Can't kill it. Tanji still showed no impatience, and shook his head. I can really defeat Huang Wu easily by my means, but it is impossible to suppress and kill him. Huang Wu knows many kinds of martial arts. If he sees that the situation is wrong, he will perform this kind of martial arts and leave far away. I can't catch up. In addition, Huang Wu has already detected my existence in advance, and his induction is too keen. Boom! Xianjian slammed her fist on the stone table beside her, venting her anger, and gritted her teeth. I miss this opportunity. I'm afraid it will be difficult to suppress and kill Huang Wu. Then Huang Wu cultivated 3 heaven and earth Dharma idols, each of which is 3 feet and 8 feet tall, and he is just the law manifestation realm middle stage. If you wait for him to step into the body fusion realm, I'm afraid only the old ancestor of great ascension will be able to calm him down. Body fusion realm is the integration of heaven and earth Dharma idol into the fleshly body. If Huang Wu stepped into the body fusion realm and cultivated 3 heaven and earth Dharma idols, and will fuse all into a fleshly body, what will his battle strength be? Tanji listened to Xianjian's complaints, but she was still not in a hurry and was not worried. Lightly saying, "It may not be without chance." "Oh?" Xianjian frowned, and asked, "How do you say that?" "Secret Road, there are 100 years left, and the law manifestation battle." "You mean?" Xianjian, looking thoughtful, pondered a little, and shook her head. "What an opportunity is this! With Huang Wu's current battle strength, it is enough to become the #1 person on the law manifestation list. Furthermore, there is still a person old ancestor of great ascension behind Huang Wu. The fight for the law manifestation is so dynamic that it is difficult to guarantee that this old ancestor will not show up, when the time comes. Who dares to attack him?" The heavenly smile was indifferently, saying, "According to my calculations, the buried Dragon Valley must not live for more than 100 years. Xianjian shook her head and said, "Even so, some super sects such as the Four Side Gates, Byakuya Valley, Dipankara Temple, etc., have all made good relations with them. It is impossible to surround Huang Wu under the eyes of everyone." Prior to this, these super sects can also be said that Huang Wu is monster demon, which is grand, and killed Huang Wu under the name of cut down monsters, eliminate demons. Now, this reason has become a joke. Xianjian said, "Even more how?" "By Huang Wu's means. If you want to escape, I am afraid that even body fusion great expert can't stop it." "Wait a minute, there is always a chance." Tanji's eyes are slightly narrowed. At this moment, Tanji's expression moved, seemingly aware, waving his sleeves. Dao Mansion's door opened in response, and a messenger crane flew in. This messengerling looks extremely weird. His eyes are green. Yin Chi Sensen. "One of the 9 races. Which race?" The fairy sword is frowned. "This kind of crane is only owned by which race?" Tanji said something on the ling and released the ling back. Before long, several cultivators came to the door of Dao Mansion, wearing green robes, and came in with a white hat on their heads. It turned out that the witch Elder Xi came here, "Excuse me for not going out to meet you," and also hoped for forgiveness. Heavenly Machine slightly arched, said with a smile, "Heaven fellow Taoist is polite." The headed green robe cultivator slowly said, took off the hood on top of his head, revealing a thin and old face, thin hair, green eyes. This once sword sect titled Disciple Fairy Sword has now stepped into the body fusion realm. This is which race is which Elder Xi. Tanji briefly introduced the two sides. Jiwen Daming. Wu Xi slightly smiled, his eyes flickered, and he suddenly said, "The primordial spirit of Sword Dao seems to be injured." Elder has good eyesight. Xianjian complexion sank. Hate. Don't hide. Elder was attacked by the enemy's sneak attack, hurting the primordial spirit. If it's true, you can't afford to lose that person if you fight against a law manifestation Dao Monarch primordial spirit and loose. Which Elder Xi is here? Why? Tanji did not greet Wu Xi, and asked directly, "I want to ask you to help me find someone." Wu Xi groaned. There are many witch race secret techniques. There are also many methods for deducing people. How did they find me? Tanji laughed, and expressed differently, "I did use witch race secret techniques but couldn't find them." Wu Xi shook the head. Oh? Tanji's eyes slightly narrowed and asked, "What is the origin of someone who can't find witch race secret techniques?" To be precise, he is not alone. Wu Xi rolled her palms on top of a black scale. "What is this?" The fairy sword is frowned. On this black scale, there is a terrifying atmosphere, like monster chi, which is a little different. Monster demon? What monster demon deserves which race is so exciting? Found profound principal palace. Tanji glanced, expression grave, took the scales, stared for a while, could not help complexion greatly changed, exclaimed, Immemorial Taboo. Eternal Sacred King. Chapter 1285. Chapter 1285. Tea Good Fortune Pill. After hearing the 4 words Immemorial Taboo, the fairy sword couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, and the expression changed greatly. This, is it alive? The voice of the fairy sword was trembling. Immemorial Taboo is a secret to any sect force, except for some inherited super sects. On the ancient aristocratic family, most of the sects and cultivators have not even heard of them. In these super sect records, it is extremely terrifying. It can be called the god of slaughter of immemorial era. It kills everything, eats nothing, and even kills dragons. Status is still above the 9 races. Legend has it that a battle of heaven-shaking, earth-shattering broke out in immemorial era, because the 9 clan, led by the 10,000th family, fought with this immemorial taboo. There were countless dead beings in that battle. I don't know how many races will perish forever, extinct. The Taiku 9 clan was also seriously injured by this origin chi. Only then did the human race rise, and took advantage of the war to fight against the 9th clan before suppressing the 9th clan. Without the battle of immemorial era, I am afraid that human race will have a hard time winning the battle of the ancient times. Human race has deep fears of Taiku 9 races. After all, the fear of being enslaved for years is ingrained. And immemorial taboo is more terrifying than Taiku 9. It is conceivable that when I heard the 4 words of immemorial taboo, the heart of Xianjian was shaking. Feeling the fear of the fairy sword, Wuxi's eyes flashed a mockery, saying, "Fellow Taoist, don't have to be too panic. I figured that the cultivation base of this thing is just law manifestation realm." Here, the expression of the natural machine is slightly slower. If it's just law manifestation realm, it's nothing. As long as enough body fusion great expert is dispatched, it will be enough to suppress it. No matter how bad it is, you can invite half ancestor out of the mountain. But, Wuxi replied, if you give it enough time, wait for it to grow up. When the time comes, heavenly desolate continent, I am afraid that blood flowing into a river. None of these super sects from your human race are immune. Tanji pondered, then said, since it is immemorial taboo, I use secret techniques to deduce its position. I'm afraid it can also sense it. Just a clue, Wuxi coldly said. You can rest assured that this taboo is born. Not only I in the 9 races come from which race, but also several other ferocious clan also have expert appearances. Our ferocious clan teamed up. As long as we can determine its location, we will certainly suppress it. I'll try. The heavenly machine pinched magic arts, urged the primordial spirit, and diffused a light of divine light, falling on the dark scales in the palm of the palm, and began to deduct. After a little while, the machine shook and couldn't help being groaned. Amazing. Tanji finally put away a smile. Not only did he not show up this time, but, just to scale, he almost returned his primordial spirit backlash. The heavenly machine takes a deep breath, and once again operates secret techniques. The eyes are covered with a layer of fog, holding the black scales, and continue to deduct. Gradually, a trace of blood appeared in the fog of Tanji's eyes. Over time, his body was also shaking slightly, becoming more and more intense. At last, the mist in Tanji's eyes collapsed, and he looked pale, breathing heavily. His palm fell loose, and black scales fell to the ground. It's in the Central Territory. In the storage bag, Tanji worked out a map of Central Territory and breathed out, I can't figure out the specific location, only a range nearby, within 1,000 miles. Secret pointed at a sect sign on the map. Shensheng said, Pill Sun Gate? The fairy sword's eyes fell on the map and softly muttered, it is good. The green light in Wuxi's eyes was greatly rises. Icily said, it's not too late. I'll notify the other major ferocious clans now. Leave immediately and go here. Heavenly, you have to follow us and always figure out where it is, Wuxi said. Dying. Tanji shook his head. This deduction has exhausted my mind. I have to rest for at least 1 year before I can take it easy. Alright, let's go first. Wuxi did not stay here and immediately left. Central Territory, Pilsun Gate. Yiling, come on, I've made too good a good fortune pill. In an alchemy workshop, Xining held a pill medicine and said to Yiling, who was cold and grim, beside him, "This is a good fortune pill, Law Manifestation Realm Cultivator. If you take one, you can promote a small realm." Xining added, "It's just a pity that after so long refining, only one grain was successful. However, it doesn't matter, I slowly make it. When the time comes, one for me, one for Big Brother." "Yiling, you can also take one to see if it has any effect." The corners of Yiling's mouth are slightly tilted, nodded. Suddenly, Yiling's expression slightly changed, frowning, seems to feel. Xining was immersed in the joy of refining tea good fortune pill, and found nothing special about Yiling. "Xining, I have something. I have to go." Just then Yiling suddenly said, "Go and get busy, just come back early." Xining waved his hands, said with a smile. Yiling was silent for a long time before she said, "This is a bit troublesome. I may have to go longer." "What?" Xining heard something strange from Yiling's tone, and asked, "How long?" "I don't know, maybe 10 years, maybe 100 years. In short, you don't have to worry if I don't come back," Yiling said. "Do you need my help?" Xining asked softly. "No need to." Yiling shook her head, didn't talk to Xining anymore, turned around and left, and soon disappeared into Xining's sight. "Is it finally?" Outside Pilsun Gate, Yiling's expression was cold, softly muttered, and his body flickered like a ghost, submerged in the sky and disappeared. At the same time, Central Territory and Bamboo Forest. Suzuima watched Yan Bijan leave and sighed deeply. The birth of real Azura, heavenly desolate continent will definitely set off a bloody rain and foul winds. No one is immune from the people and forces involved in this event. Suzuima's eyes turned and fell on the body of Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch, and he took off his storage bag. Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch is the title of Cloud and Rain sect. "I don't know what treasure will be in the storage bag." Suzuima opened the storage bag and glanced. There are a lot of cultivation secret techniques in it. However, they are all cloud and rain, not the right way. Suzuima is too lazy to practice. The magic tool inside also has some top grades and perfect grades. Suzuima put it all away. What really brightened his eyes was a spirit medicines. In the storage bag of Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch, there is a too good fortune pill. At the beginning, in the supreme beginning ancient temple, all of them were in an illusion, and they saw a tea good fortune pill. This is not an illusion. It is the real ancient spirit medicines. Today, he is a law manifestation realm middle stage. If you take tea good fortune pill here, he can quickly break through to law manifestation realm late stage. By then, heaven and earth Dharma idol will grow again. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1286 Chapter 1286 Great Furnace of Martial Dao. Pinyon Town. Not long ago, Suzuima deity, Martial Dao, has returned from Misty Peak. The cultivation secret technique in Misty Peak, he has all learned it in his heart. In the familiar courtyard, the deity sat under the peach tree and could not help recalling that night many years ago, a woman in a blood robe stood here, in the dim moonlight, and led him into the cultivation. Everything looks like another life. The deity gradually closed his eyes. He is ready to break through Tao of Core and step into the next realm. After Tao of Core, whether it is immortals, Buddhas and demons, or the training of monster race, they are different routes to the same destination. They are all using the qualitative change of Gold Core to communicate the world and condense the primitive spirit. So is Martial Dao. Next realm, the deity named it Martial Soul Realm. Martial Dao Primordial Spirit is a martial soul. Corresponds to Yin divinity in Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture, and corresponds to Nascent Soul Realm in Immortals, Buddhas and demons cultivation technique. Of course, the deity is constantly improving Martial Dao. According to the cultivation in martial scripture, there are still some differences between his martial soul and ordinary primordial spirit. Under the peach tree, the deity sat still, as if it had been petrified. Gradually, the deity has no breathing. Tao Yao wiggles the branch lightly. If he could not feel the vitality of the deity within the body, he would have thought that the deity had already died during meditation here. The deity is the condensation of Tao, fruit of martial Tao. He created martial scripture. He has already cultivated the 9th transformation, power of dragons and elephants in 9 transformations of martial Tao. This deity has never played against anyone, and no one knows his battle strength. To put it simply, at the time, it was still Gold Core realm. Suzaimo, who practiced Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture, was less powerful than fleshly body, chi and blood. This inner core smash void, the condensed martial soul, will become what no one knows, not even the deity. This process is no stranger to the deity. Bang! 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 The expression of the deity remains unchanged, but on the surface it doesn't move, but within the body comes a sound of heaven shaking, earth shattering. Inner core keeps hitting the void. This process may fail. If inner core is not powerful enough, it will fail through. But for the deity, you can't stop any void if you practice inner core of power of dragons and elephants. It didn't take long for the void barrier within the body to be broken. Sea of consciousness emerged. Inner core broke into it, blending with the soul in the sea of consciousness, and gradually forming a martial soul. Strangely, this martial soul is not a human figure, but a purple flame, exhaling a heartbreaking breath. Tao Yao was still guarded by the deity, but at the moment when the dedication of the martial soul condensed, Tao Yao felt a throbbing heartbeat, terrified into a human shape, flickering, hiding in the corner of the courtyard, expressing horror. The flame of the purple martial soul cultivated by this deity, even Tao Yao of Law Manifestation Realm, felt a burst of fear. After a long time, this purple flame in the sea of consciousness is constantly changing and gradually condensing and forming. The appearance is exactly similar to Suzaimo, but the body is burning with a layer of purple flame. As predicted, the demon slowly opened his eyes, nodded. His martial Tao is very different from the cultivation of immortals, Buddhas and demons before Tao of Core. Immortals, Buddhas and demons cultivate spiritual energy of heaven and earth by fleshly body. And martial Tao regards his fleshly body as a party of heaven and earth, and constantly digs out the power in the fleshly body. From the performance of the deity, if you can practice martial Tao 9th transformation and then step into martial soul realm, it is likely that martial soul will have a power at the beginning of condensing. This kind of power is extremely extensive. It is closely related to the cultivator itself. It may be a flame, a weapon, an ominous beast, or even a part of itself. The martial soul condensed by this deity is born with fire of martial soul, purple, on behalf of Saint, Emperor's spirit, Baragan Supreme. This deity embodies the purple fire of martial soul because the deity is preparing to treat his fleshly body as a huge great furnace in the cultivation method in the second half of martial scripture. As the old saying goes, heaven and earth are furnaces, myriad things as copper, yin and yang as charcoal, natural creation as the worker. This deity regards martial Tao as a great furnace, raises 100 in one furnace, and melts 10,000 methods in one body, integrating the strongest flame calcination and melting under the heavens to achieve the true Xian martial Tao. This group of fire of martial soul is the foundation of great furnace of martial Tao. In the future, this deity does not have to sacrifice any magic tool. His fleshly body is great furnace of martial Tao. This is his magic tool. Call. When this group of fire of martial soul condensed, martial Tao real body began to be burned. At the same time, fire of martial soul began to smelt all cultivation techniques, secret techniques that Suzaimo has browsed over the years, whether immortals, Buddhas and demons, or the cultivation technique of monster race, all smelted by fire of martial soul. Great Clarity Temple, Sublime Dharma Monastery cultivation technique. 2 false, Ding high volume, Tide volume. Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture. There are more than 30 inheritances in the stone statue cemetery. The endless cultivation technique is contained in this great furnace of martial Tao, and it is continuously refined, deduced, and perceived. All profound truth and essence in these cultivation techniques are incorporated into Martial Tao's real body. The terrifying aspect of the great furnace of Martial Tao is that there is never an upper limit. As long as the deity obtains enough cultivation techniques, he can integrate them into the great furnace of Martial Tao, smelt them, and become a power he can control. That is to say, every time a cultivation secret technique is smelted, the power of the deity rises. And, under the constant burning of the fire of martial soul, the Martial Tao real body will become more powerful, more horrible, and always supreme limited, even more terrifying. Today, the deity is only in charge of a fire of martial soul. With the increase of his controlling flame, the formidable power of great furnace of Martial Tao will naturally double and improve. Of course, it is not a flame that is qualified to become the flame that burns the great furnace of Martial Tao. If you want to smelling 100 scriptures, burn the great furnace of Martial Tao, and forge Martial Tao, you must be the Xian flame between heaven and earth. Fire of martial soul is just the first. The future cultivation road has been determined, and the deity softly sigh of relief has begun to continue cultivation. The great furnace of Martial Tao has just been condensed. It is still very fragile, and the formidable power is not enough. If you want to melt 100 scriptures, and smelt 10,000 methods, it will take a long time. At the same time, as your lotus true body has also rushed back from the central territory to the northern region, feeling the situation of the deity, Suzaimo finally relieved. At this point, Suzaimo had already taken the good fortune pill, and the cultivation realm climbed to the law manifestation realm late stage. This time, he returned to the northern region, preparing to retreat at Misty Peak. This trip to the central territory, although short, has erupted into several vicious battles in succession. He has learned a lot and is ready to use this retreat to break through to the law manifestation realm great perfection as soon as possible. Today, his 3 heaven and earth Dharma idols have grown to a height of 3 feet 8. It's only one step away from supreme Dharma idol. Of course, this retreat, breaking through to law manifestation realm great perfection, is just one of the purposes. Suzaimo has another idea. 9 Supreme Dharma Idol. Is it really the limit? Who do you think of in this chapter? Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1287. Chapter 1287 Old Ancestor Past. During this time, the true cultivation world is not calm. The Central Territory's supreme beginning ancient temple, Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch, Sword Sect, and the fall of a body fusion great expert, all caused a lot of movement. When Xianjian returned to Sword Sect, he released news that Cloud and Rain Tao Monarch died at the hands of Huang Wu. Letting Huang Wu and Cloud and Rain Sect go against each other is naturally beneficial to Xianjian. This news caused a lot of shock in the true cultivation world. Another title disciple is folded in the hands of Huang Wu. Soon, more news about Huang Wu Tao Monarch came out. Huang Wu has gathered 3 heaven and earth Dharma idols, and it is no secret. Regarding these rumors, Suzaimo didn't take his mind, returned to Misty Peak, and began a long retreat. True cultivation without years. In an instant, 97 years have passed. This day, in a cave mansion of Misty Peak, there was a loud noise of heaven shaking, earth shattering. Bang! A horrible breath burst out. Misty Peak was trembling constantly. Countless crushed stones rolled down, and even the cultivator in the retreat was alarmed and went out of the gate. Its young master, Nian Chi, treads the sky, looking at this cave mansion. Not long after, Misty Peak was overcrowded, densely packed. Cultivation realm from foundation establishment realm to law manifestation realm. Did Huang Wu Elder break through again? It's only been how many years? Huang Wu Elder's innate talent too terrifying. I have been trapped in the law manifestation realm late stage for 1,000 years and still have no idea. How can you compare to Huang Wu Elder? In Misty Peak, Suzaimo has long been appointed as sect elder by the old immortal Crane. Most of the cultivators who visit Misty Peak have heard of many legends of Huang Wu Tao Monarch. Even more how? Suzaima once spread under the heavens in half of martial scripture. Among all martial Dao cultivators, Huang Wu is their most respected person. It is Huang Wu who gives the mortals without spirit root the opportunity to break free from the fetters of fate, can no longer be threatened by monster demon, and no longer trampled by cultivator. This shock lasted for a long time before it calmed down. After half a ring, a silhouette appeared at the door of cave mansion. Azure clothes, black hair. It's Huang Wu Dao monarch, Suzaimo. Congratulations. In the air, many Misty Peak cultivators are congratulating. Suzaimo nodded and smiled. Young master, after a while, the battle of the Law Manifestation Leaderboard will start. You have broken through to the Law Manifestation Realm. Great perfection. The top of the Law Manifestation Leaderboard is the young master. Nian Qi said with a smile. She is responsible for God Clan bloodline, and the cultivation speed is extremely fast. Now, she has also cultivated to Law Manifestation Realm late stage, which is only half a step away from a Law Manifestation Realm. Great perfection. Is the Law Manifestation battle? Suzaimo softly muttered. Just then, Suzaimo had a feeling in the heart, complexion changed, moved towards the west and looked over. Suzaimo expression changed, opened his mouth slightly, and there was a deep pain and perseverance in his eyes. Young master, what's wrong? Nian Qi noticed that Suzaimo expression was different, and whispered, "Ugh." Suzaimo sighed and said, "I'm going to Buried Dragon Valley." The words did not fall, and he turned into a golden light, disappearing over Misty Peak. The bottom of the Buried Dragon Valley. Suzaimo descended and, before coming to the ancient temple, pushed open the ruined temple door. Old monk Yuan was sitting in front of the great hall, legs crossed, knees, looking at Suzaimo at the door, with a kind smile on his face, saying, "You are here, master." In sorrow, Suzaimo expression stepped forward and knelt before old monk Yuan. "Child, don't have to." Old monk Yuan stretched out his dry and thin palm, stroking Suzaimo's forehead, and said softly, "People who don't die, I have lived for nearly 1,000 years, and I have seen too many and experienced too much. It is enough." Old monk Yuan has arrived. "Master, you see, Wisdom King's prayer beads are complete." Suzaimo hastily picked off the complete Wisdom King's prayer beads and placed it in front of old monk Yuan. "Okay." Old monk Yuan expression is relieved, nodded. In the eyes of old monk Yuan, there is no regret, no perseverance, no attachment, calm as water. "I heard that you have gathered 3 heaven and earth Dharma idols. How much have you cultivated? Can you cultivate Supreme Dharma idol?" Remember to have a chance to visit Mingzhen at the Dipankara temple in the southern region. I don't know how the child is doing now. Old monk Yuan and Suzaimo chatted. They were trivial and insignificant. Gradually, old monk Yuan was silent. No heaven shaking, earth shattering, no natural phenomenon. Old monk Yuan walked calmly. He still had a kind and gentle smile on his face. But those wise eyes will never open again. The generation of old ancestor, life essence 100,000 years, still cannot escape the chase of years. Die during meditation here. Oh la la. There was a sound of chain in the backyard of Great Hall. A tall and magnificent silhouette came over, with red hair. Before the old monk Yuan left, the red-haired ghost never showed up. It's not that red-haired ghost has any grudges against old monk Yuan. On the contrary, the relationship between the red-haired ghost and old monk Yuan too is extremely deep. Suzaimo understands that the red-haired ghost just doesn't want to see old monk Yuan leave with his own eyes, and doesn't want to experience the sadness of leaving. The old bald donkey is gone, and I should leave. The red-haired ghost is a rare and noisy sigh. In fact, the chain of his body had been broken for a long time, and it wasn't him who was the culprit in the catastrophe. He could have left. But he remained here until old monk Yuan passed away. Just bury him here, red-haired ghost said. Suzaimo nodded, holding the body of old monk Yuan, came to the cemetery behind the great hall and buried old monk Yuan. Suzaimo put all the ancient books in the ancient temple into a storage bag, ready to be brought back to Misty Peak over buried Dragon Valley. "Are you going back to Dragon Clan?" Suzaimo asked. Red-haired ghost nodded, saying, "Without my protection, you should be careful in the future and don't be stupid." Gone. The red-haired ghost waved his hand and turned away. Suddenly, he was lightly frowned, slowly turning his head, looking at the void not far away. His eyes fixed, looking thoughtful. "What happened?" Suzaimo asked subconsciously. "It's nothing. It seems that something is felt." Red-haired ghost shook the head, muttering, "Xi has been in the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley for too long, and has some nerves." With that said, the red-haired ghost went away and soon disappeared over the buried Dragon Valley. Suzaimo stood for a long time on the edge of buried Dragon Valley before sighing deeply and turning away. Shortly after he left, a void not far from the buried Dragon Valley suddenly twisted, and a silhouette emerged. Red-haired ghost: "Yes, there is someone there. It's just that this person even concealed him." This man was wearing a wide plain robe, with black hair covering most of his cheeks, showing only one eye. Looking at the buried Dragon Valley, the expression was complicated. After standing for a long time, this silhouette moved towards buried Dragon Valley, deeply worshipped, and turned and left. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1288 Chapter 1288 6 Great Ferocious Clans. Heavenly Desolate Western Region. Wherever you look, the desert is vast, deserted, and occasionally a few dunes and gobi emerge, without any vitality. In the true cultivation world, there are many sects, mostly distributed in the Central Territory, Eastern Region, Northern Region, and Southern Region, but few cultivators have sect in the Western Region. Deep in the Western Region, on a very western piece of desert, there are several hundred silhouettes, each of which is powerful. Among them, there are even dozens of silhouetted auras that blend with the whole piece of heaven and earth. It is difficult to distinguish one another. Although the atmospheres are different, they all exude terror. These dozens of silhouettes are all body fusion great expert. The rest are also law manifestation demonic. The most terrifying is that most of these 100 silhouettes are alien creatures. Some have ugly looks, are born ferocious looking, their noses and mouths are facing the sky, their fingers and toes have sharp nails, they are bent, and they are flashing cold light. These creatures are tall, dark-skinned, with huge black meat wings growing on their backs, fully open, and full of several feet wide. Where are these creatures and who they are? They are like evil spirits in hell. One of 9 great ferocious clans, Rakshasa Clan. This is a terrifying race than the regional evil. Although some are humanoid, they are wearing green robes, their eyes are green, and they are full of sensation yin chi. The whole person is weird. One of the 9 races, Witch race. There are also silhouettes that are not demon or human, like some kind of plant, rooted in the depths of the desert, waving dozens of scarlet-eared vines. On each vine, there was a blood-red bottle gourd. The most terrifying thing is that the top of these vines is a human face, no eyes and no nose, only a bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl. The sharp cavities in it are staggered and flashing cold light. Any creature that is swallowed in it will be instantly shattered. One of the 9 families, Bloodvine Clan. The other silhouette is like a crow, but it is extremely huge, covered with golden feathers, burned with golden flames, and has 3 feet underneath. The void around his body was distorted somewhat by burning. One of 9 families, Golden Crow Clan. There are also some cultivator blondes, handsome and tall men, and beautiful and graceful women. These are the God Clan guys. Other silhouettes are similar to human race. It's just that, on the foreheads of these cultivators, there is a blood stain like an eye. One of the 9 clan, Heaven's Eye Clan. Among the 100 silhouettes, 6 from 9 great ferocious clans. Witch race, Rakshasa Clan, God Clan, Golden Crow Clan, Bloodvine Clan, and Heaven's Eye Clan. Since the Battle of the Ancients, 9 great ferocious clans has fallen into a slump and rarely set foot on Heavenly Desolate. Never before has such a big move. All 6 great ferocious clans are out of the mountain. Even among these ferocious clan, the lowest cultivation realm is Law Manifestation Realm, and there are dozens of body fusion great experts. Shocked 6 great ferocious clans launched such a big battle, just not far away, the terrifying creature lying on the ground motionless. This creature is as high as 10 jang. It is dark and full of scales. The tail behind it is purple. The tail spine is sharp and sharp. It seems to penetrate 10,000 things. If Suzaimo is here, he must be able to recognize that this creature is Yiling, who has transformed the body. At this point, the night spiritual chi was faint, with scaly wounds all over the body, and was in a coma. The purple flames burning under his feet had gone out. Yiling is now just a law manifestation realm. You can suppress and kill human race's body fusion great expert. If you transform the body, one-on-one fight, you can even kill the 9 races. But no matter how strong Yiling was, he could not defeat so many ferocious clan siege. Over the years, he fought and fled, hiding in 4 places, and was finally suppressed by the group of experts from 6 great ferocious clans. Thanks for your concerted efforts to catch this beast this time. Wuxi looked around all around, nodded, thank you. This beast can really escape. A body fusion realm, Rakshasa expression named Fengshan resentment, cursed. It's been more than 90 years since we started and besieged him. It is indeed a taboo family. Over the years, in the 6 great ferocious clans, more than 10 body fusion great experts have died under the control of this beast. A god clan coldly snorted with a killing intent in his eyes. This time, 6 great ferocious clans dispatched an expert to siege Yiling, which has only succeeded today. Over the years, it has also paid an extremely heavy price. 6 great ferocious clans body fusion great expert died in the hands of Yiling. More than 10 law manifestation Dao monarch, more than 100 people. 3 crown prince came from the eastern sea. Penglai and helped me to kill this one. It is really better than the dragon clan, barbarian clan, and Kun clan. Wuxi looked at a 3-foot golden crow not far away, nodded. Well, let's talk. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince transformed into a human form, but was a handsome young man, saying, this beast is alive, and it is a great threat to our 9 great ferocious clans. What a pity, Wuxi said with a sneer. Dragon Clan, Barbarian Clan, and Kun Clan didn't think so. They chose to stand by and watch this time. Dragon Clan is strong in appearance but weak in reality. Barbarian Clan is just a group of 4-limbed strong, simple-headed fools. As for Kun Clan, it is estimated that this animal was killed by the beast in the War of Taiku. Ah heavens, I Clan coldly said. Among this group of living foreign clan, there is also a human race wearing a wide grand Dao robe, a crown above his head, and a folding fan. The person's face always had a faint smile. Mysterious. Even standing with the expert of 9 great ferocious clans, the gas field has not weakened. Profound Principal Palace, Wuxi and Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince and the others only turned around and looked at the heavenly machine, nodded, saying, of course, this animal can be blocked here, thanks to the magical machine of heavenly machine. Taiku 9 has a natural sense of superiority over human race. After all, human race was inherently weak and once the lowest level, enslaved to them by 10,000 ancient races. Moreover, the war between the 2 sides broke out. Over the years, although the 6 great ferocious clans have always relied on the calculations of the heavenly machines to kill Yiling, most of the ferocious clan people have never looked at the heavenly machines. Now, when I heard Wuxi thank Danji, the rest of ferocious clan didn't respond and expressed indifference. It's nothing. Tanji lightly saying, this animal is alert, and I finally bet once. The most likely direction for him to run away is that way. Heavenly machines point west. There is extreme western land. Looking from a distance, you can see rows of towering mountains and rolling mountain ranges. If you look at it with concentration, you can vaguely see that in the mountain range, there are endless bones. Some corpses have not been corrupted yet, and they are still in their original shape. They have a long body, up to 1,000 jang or so, and lie on the mountain range, like a crouching dragon. To be precise, This is a dragon skeleton, 1000 jang or so dragon bones. You know, Dragon Clan at Law Manifestation Realm is just a few 10 jang. What is the concept of 1000 jang or so's dragon skeleton? Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1289. Chapter 1289 Yang Mu. Some corpses are bird-like, with extended wings, full of hunted jang or so, and there are 3 leg bones piled underneath. All bones are golden. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince saw the corpse and looked pale. In that endless mountain range, there are various bones piled up. Not only there are 9 great ferocious clans, but also countless, unknown dead bodies. There is soaring baleful chi over there. Just a glance, I feel a thrill. These experts from 6 great ferocious clans, each and every one proud and arrogant, but their eyes fell in that direction. But the momentum was a little weaker. Their eyes dodging, showing the color of fear and fear. If there are 9 forbidden areas on heavenly desolate continent, human race is afraid to set foot. The endless mountain range in the distance is the forbidden area of Taiku 9. Extreme western land, Kunlun ruins. A god clan named Chanling said with a lingering fear. Fortunately, this animal was stopped in advance. If he was allowed to escape there, I am afraid he would not be caught. Wuxi's face was also a bit ugly, urging, "Let's go. Let's leave this place as soon as possible." Although there is still a long way to go to Kunlun ruins, the 6 great ferocious clans people have already felt some discomfort. How did this beast deal with it? Rakshasa showed bloodthirsty fangs in the wind. Murderers looking said. A Heaven's Eye clan nodded and said, "I see it. Kill it to prevent future troubles, so as not to cause any changes." No. This blood vine on the ground transformed into an adult form, shook his head flatly, and said, "The blood of this beast contains powerful power. If it is beheaded, it will become dead blood, and the power will decay too much." Not bad. The cold spirit god was nodded and said, "He is a treasure, so he killed it. It was a little sloppy. I trapped him with God Clan's Tenjin lock, and he can never break free. When the time comes, bring him back alive. Let's discuss how to deal with 6 great ferocious clans." Can. Wuxi's eyes flickered, and nodded agreed. Everything in Yiling, whether it is scales, minions or blood, is supreme treasures of heaven and earth. 6 great ferocious clans has their own thoughts and naturally refuses to let one of them be exclusive. The hand of the handling god was photographed on the storage bag, and a golden light flashing chain was pulled out. Above the chain, there are 5 Vajra hoops, and the inner ring of the hoop is inlaid with a spike, with barbs. K9 teeth staggered, and extremely sharp. Seeing this godlock, the pupils of Wuxi and the others contracted slightly. Tenjin lock is one of God Clan's most famous weapons. Even if their 9 great ferocious clans are trapped by Tenjin lock, it is difficult to escape. The spikes on the Tenjin lock hoop can easily pierce the flesh and buckle in deeply. Moreover, the spikes are hollow and can continuously suck blood, so that the soul trapped by the god lock can never recover chi and blood. If chi and blood recovers slightly, they will be sucked by spikes in the hoop. Handling Divine General, the Tenjin lock in his hand was moved towards Yiling. Crash bang! Tenjin lock came down and entangled Yiling instantly. The powerful divine power continued to bless and squeeze. Yiling's body changed. The body dissipated, and it transformed into an adult form. Kaka. 5 iron hoops lock Yiling's arms, legs, and neck instantly, and the spikes penetrate deeply into Yiling's flesh. Yiling groaned, brows tightly knit, expression pain. Ha 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 ha. Rakshasa expression in the wind is excited, said with a big smile, "Little animal, let you be arrogant again, let you escape again." What? At this moment, Danji saw Yiling, who was transfigured into an adult form, and could not help expressing moved, softly muttered, "It turned out to be him." "Why, have you met him?" Wuxi noticed that the natural expression was different, and turned to ask. Heavenly Machiners nodded, saying, "His name is Yiling. He has appeared many times in the real cultivation world. His battle strength is terrifying, but he has never revealed his body. He also is a person who lives to death. The true cultivation world even thought that he is the spiritual beasts of that person. This is impossible. Our Heaven's Eye clan flatly shook his head and said, who can subdue the taboos? God looked at the crowds of God clan and Rakshasa clan with a mysterious smile and said, in the original ancient battlefield, he and that person have teamed up and buried all of your two ferocious clan in myriad shapes city. Windy Rakshasa complexion changed. I silly said, it's that guy. What's his name? Huang Wu Dao monarch. Tanji slowly said, today, he founded martial Dao, so that the mortals who don't have spirit root under the heavens can also cultivation. Their own battle strength is terrible. They have suppressed and killed super sects multiple titles, condensing 3 Dao heaven and earth. Dharma idol, very famous. 3 Dao heaven and earth Dharma idol. Everyone at 6 great ferocious clans is frowned. Suzaimo condensed 3 Dao heaven and earth Dharma idol, and set off a stormy sea in the true cultivation world. But in 6 great ferocious clans, it just sounded a bit surprised, that's all. Like Wuxi, handling God, Fengchen Rakshasa and the others, they are all body fusion great expert. Not to mention Suzaimo condensed 3 Dao heaven and earth Dharma idol. Even if 10 condensed, they are not in the eyes. How strong is the battle strength of the body fusion great expert of 6 great ferocious clans? Even half ancestor of human race dare not provoke them. Where is he now? Fengchen Rakshasa murderers looking asked. I'm leaving now to make this child late. Tanji shook his head and said, there is an old ancestor of great ascension behind Huang Wu. If you are in the past, I'm afraid he won't hurt him. Even more how? This person is very fast. If he escapes with all his strength, it will be difficult to suppress and kill. HMPH. He's fast. He can pass me Rakshasa clan. Windy Day Rakshasa coldly snorted. Be that as it may, but he did not continue. Against half ancestor, he has no place to fear, but if he faces old ancestor of great ascension, he still has some fear. Cultivate to the great ascension realm, and have realized the divine ability. That kind of power is by no means the same as the body fusion realm. Tanji said, and if beat the grass to scare the snake, and let Huang Wu escape and hide, I can't figure out his position. You can't even figure it out. Wuxi frowned. You know, even the taboos can figure out an approximate range. A little human race. The magic machine can't be calculated. Tanji expression said calmly, there was a master who was Huang Wu heaven-defying changes the fate. His body was covered with a layer of fog. I can't count it. What should I do? Fengchen Rakshasa I silly said, this Huang Wu, I will definitely kill. Yes, this child has killed me clansman, and I will never let him go. The cold spirit said slowly. The golden growth crown prince smiled evilly and said, I'm a little curious about what you said. I want to know what Huang Wu Dao monarch will do. What's a good idea for fellow Taoist? Wuxi asked. Good strategy can't be talked about, it's just a conspiracy. The heavenly machine pointed to Yiling, not far away, said with a slight smile, it will soon be the 1,000-year-old law manifestation battle, when the time comes to use this beast as a bait. Even if it knows that it is dangerous, Huang Wu will definitely show up. With Huang Wu's temperament, I will definitely rescue this beast. When the time comes, there is no need for everyone to take the shot. Naturally there are countless sect forces who will try to kill it. You only need to do a wall observation and enjoy a good show. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince grinned and said, fun, fun. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1290. Chapter 1290, Taboo Clan. Is nothing wrong? A Heaven's Eye clan expression is cold and frowned. It is impossible. The cold spirit shook his hands and proudly said, this godlock is a gift from my god clan elder. Even if the magical treasure is dropped, it will be intact. The weapon used by the old ancestor of great ascension can only be called a magical treasure if it incorporates the ability to divine. Tanji also nodded and said, everyone can rest assured that this taboo is born. It is not only your Tiger 9 clan, we human race cannot make it alive. Forbidden, is the enemy of the 10,000 clan. When the time comes, whoever dares to protect it, must follow the funeral. In these words, although Danji said with a smile, it contained a trace of cold killing intent. Misty Peak. Suzaimo has been back here since old monk Yuan died during meditation, but recently I always feel a little ill at ease, like there is something major event to happen. This is a whim, no coincidence. But he didn't have any clue. On this day, Suzaimo sits still in the cave mansion, suddenly a movement in his heart, waving his sleeves. The door of the cave mansion opens slowly, and a messenger crane flies in from the door. Detective Suzaimo took it. Xining? This sling has a familiar atmosphere on it, which is exactly the hand of Su Xining. Brother, I miss you. How are you doing recently? The battle for the law manifestation list is about to start. Will you join? When the time comes, we will be able to meet. See here. Suzaimo slightly smiled. Keep reading. Have you seen Yiling over the years? Yiling suddenly left me more than 90 years ago, and I never knew where I was going. When he walked that day, the expression was different, and it didn't seem to be right. If he's on your side, you can get back a message and let me know. Seeing this, Suzaimo was lost in thought. Yiling is gone. Normally, with Yiling's battle strength, it's okay to disappear for 100 years. I'm afraid no one on the heavenly desolate continent can hurt him. Even if he can't beat him, he can escape. What will happen to Yiling? Did Yiling's origins be exposed? Immediately, Suzaimo shook his head again. Yiling was so cautious that he only revealed the body once in front of him. How could it be easily exposed? Just then, a crane came again outside Cave Mansion's door. Suzaimo took it and glanced at it. This link came from Ling Xuanji. Law manifestation battle. Don't go, don't go. There is not much information on this crane, only a few words, with a clear warning. Moreover, it seems to be written in a hurry. Did Super Sect speculate that the Master is dead and are preparing to fight me in the law manifestation standings? Suzaimo quickly thought of this possibility. Over the years, Super Sect, such as Colored Glaze Palace, Wind Thunder Temple, and Sword Sect, have tolerated him because they are afraid of old monk Yuan. Now that old monk Yuan died during meditation, it's common sense that these super sects are just moving. Suzaimo sneered. In this case, he will not go to this law manifestation battle. Let Ling Xuanji remind him so, that the fierce danger of the law manifestation standings must be unimaginable. While he was thinking, a silhouette came from outside the door, and it was Nianqi. Young master, there is news of the law manifestation. Nianqi came to Suzaimo and said, I heard that this time the law manifestation battle is still in the Central Territory, but I heard this time is a little different. 72 cultivators on the law manifestation list, in addition to some specific rewards, have the opportunity to drink taboo blood. What taboo blood? Suzaimo didn't think much, and asked casually. Nianqi shook his head and said, I don't know. It seems that Profound Principal Palace teamed up with some super sect and caught Immemorial Era, a terrifying taboo creature. It is said that every drop of blood in this taboo contains a huge power that is unimaginable. Suzaimo's expression has changed. Meanwhile, Dragon Bones Valley. The Dragon Clan true body, which was retreating, was awakened by a rapid bang. Suzaimo is already a Dragon Clan young master, with 5 pulses in common. Unless there is a matter of utmost importance, Dragon Clan will never come to disturb him. Suzaimo, without hesitation, got up and left the dragon's lair. Young master, you elder, please go to the Great Hall to discuss matters. A torch dragon expression respected and bowed. Suzaimo nodded, walked to the Great Hall in the central region. In these years of retreat cultivation, Dragon Clan True Body has been assisted by 3 innate divine ability. The cultivation speed is extremely fast, and it has been cultivated to law manifestation realm great perfection. Of course, wanting to go from a law manifestation realm great perfection to breakthrough to body fusion requires not only an opportunity, but also a long period of precipitation. Suzaimo came to the great hall of the deliberations and looked up. There are more than a dozen elders sitting in the great hall, not only the great elder of Torch Dragon lineage, but also the other 4 great elders have arrived. So great formation battle? Suzaimo secretly whispered. What's the matter? Startle so much, Elder Longmo. Sit down. Torch Dragon Great Elder waved his hand to signal that Suzaimo could sit and talk. As a Dragon Clan young master, he stood side by side with Elder on the low post, even on top of some ordinary Dragon Clan elder. I'm here to tell you something, Torch Dragon Clan Great Elder said. One of the taboos of immemorial era is that bloodline is still alive and has been captured by 6 great ferocious clans. Hearing this, Suzaimo was shocked. In his mind, immediately thought of Yiling. But Suzaimo remained calm, took a deep breath, and asked, what are the taboos? Please explain to Great Elder. Torch Dragon Clan Great Elder remembered slowly, said slowly, in immemorial era, there are 10,000 races, and the ranks are severe, far more cruel than now. We, 9 great ferocious clans, have dominated Heavenly Desolate at immemorial era, but there is another kind of creature above us, which is the taboo. As predicted, Yiling's bloodline is indeed stronger and more terrifying than the Taiku 9 clan. It's no wonder that when she first entered Dragon Bones Valley, Yiling dared to eat the dragon egg without the slightest hesitation. Torch Dragon Clan Great Elder continued, the taboo family is extremely special. The chance of birth is extremely low. Bloodline is scarce, and there are only 1 or 2 in each lifetime. So far known taboos, there is Dragon Phoenix. Within the body of Dragon Phoenix, not only Dragon Clan bloodline, but also Divine Phoenix bloodline, is extremely powerful, and its battle strength is dreadful, but it is a taboo of immemorial era, not just in name only, but also in reality. With that said, Torch Dragon Clan Great Elder gave Suzaimo a deep look. After a short pause, Torch Dragon Clan Great Elder continued, Forbidden Clan, and Kunping. One of the 9 archaeological groups is Kun Clan. Kunping is far more powerful than tadpoles. It can turn fish into the sea. It can swallow the sea for thousands of miles. It can turn birds. It is powered by the sun and moon! Exclamation mark. These are the first things Suzaimo has heard of. Suzaimo didn't interrupt and continued listening. Although Yiling is a taboo family, it is by no means Dragon Phoenix or Kunping. Torch Dragon Clan Great Elder slowly said, Forbidden Clan, and lineage, called exclamation mark. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1291. Chapter 1291 decides. Torch Dragon Clan Great Elder said, Hey, God of Slaughter of immemorial era, stands at the top of all beings, and 9 great ferocious clans is its food. Feed on 9 great ferocious clans, worthy of taboo. Suzaimo said secretly, it can't be wrong. Yiling should be exclamation mark. No wonder, when Yiling just hatched, no matter what spiritual beasts who's in the others caught, he didn't like to eat. Instead, he came to the Dragon Bones Valley and saw a dragon egg, showing unprecedented interest. Torch Dragon Clan Great Elder continued, of course, the 3 great taboos, because of their small number, have no ethnic group, and naturally have no ability or energy to govern Heavenly Desolate. Suzaimo nodded. Immemorial era, dominates Heavenly Desolate continent, or 9 great ferocious clans. However, on top of 9 great ferocious clans, there are also 3 great taboos, possessing the ability to suppress and kill 9 great ferocious clans. What happened to the battle at immemorial era? Suzaimo asked. Torch Dragon Clan Great Elder expression is complicated, saying, immemorial era is the most prosperous era of Heavenly Desolate continent, and these 3 great taboos are all there. It's just that Dragon Phoenix is related to Dragon Clan and naturally is closer to Dragon Clan, while Kunping and Kun Clan are close to each other. Oligzun is always alone, arrogant, and not close to any ethnic group. The puppet means are fierce and careless, and casually slaughter 9 great ferocious clans finally attracted the anger of Dragon Phoenix and Kunping. With 9 great ferocious clans and the puppet, a war broke out. This battle was extremely fierce, with corpses and mountains piled up. 9 great ferocious clans had countless deaths and injuries. Almost 10,000 people were involved in it. Not many of them were spared. Suzaimo is silent. Badgers are called taboos for a reason. This kind of existence has the ability to destroy 10,000 clan, which is not afraid. Even with Dragon Phoenix and Kunping, 9 great ferocious clans is still a serious injury to Origin Shi. And you can imagine the terrible battle. There was nothing right or wrong in that battle. Torch Dragon Clan Great Elder also had some emotions, saying, later, because of that battle, Dragon Phoenix and Kunping 2 taboos were also seriously injured. They failed to cross the tribulation into immortals, and eventually died of life essence. Before death, Dragon Phoenix had remorse. Blue Dragon Clan Great Elder nodded and said, because of this, we heard that the ill-fated bloodline was born. We hesitated for a long time before we decided to participate in the siege. However, even if we did not participate in the siege, this cricket failed to escape and was captured by 6 great ferocious clans. Suzaimo thought for a moment, seemingly casually, if he can save this one this time, and wait for him to grow up, at least he won't fight against Dragon Clan. Absolutely impossible. Blue Dragon Clan Great Elder said flatly. The other Dragon Clan Elder also shook their heads. Torch Dragon Clan Great Elder said, 9 great ferocious clans and the 10,000 clan have inherent fear of forbidden creatures. If the forbidden creatures do not grow up, they will reveal their identity, bloodline, and they will have only one ending and die. 9 great ferocious clans. The heavenly desolate 10,000 family, including the cultivator of human race, will never let a taboo grow. Dragon Clan didn't take any action, and it has caused the rest of ferocious clans response chi. If he dares to rescue this taboo, he will provoke the anger and siege of the rest of ferocious clan, and it will be a great disaster. At this time, who dares to attack this taboo idea? Anyone has to die. Suzaimo is silent. In fact, he just said that to test Dragon Clan's reaction. Originally, he wondered if he could use the power of Dragon Clan to rescue Yi Ling. It's simply impossible to see the responses of Dragon Clan's many elders. Not only that, if he showed a hint of trying to rescue Yi Ling, he would also attract all the discouragement of Dragon Clan Elder, and even detain him in Dragon Bones Valley. At this point, Suzaimo stood still and silent. No matter what the others are, no matter what taboo Yi Ling is, he must go to the Central Territory, do everything to save Yi Ling. At the same time, the Dragon Clan True Body side also sensed the news from Azure Lotus True Body. 2 great True Bodies communicate with each other, almost instantly, and a decision is made. Martial Dao has just stepped into Martial Soul Realm, which is equivalent to Nascent Soul Realm. His strength is insufficient, so there is no need to alarm. This time, all Dragon Clan True Body and Azure Lotus True Body must be dispatched. During this trip to Central Territory, Suzaimo will face unprecedented danger, saying that deaths and still alive are not exaggerated. Some super sects have complained with him originally. If he dares to save Yi Ling under the heavens, it is tantamount to driving himself out of the way and being the enemy of the world. Even so, Suzaimo didn't hesitate. Yi Ling is not an immemorial taboo to him, but a brother he has worshipped for many years, and has followed his family for many years. He will never stand by and stay away, even if it is the enemy of the world. It does not hesitate. Torch Dragon Clan Great Elder said, I call you today, not because of this taboo, but to tell you something. What? Suzaimo asked. 5 Pulse Great Elder glanced at it before Torch Dragon Clan Great Elder looked towards Suzaimo, slowly said, we speculate that you are very likely to grow into another taboo Dragon Phoenix. Suzaimo's heart was startled, but soon she felt a sorrow. He does not have dragon blood in the body, but he also has divine phoenix bone. If the 2 types of bloodline are combined, it may become a new taboo Dragon Phoenix. In the beginning, when you accepted Dragon Ancestor baptism and awakened the innate divine ability, there were many natural phenomena. It can scare Dragon Ancestor and defeat the bloodline of the five-clawed divine dragon. I am afraid that it is only Dragon Phoenix. Torch Dragon Clan Great Elder sighed. Of course, this may require an opportunity. I don't know, after all, you can't even make a complete dragon body now. Blue Dragon Clan Great Elder said, if you can become Dragon Phoenix in the future and you have not grown up to Ancestor Realm, you must be careful not to reveal your identity bloodline. Otherwise, you will have the same ending as this owl. When the time comes, I am afraid that Dragon Clan cannot protect you. Suzaimo nodded. What? Dragon Phoenix is too far away from him. He may not be able to wait until then. This time the Law Manifestation Battle, Dragon Clan True Body and Azure Lotus True Body are not facing Heaven Chosen of Law Manifestation Realm, but all sect forces, 6 great ferocious clans. 2 great true bodies on the spot. It is also very possible. This time, the opponent obviously set up a bureau, not only to kill Yi Ling, but also to suppress and kill him together. I don't know what kind of inescapable net is arranged. Among them, it is beneficial to Suzaimo, and the only variable, I am afraid, is Dragon Clan True Body. Suzaimo suddenly said, I am going to see this Law Manifestation battle. What are you going to do? Torch Dragon Clan Great Elder frowned, immediately alert. Suzaimo said, I haven't seen what the 3 great taboos as puppets look like. This opportunity, extremely rare, can't be missed. Elders, rest assured, I hide my identity and watch the excitement next to me without any risk. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1292 Chapter 1292 Killing Intent 4 Central Territory, Heaven and Earth Valley. The name Heaven and Earth means that this valley is special. The 1000 Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol list will be held in this valley. This valley is extremely wide, with a radius of 1000 miles. At that time, Law Manifestation Realm Heaven Chosen on the Heavenly Desolate Continent will gather here to compete for the event. 2 places on the Law Manifestation list. Being able to rank in the Law Manifestation list is not only honor, but also rich rewards. Like the Natural Phenomenon list, the Law Manifestation list is also hosted by Profound Principle Palace. As the battle for the Law Manifestation approached, the number of cultivators near Heaven and Earth Valley gradually increased and became more lively. I heard that Liuxu Fairy and Piexu Valley received the ancient inheritance and condensed the Dharma body. This time, it is expected to compete for the top 10 of Law Manifestation. The Pangwiv Overlord Hall, the 10 Temples Yama body that has been lost for many years, is not weak. I heard that the Fairy of Maiden sect once obtained the ancient inheritance in the land of preaching the Tao, condensing the Dark Girl Dharma body, and now the cultivation base is less than the Law Manifestation Realm Great Perfection. But the battle strength is amazing. I want to say that this time the fight for the top of the Law Manifestation is the least suspense. I heard that Huang Wu Dao Monarch condensed 3 Dao Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol, which are 8 feet 7 high. The top of the Law Manifestation list is his. Indeed, no one can match Huang Wu Dao Monarch. The Law Manifestation battle has not yet begun, and many cultivators have already discussed it. By the way, do you know what the immemorial taboo is? Unclear. It seems to be a terrifying creature of immemorial era, like 9 great ferocious clans. So smart. I heard that it took a lot of effort to capture this taboo. Look, Sword Sect Cultivator is here. There was a cultivator pointing at the distance and exclaimed. Sword Sect came early this time. With the approach of time, the major sect forces, Super Sect appeared one after another, descending on the Heaven and Earth Valley. This time, Misty Peak also has a dozen cultivators, led by the old immortal Crane to the Central Territory. Among Misty Peaks, Nianchi is most likely to compete for a place on a Law Manifestation chart. The young master has already left. Why haven't he shown up yet? Nianchi arrived at Heaven and Earth Valley and started searching 4 times, but could not find the silhouette of Suzaimo. There must be something delayed. it doesn't matter. Old Immortal Crane laughed. It didn't take long for the cultivators of the 4 big gates to come together. This time the law manifestation battle, like some super sect, is headed by Body Fusion Great Expert, leading the sect disciple. The same goes for the 4 big side doors. At the forefront are 4 Body Fusion Great Experts. The most conspicuous is 100 Refinements sect, a middle-aged man wearing a scarlet eardrobe. Chiuxuanan has bright A's, as if a flame is burning. The realm of this great expert is just the Body Fusion early stage, but the momentum has overwhelmed most of the Body Fusion great experts present. This person is Jihuo, who is born again. 1000 Shangguanzi Herman, standing next to Jihuo, looked very close to Jihuo. Behind her, there are 1000 Crane Gate titles, 1000 Crane Fairy. It was Lengru who went out from Misty Peak. In Pil Sun Gate, Xining and Jichengshan also arrived with sect. Tomb sect's little fatty is also in the crowd. These people ran to Misty Peak and talked to the old Immortal Crane. Nianqi, my brother is not here? Xining asked quietly. Nianqi said, it's not clear, the young master has already left, but it should not have arrived. Xining nodded, me with a little anxiety, and asked, do you know what the immemorial taboo is this time? Has anyone seen it? It's not clear. Profound Principal Palace is so deeply concealed that no one has seen this immemorial taboo. Nianqi shook his head. Xining sighed in his mind, and the scene when Yiling left appeared in his mind. Over time, the number of Immortal Sect 9 sects, 7 Demon sects, and Buddha sect 6 temples has been counted. 5 large heretic paths have also arrived. 3 great aristocratic families, 2 islanders still did not show up. What's wrong? What are you thinking? Seeing Jihuo frowning and thinking, Shangguanzi seemed to have something on her mind and asked softly. Not quite right. Jihuo frowned on super sect, such as Sword Sect and Wind Thunder Temple, and said, this time the Battle of the Law Manifestation List. These sect battles are a bit big. Normally, the Law Manifestation battle is the main protagonist of Law Manifestation Dao Monarch. It is sufficient for each major sect force to send at most 1 or 2 Body Fusion Great Experts. But this time, Sword Sect's Body Fusion Great Expert has exceeded 30. The same goes for Wind Thunder Temple, Colored Glaze Palace, Heavenly Gang Religion, Primordial Sect. It's weird indeed. Shangguanzi is also nodded, confused by expression. Jihuo's eyes glanced through the Sword Sect camp, gaze as if a torch, and slowly said, and have you noticed that among these sects, there are also some Body Fusion Great Experts that don't seem to come from these sects? What do you mean? Shangguanzi listened a little. Jihuo said bluntly, some people inside don't look like human race. Not human race? Shangguanzi heart startled, subconsciously thinking that Monster Demon was mixed in. But she thought about how capable Monster Demon could be to hide the eyes of the Body Fusion Great Expert present. Not Monster Demon, is it? You mean people of the Taiku 9 family? Shangguanzi whispered, possible. Jihuo nodded, expression grave. 9 people have not set foot in Heavenly Desolate for so many years, and have appeared in the Battle of Law Manifestation. What are they going to do? Shangguanzi asked. It's not clear yet, let's watch it change. Jihuo said. The Law Manifestation list has not yet begun. It seems calm on the surface, but Jihuo feels that there is a surging current under the calm water, killing intent 4 volts. It seems that something stormy sea is brewing. Jihuo suddenly asked, Law Manifestation standings are about to start. Zymo is not here yet? I didn't see him. Shangguanzi also shook her head. The other side, Heavenly Machines, Fairy Swords, and the others came together. Divine Consciousness Sound Transmission. Huang Wu Dao Monarch has not appeared yet. What should I do? Sword Dao. He may be aware of the danger and will not come. It is impossible. Secret smiled slightly, confident tone. After a pause, Danji said, Huang Wu didn't show up, just because he hadn't seen the beast. Huang Wu was too cautious. If he doesn't come out, I will force him to show up. Tanji said a word, and moved into the air. "Everyone be quiet." Tanji pressed with both hands, and the sound was not heavy, but it spread to every corner of Heaven and Earth Valley, attracting countless line of sight. The fight for the law manifestation is about to begin. Before that, please don't be impatient. Tanji lightly saying, immemorial era, there were once taboo creatures that were cruel and bloodless, bloodthirsty and killing, causing anger and resentment, and 10,000 people were angry. This life, I heard that the taboo bloodline is awake, and I have worked together to capture it. Today, under the testimony of the Heavens Cultivator, kill this blood and drink its blood. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1293. Chapter 1293, Long Time. The Cultivator, densely packed, in Heaven and Earth Valley is looking around. Some expressions are confused, others are curious, and they want to see what this legendary taboo creature looks like. Tanji looked all around and seemed to be looking for something. Unfortunately, after waiting a while, Suzumo still didn't show up. There are too many cultivators in Heaven and Earth Valley. If Huang Wu is hidden in it, it will be difficult to find out. The fairy sword is lightly frowned. Divine Consciousness Sound Transmission faithfully smiled, saying, Huang Wu is very cautious. He hasn't seen the beast, presumably he won't show up. It's okay to bring that beast out and just let the Under the Heavens Cultivator take a look. Heavenly Machine looked towards the chilling god behind him, slightly nodded. The cold spirit smiled lightly, took a pocket from the waist, opened the mouth of the bag, and a dark shadow fell out. With a heavy chain sound, this shadow fell heavily on the ground. There was a stir in the crowd. Countless lines of sight have all fallen on this silhouette. This is a black-clothed youth. It seems that Chi and blood has passed badly. Look pale. Both hands and feet are even covered with a huge iron hoop around the neck. Even so, in the eyes of black-clothed youth, there is still no pain, but cold. What is this? Is this the immemorial taboo? It doesn't look any different from us. Many cultivator were disappointed. Yiling, a direction of Pill Sun Gate, suddenly exclaimed. A female cultivator expression was so excited that she rushed up and was held down by the body fusion great expert of Pill Sun Gate, unable to move even a little bit. Isn't this Dan Yang Fairy? What's going on? Dan Yang Fairy met this black-clothed person. Yiling, I said this guy looks a little familiar. He seems to have a great relationship with Huang Wu Da Monarch. Some cultivator whispered. Dan Yang Fairy is succeeding. Don't be impatient, calm down. Pill Sun Gate elder expression grave. She has lived for so long, experienced and knowledgeable. Naturally it can be seen that the battle of the major super sects this time is too large, it is obviously targeted and the visitors are not good. At this time, rashly standing out is very likely to cause death. How can I calm down? That's Yiling. Seeing Yiling like this, Xining's tears fell down. Yiling looked up slightly, and frowned slightly. Her eyes seemed to be in pain. It was just a slight movement, and a little blood leaked from his throat. Yiling and Xining looked at each other, exhausted all their strengths, and shook the head. This time the wound was pulled, and the spikes penetrated into the neck again, and a few scarlet blood stains slowly flowed out. Yiling wants to remind Xining that 10 million don't stand up. He was well aware of his situation, and if he fell into 6 great ferocious clans, he would not be alive. At this time, whoever dares to stand by his side will die with him. Yiling, don't move. Xining cried. In this brief moment, she had no idea at all. She wanted to rush up, but was restrained by Sect Elder's body. She couldn't move at all. She could only stand on the spot and looked at Yiling, her heart twisted like a knife. Over the years, no matter where she is, no matter what she thinks, even if she walks in the northern wasteland area to practice medicine, Yiling hasn't left, always silently guarding her, to never leave each other. Over the years, without Yiling, she doesn't know how many times she has died. Even more how, for so many years, the relationship between the two people has exceeded the friendship in the ordinary sense, but no one on both sides has broken. Yiling in Xinling's mind is already a family of second only to Suzaimo. Although she has experienced a lot in these years, her temper has also strengthened, but in the face of such a situation, she still feels a burst of weakness and a mess in her mind. I understood. Jihuo's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly said, "This time they are fighting the law manifestation list. I'm afraid not only this taboo, but also Zaimo, maiden sect." Jiao Jing veiled and frowned slightly. Is it for Zaimo? She is well aware of Suzaimo's relationship with Yiling, and she also realizes that the battle for the law manifestation is probably a huge trap. At this moment, Danji slowly said, "I believe that the cultivator's mind is confused. How can such a seemingly ordinary person be an immemorial taboo?" This is indeed a confusion in the minds of many cultivators. "That's because you haven't seen this beast's body." After Danji said this, he tapped his fingertips and burst into a mist, immersed in Yiling's within the body. Roar! Deep in Yiling's throat, a roar erupted, and the entire body began to tremble, constantly expanding, and in the blink of an eye, a 10 jang high, nearly 20 jang long monster beast appeared in place. Yiling struggled with roar, baleful chi soared into the sky, and a fierce noise came from Tenjin Lock. Hiss! Many cultivators suck in a breath of cold air. The entire crowd was subconsciously a half step back. Yiling's breath is too scary. The cultivator of the human race, when seeing the souls of the Taiko 9 people, they will unknowingly produce fear. Even more, how is Yiling, who is afraid of 9 great ferocious clans? That was an uncontrollable fear, coming from deep in the bloodline. The cultivator only felt that the scalp was exploding, and hair stands on end. Even body fusion great expert, such as Jihuo, were pumping shrink. Even though Yiling had been trapped by a golden unknown chain, Yiling's minions, dancing the tail spine with flashing cold light, made them feel a palpitation. This is a creature born purely for slaughter. Brute. The natural machine detective grabbed a long whip and drew it on Yiling's body, scolded, "Give me some points." Yiling's body was shaking again, almost cramping. Fettered by the god lock, he couldn't compete for it. The cold god behind the fuselage came out, tapped with his fingertips, and radiated a golden rays of light, submerged in the god chain. What Tenjin Lock golden light greatly rises, the hoop keeps shrinking. Puff puff puff. Yiling's 4 feet, the neck again sprayed out a path of blood. Under the repression of Tenjin Lock, Yiling transformed into a human form again, lying on the ground with a weak breath and a weak expression. Immemorial era. This beast has destroyed countless racial creatures and is addicted to killing. If you let him grow up, heavenly desolate continent will never be peaceful. Tanji slowly said, "In that case, it's better to suppress and kill this beast, so that it won't hurt the common people and slaughter under the heavens." "Yes, kill it. I heard that the beast's flesh and blood make up for it. Kill it and eat it." There were shouts from the crowd. Immortal sect 9 sects, 7 demon sects, and body fusion great expert at Buddha sect 6 temples are all nodded. There is no objection to this matter. Such a huge threat cannot be allowed to grow. No wonder Yiling will be caught. There is a cultivator behind Profound Principal Palace. Just then, a cold voice came from outside the crowd. The group Xigzun looked away. "I saw a cultivator treads the sky, black hair as your clothes, delicate and pretty brows, but shaved with brows, killing intent on his face, walking slowly." "You finally came." The natural machine smiled lightly. "I have been waiting for a long time." Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1294 Chapter 1294 3 Dao Siege. Huang Wu Dao Monarch. Xianjian's eyes were resentful, and she hated gnashing teeth. He was injured in primordial spirit and has not recovered. Over the years, he has fallen to this point, and it can be said that it is all thanks to Huang Wu Dao Monarch. At the beginning, in Thousand Monsters Valley, it was Huang Wu who seized Heaven Murdering Sword Art, which should have belonged to him. If he got Heaven Murdering Sword Art, his battle strength would skyrocket, and he would not lose to Jihuo later, let alone run away by Azura. He will not lose to Huang Wu, and it ends up now. The primordial spirit is injured, his battle strength is greatly reduced, which is not half that of peak. Seeing Suzaimo's appearance, Xianjian clenched his fists. Subconsciously, he knew that all the humiliations he had suffered over the years would end with Suzaimo today. It wasn't just him who had this idea. Huang Wu, you dare to fight for the law manifestation standings. A law manifestation Dao monarch from Colored Glaze Palace slowly got up, exuding a powerful aura. His body seemed to reflect a path of glazed light, slowly said, "It's time to clear up the grudges between you and me." Colored Glaze Palace. Which are you? Suzaimo asked him without looking at him. Fangchen Dao Monarch. The Colored Glaze Palace Law Manifestation Dao Monarch slowly said, Fangchen Dao Monarch, I heard that his 7-color glazed body has been cultivated to a height of 8 feet 8 feet. This time, he is expected to compete for the top 10 in the law manifestation. 8 Jiang 8. Isn't it a foot taller than Huang Wu's Heaven and Earth Dharma idol? Otherwise, where do you think Feng Dao Monarch's strength is? Old Monk Yuan is no longer a secret. If Suzaimo doesn't show up this time, after this law manifestation battle, Colored Glaze Palace will also find Suzaimo. At the beginning, Suzaimo was in the land of preaching the Tao, suppress and kill many titles disciple. This can be regarded as fiercely hitting the big super sector Big Mouth. This kind of strange shame and deep hatred is because the shot under Buried Dragon Valley was temporarily put on hold, but the major super sects have not forgotten. Huang Wu, I heard you took away the inheritance magic arts of my Wind Thunder Temple. It's so bold. Sure enough, right after Dao Monarch, a law manifestation Dao Monarch of a Wind Thunder Temple stood out, screaming with thunder, you really treat me as a Wind Thunder Temple. Which one are you? Suzaimo expression asked indifferently. Under 5 Ray Dao Monarch. The Wind Thunder Temple Dao Monarch proudly said. 5 Dao Monarch also came out. The last law manifestation list was number 5. Heaven and Earth Dharma idol was 8 feet 4. Over the years, I don't know where it has grown. Dare to fight against Huang Wu, it must be dependent. The secret machine laughed and said nothing. He wasn't in a hurry to shoot. As long as Huang Wu appears, he is sure to die. This is what the 10,000 ancient demon evil, Huang Wu Dao Monarch. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince expression disdain, twitched his lips, said, it looks nothing, it's normal. It's estimated that it won't stop me. Myriad Shapes City Clansman's hatred. It's time to report. Windy Day Rakshasa twisted her neck and made a caca sound. Don't worry, the cold god said with a slight smile. Let's watch the excitement first and let them human race fight by themselves. Wuxi wore a wide hood, and there were 2 faint glances in the darkness, and he uttered a flick. This face, he is too familiar. At the Dragon Bones Valley, Dragon Clan Young Master looked like this. Of course, the breath of Dragon Clan Young Master is even more violent, chi and blood is terrifying, and it is full head of red hair, and the breath of Azure Clothes Cultivator seems to be more restrained. 2 people can never be the same person. But to say that 2 people have nothing to do with it, Wuxi absolutely doesn't believe it. Interesting, I'd like to see, what's your secret? Wuxi secretly said in one's heart, and watch it change. Zaimo's situation doesn't look great. Shang Guanzi is lightly frowned. No problem, Jihuo said, these law manifestation realm heaven chosen, I am afraid they cannot threaten Zaimo. Shang Guanzi said, but behind these law manifestation realm heaven chosen is the body fusion great expert of the major super sects. If these law manifestation realm heaven chosen are defeated, they may not be able to sit still. HMPH. Jihuo said, if there is a body fusion great expert who dares to attack Zaimo, I will meet them next time. Yuan bold ancestor passed away, but Zaimo and me Jihuo, I want to see who dares to bully and suppress Zaimo. In the air, Suzaimo looked all around and swept in front of super sects such as Sword Sect, Heavenly Gang Religion, Primordial Sect, and slowly said, who else wants to find me Huang Wu to settle accounts and stand together? Huang Wu, you killed that many title disciple. You really think no one can hold you back? A Primordial Sect Dao Monarch stood up, loudly said, "Under." "No need to say." Suzaimo waved. The primordial sect Tao monarch was interrupted by Suzaimo before he finished speaking. "I'm not interested in your name," Suzaimo said in a deep voice. "I am not here today to compete with you for the top of the law manifestation list. I urge you not to mess with me." He is really reminding these cultivators! Hurricane. Soon, Heavenly Gang religion, Sword sect, Del sect's illusory demon cult, Earthly fiend cult, Cloud and Rain sect all had law manifestation realm. Heaven Chosen stood out. Staring at Suzaimo's face was poor, murderers looking. Amitabha Buddha sect. A monk from the Vajra temple stood up, folded his hands, said the Buddha's name, and said, "Huang Wu, my Yujin monk at the Vajra temple has fallen." It's related to you. Yujin monk falls into the supreme beginning ancient temple, and has nothing to do with Suzaimo. Vajra temple is here for fun too? Suzaimo glanced across. Ha 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 ha. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince couldn't help laughing and waved. Fun and interesting, a cultivator actually caused the siege of immortals, Buddhas and demons 3 Tao. Suzaimo looked around. Although the Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince has transformed into a human form, Suzaimo has felt it. This person is extremely terrifying. Chi and blood is hot, and it is definitely a foreign clan, most likely one of 9 great ferocious clans. With his current battle strength, even in the face of the siege of human race body fusion great expert, he can kill a bloody road. But if the body fusion great expert of 9 great ferocious clans is here, the threat to him is too great. Not to mention saving Yiling. He may not be able to leave alive himself. Huang Wu, I don't care what you do. Now that you're here, let me pay for the fallen cultivator of the Colored Glaze Palace. Feng Chen Tao monarch loudly shouted, without entanglement with Suzaimo, jumped up, immediately released Heaven and Earth Dharma idol. Call a phantom sword from the top of Feng Chen Tao monarch's head, and in an instant, it has climbed to a height of 8 feet 8. Able to support both heaven and earth, and the body is shining with 7 colorful glaze lights, as if it is a carved jade bracelet, like gem, shining with rays of light. Bang! This heaven and earth Dharma idol shot violently and moved towards Suzaimo fiercely. Get out! Suzaimo's mind was not placed on this group of law manifestation realm Heaven Chosen at all. And he was still searching for 9 great ferocious clans in the crowd. He didn't look at it, and with one fist, he was the top spell of Buddha sect Great Brahma Fist. Magic power. Feng Chen Tao monarch's 7-color glass body is as high as 8 feet 8 feet. Under the coercion of this fist, they all seem humble and insignificant. Bang! A loud noise. Under the gaze of countless lines of sight, 7K Iluli was broken by Suzaimo in one punch. Kunxu changed color. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1295. Chapter 1295 Suppressing the Law Manifestation List. Heaven and Earth Dharma idol is the most powerful means of law manifestation. Tao monarch. The 8 and 8 Heaven and Earth Dharma idol is shaking the old, illuminating the new, and replacing it with the previous natural phenomenon list is definitely the top of the law manifestation list. But now, this 7-colored glaze body was beaten by Suzaimo with a Tao Law 40% 5. Not to mention the level of this Tao Law technique, the magic power that erupted this time is too horrible. Even Heaven and Earth Dharma idol can't bear it. Feng Chen Tao monarch's face was pale, his body was backwards, and he almost fell from the air. All his pride is gone under Suzaimo this fist. No, Huang Wu is not a law manifestation realm middle stage. As soon as Suzaimo hits, his cultivation realm can't hide it. Law manifestation realm great perfection. This, Huang Wu has only been in the law manifestation realm for more than 100 years since he entered the law manifestation realm, and has actually cultivated to the law manifestation realm great perfection. It is indeed the first evil Indiana 10000 ancient times. This cultivation speed is too scary. An exclamation came from the crowd. Suzaimo immortal, demon, Buddha 3 sects tempering primordial spirit. The magic power of law manifestation realm great perfection has been vast to unimaginable, far beyond law manifestation realm, enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with any body fusion great expert. Take me off. Suzaimo's eyes fell on electricity, falling on more than a dozen law manifestation Tao monarchs such as 5-ray Tao monarch, coldly said. In fact, these law manifestation Tao monarchs have been deterred by Suzaimo's punch, and dare not act blindly without thinking. But these people are, after all, true heaven-chosen monsters in the real cultivation world. Under the eyes of everyone, they are scolded in such a way that no one can hang their faces. Huang Wu, you are too arrogant. 5-ray Tao monarch coldly snorted, saying, today, the major super sects gather and heaven-chosen meets. You are nothing but a law manifestation realm. What is the battle strength? I'm strong, I can suppress you. Suzaimo is concerned about Yiling, and he is unwilling to entangle with these law manifestation Tao monarch. Without saying anything, he shot directly and condensed the imprisoning immortal seal. It is good. 5-ray Tao monarch is also completely fearless, loudly shouted, I'd like to see, how long can you Huang Wu be arrogant today? Bang! 5-ray Tao monarchs within the body suddenly burst into a tall phantom, which climbed to 8 feet in an instant, and the trend has not stopped. In a blink of an eye, a heaven and earth Dharma idol, surrounded by thunderstorms, descended into the air, a foot taller than the only 7K Iluli body. 8 Jiang 9. 1,000 years ago, the wind and thunder Dharma body was still 8 feet 4. In the years 1000, 5 thunder Tao monarch has condensed heaven and earth Dharma idol to the height of 8 feet 9. Huang Wu, kill me primordial sect 2 great evildoer, come on. On the other side, a primordial sect Tao monarch stood up and also released heaven and earth immediately. Bang! A phantom rises into the sky. In an instant, it has grown to a height of 8 feet 4. Primordial 1 chi body. Huang Wu, I heard you have more than one heaven and earth Dharma idol, and today I want to see too. A heavenly gang religion Tao monarch stood up and released heaven and earth Dharma idol. 8 Jiang 5's body of nature. Bang! 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 Phantom Dharma body. Jiang 6 gold body. Jing Hong sword body. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen law manifestation Tao monarchs appeared, forming a siege of Suzaimo. A path of heaven and earth Dharma idol treads the sky, magnificent and horrifying. This is to join forces against Huang Wu. These law manifestation Tao monarch and battle strength can definitely be at the top of the law manifestation list. The battle of the law manifestation list has actually evolved into this. Looking at this scene, Xian Jian suddenly grinned. Elder Jian, what's wrong? The disciple behind the fairy sword was also whispered by a law manifestation Tao monarch. Xian Jian shook her head slightly, her mouth slightly tilted, and said sarcastically, these law manifestation Tao monarch are not Huang Wu's opponents at all. If there is anyone who knows the battle strength of Suzaimo best, Xian Jian is definitely one of them, because he was almost suppressed and killed by Suzaimo in the bamboo forest. Why doesn't Master stop these Tao monarch? The disciple asked again. The fairy sword laughed and said nothing. At this moment, Tanji looked over, and the two eyes stared at each other. They will naturally not come out to stop. The harder Huang Wu fights with these law manifestation Tao monarchs, the less room there is for maneuvering between Huang Wu and the super sects. When the time comes, Huang Wu is the enemy of the world. What 10,000 ancient evils? What Bu Wu Kang Sheng is also a joke, that's all. On the battlefield, immediately after the imprisoning immortal seal arrived, it was smashed by a wind and thunder Dharma body of 8 feet 9 feet. This wind and thunder Dharma body has been infinitely close to Supreme Dharma idol. The magic power is pure and condensed to the extreme, and imprisoning immortal seal in the great clarity Dharma seal. The formidable power is average, failed to shake the 5 thunder Tao monarch's wind thunder Dharma body. Ha 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 ha. 5 Tao monarch laughed and said, Huang Wu is just that. But so, Suzaimo is also sneered. The French seal changed in his hand, 5 fingers slightly bent, as if holding a wheel, condensed a weird French seal. moved towards the Thunder Dharma body smashed in the past. In the Great Clarity Dharma Seal, the Great Vajra Wheel Seal, one of the two strongest Tao Law seals of formidable power. Bang! A loud noise. An incomparable gigantic golden wheel emerged in the air, filled with a heartbreaking breath, and moved towards the front, constantly rolling. The void under the golden wheels is trembling and twisting, as if nothing could stop this golden wheel. Jiang 9's Wind Thunder Dharma body will not work either. Bang! In a blink of an eye, the Great Vajra Wheel Seal collided with the Thunder Dharma body. Kaka! Above the Dharma body, there was a sound of infiltration, and a path of cracks appeared on the surface, which continued to spread and spread throughout the body in an instant. Magic power flows quickly. Hiss. Group repair is shocked. The 8 and 9 Heaven and Earth Dharma idol was also shattered by Suzaimo's Tao Law seal. 5 Ray Tao Monarch was shocked, and he burst out with a blood arrow. At the same time, dozens of 8 Fly Heaven and Earth Dharma idols standing around also moved at the same time, and moved towards Suzaimo and killed him. Suzaimo's eyes are great rises. He urges the primordial spirit. He squeezes magic arts with both hands, and instantly condenses a path of horrible spell. Continuous magic power moved towards Suzaimo. Even these magic powers of Heaven and Earth Dharma idol were forcibly sucked by Suzaimo. The magic power of Suzaimo too is almost boiling. Large Mount Xumi Seal. Flying Sand-Running Stone. Avisi Hell. Door-Eye Heavenly Dragon is Super Defa. Fonsi Secret Technique. Fist of Heavenly Demon. Suzaimo also burst into a dozen horrible and terrifying top spells, colliding with these dozens of Heaven and Earth Dharma idol. Bang! The whole void seemed to burst in a flash. A dazzling semicircular halo, spreading suddenly. The heat wave is compelling, unparalleled force, sweeping the four sides with strong wind scattering the last clouds. The group repairs retreated. Even some body fusion great experts are slightly discolored, their bodies are backwards, avoiding their sharpness. Is this the power of law manifestation realm? It didn't take long for the smoke to clear. In the air, there is only a silhouette, wearing azure clothes, black hair, dancing, gaze as if a torch, exuding a powerful aura of sweeping 9 heavens 10 earths, such as the Emperor who is under the heavens. More than a dozen Heaven and Earth Dharma idol, all broken. There was an instant silence in the entire Heaven and Earth Valley. Kungsu realized one thing. Huang Wu Dao Monarch, which is by the strength of oneself, suppressed heaven chosen on the entire law manifestation list. There was something wrong with the group ID yesterday. The search was not possible. Great expert may have shot it and blocked the secret. When I was furious, I cast the great divine ability to reveal it. Fellow Taoists joined the group as soon as possible, and magic power was unable to support it. If Fairy joined the group, it would help me a lot, and I think I can support it for a longer. Group number 340,879,231. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1296. Chapter 1296 is universal. Call. A glazed light suddenly came, bursting into a killing intent, almost tearing the void, and the top of the head fiercely moved towards Suzaimo fell down. This glaze light, as if carrying the great power of the world, is irresistible. Body fusion great expert Huang Wu Dao Monarch law manifestation realm is invincible. After all, body fusion great expert can't sit still. Colored glaze palace great expert. This is to kill Huang Wu directly. There was an uproar in the crowd. Suddenly, in the crowd on the other side, a dark shadow suddenly flew out, breaking into the air, and hit the glaze light in an instant. A loud explosion sound. The black shadow reveals the body, which is actually a huge smelter. On the other side, the body of that body fusion great expert shot was also full of shock. Deng 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 stepped back a few steps in a row. His face was ugly, staring in the direction of flying out of the refining tripod. Jihuo, colored glaze palace great expert gritted his teeth, and 2 words came out of his teeth. Until then, many cultivators didn't realize what was happening. In the only flashlight room, Colored Glaze Palace Great Expert took the shot and wanted to suppress and kill Suzaimo, but was saved by Jihuo Great Expert of 100 Refinements Sect. What do you want to do? Jihuo slowly got up, with both eyes as if burning aflame, saying, "Today is the battle of the law manifestation list." Previously many law manifestation Dao monarch to have no shame, besieging Zymo. I did not say anything. Your body fusion great expert has to have no shame too? Jihuo, today has nothing to do with the law manifestation battle. This is the grudge between us. Super Sect and Huang Wu. A heavenly gang religion great expert also stood up, and his face was not good. Primordial Sect great expert murderers looking, icily said, "Yes, I have to end the grievance between Huang Wu and Huang Wu today. It's okay to settle grudges." Jihuo said, "True cultivation in the real cultivation world is inevitable, but it's inevitable, but you want to overpower others, bully less, bully the little, not at my Jihuo. Jihuo, I advise you, don't get involved." Xianjian smiled coldly, and said, "Today, no one can protect Huang Wu. He must die." Jihuo took the refiner, without any fear in his eyes, slowly said, "Why, you so-called upright sect don't even have a face." A group of body fusion great experts actually have to work together against a law manifestation Dao monarch. Is this your means of immortal sect? Righteous sect? Biaxu Valley great expert stood out and said, "Huang Wu founded martial Dao, Bu Wu was born, but it's a blessing to be born, and set a monument of immortality. With such merit, you have to embarrass him, but it is too cold to under the heavens cultivate a heart of." Not bad. One of the immortal sects, the great expert of King Fingwen, is also nodded, saying, "Private revenge goes to private revenge. If your body immortal sect, demon sect, Buddha sect's body fusion great expert, join forces to deal with a law manifestation Dao monarch, what is it? Don't be afraid of future jokes." In immortal sect 9 sects, not all super sects are standing opposite Suzaimo. Maiden sect great expert also stood out, said with a sneer, "Immortal sect, full of benevolence and morality, in fact, full of intrigue and conspiracy, it is ridiculous." Amitabha, the great expert at Dipankara temple, also whispered a Buddhist chant, saying, "Huang Wu gave birth to under the heavens and has supreme merits. You really shouldn't." Huang Wu stood up, Bu Wu Kang Sheng. This has a great impact on the entire true cultivation world and the entire heavenly desolate continent. That alone pushed Suzaimo's reputation to its peak. Soon, among the immortal sect, Buddha sect, and demon sect, two factions formed. Those who want to suppress and kill Suzaimo are naturally people headed by fairy swords. Standing on the side of Suzaimo are Jihuo, of course, although the great experts in Snowy Valley and King Fingwen would stand up to speak for Suzaimo. If the war broke out, they may not fight the great expert because of Huang Wu. It's getting more interesting. Seeing the human race through cultivation chaos, Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince raised his palm and smiled, expressing excitement. "I really don't understand. Human race looks like this. How did we lose in the battle of ancient times?" Fengshen Rakshasa sneered slightly. "Papa." When the camps between the two sides were deadlocked, there was a Pat's palm next to them, which attracted the attention of many cultivators. Tanji finally stood up. Since Suzaimo's appearance, he has been sitting on the sidelines. Now that the situation is deadlocked, he must come forward. "You don't have to quarrel first." Tanji smiled lightly, and said, "Let's ask Huang Wu Dao monarch first. Since you are not here today to fight for the law manifestation list, what is it called?" This question is the key to asking. Suzaimo didn't hesitate, sneered slightly, pointing at Yiling under the feet of the fairy sword and the others, loudly said, "There is nothing to hide. I'm here today to take him away." Ah! Tone barely fell, and an exclamation came from the crowd. Yiling is a cruel and cold-blooded immemorial taboo. Today, Quinxu gathered here, in addition to the battle of law manifestation, is to witness the killing of Yiling. Now, Suzaimo says unabashedly, take this immemorial taboo of extremely dangerous. Good, good, good. The smile in Tanji's eyes was even more prosperous, saying, "It is indeed Huang Wu, and it is really calm and fair." Immemorial taboo is the enemy of the 10,000 family. This action by Suzaimo is tantamount to standing opposite the 10,000 family. No one dare to imagine, if this immemorial taboo is alive, what kind of bloody rain and foul winds will be raised on the heavenly desolate continent in the future. This is an uncertain danger. Must be strangled. Immortal, demon, Buddha, 3 sects. There is no doubt about this. This time, even the great Snow Valley great expert was frowned, reminding Huang Wu, "Don't be confused. If you want to save him, no one can save you." This sentence can be regarded as a heart attack. Unfortunately, Suzaimo was determined. He made a lot of preparations. Even with the Dragon Clan True Body card, it is impossible to shrink back. Jihuo's expression also became dignified. "Zaimo, you have to think clearly about the possible consequences of your decision." Jihuo Divine Consciousness Sound Transmission said, "At that time, you will be the enemy of the world, but I will not protect you. Even if you escape, heavenly desolate continent may not have a place for you." "I know," Suzaimo lightly saying, "Master, needless to say, this is my decision. Neither you nor 100 Refinements sect need to be involved." Immortal Crane Sr., "Nianqi, you don't have to shoot." Suzaimo turned his head and said something to Misty Peak. Later, he looked at Jiojing towards Maiden Sect and slowly shook the head. Suzaimo knew that if he chose to save Yiling, like Jihuo and the others, he would stand beside him without hesitation. But these people are bound to fall into this vortex, and they're likely to be crushed to pieces. Because he knows that the enemy this time is not only the body fusion great expert of Sword Sect and Primordial Sect, but also Swire ferocious clan hidden in these cultivators. Because of this, Suzaimo did not notify Huz and the others of the news of Yiling's capture. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1297. Chapter 1297. It's time for your life. You have also heard, Huang Wu knows that this beast is the taboo of the Scourge Immemorial Era, and he wants to save it. What is Huang Wu's heart? Secretly and differently asked Amitabha, Dona Huang Wu. This matter is very important. If this taboo grows up, I am afraid that it will raise countless bloody rain and foul winds on heavenly desolate continent. Faceless Temple Monk shook his head slightly. Yes, I can't let it go. This beast is ferocious, slaughters to become nature. If you let it go, there will be future troubles. Heavenly desolate continent who can survive. Aggressive. In fact, many cultivators simply do not understand the taboos, and they have no deep hatred with Yiling. Standing out today is nothing more than fear of Yiling. Suzaimo laughed suddenly, taunting expression, looking around all around, saying, "You said he was brutal, slaughters to become nature. I would like to ask you, in the Myriad Shapes City, Rakshasa Clan and God Clan massacre human race cultivator, who stands in front of human race and suppresses foreign clan. Is it you? Is it you?" Suzaimo pointed at Kunksu and asked loudly. Group repair silent. No one responded. Although most of the cultivators present have not experienced the Battle of Myriad Shapes City, it is generally clear what happened in Myriad Shapes City. In that battle, if it were not for Suzaimo and Yiling, human race heaven chosen would annihilate the entire army and bury it in Myriad Shapes City. Even Yi's ancestors, in immemorial era slaughters to become nature, are ruthless, but what does this have to do with him? Suzaimo said, I have watched Yiling grow up since he was a child. Although he is good at slaughter, he never kills without a reason. Still no one spoke. Suzaimo looked around. In Heaven and Earth Valley stands densely packed cultivators. There are many sects and forces gather, but most cultivators' faces are dismissive. No one wants to listen to what he said. In the minds of many cultivators, they have long been preconceived. Suzaimo shook his head slightly. He knew that there was no need to explain anymore. It's light. Heavenly Gang Religion Great Expert said with a sneer. The rivers and mountains are easy to change, and the nature is difficult to change. Slaughter and blood are flowing in the bloodline of this beast. When he kills the war, it will be too late. Huang Wu, If you think about it, don't be confused. Out of good intentions, Byakuya Great Shin said, even if you can't bear to see him in trouble and want to save him, it's impossible. Today, the heroes are gathered, not to mention the law manifestation Tao monarch present. You look at Immortal Sect, Buddha Sect, Demon Sect, 5 heretic paths. How many of these super sects body fusion great expert? Don't say you can't save Yiling. Even if you rescue him, you can't escape. Not only Jihuo, but also the Great Snow Valley Great Expert. This time Sword Sect, Primordial Sect and other Immortal Sect body fusion great experts have come so much. I'm afraid it is to deal with Suzumo. There is already an arrange inescapable net here. Even an ant cannot escape. As long as Suzumo dares to shoot, he will die. Most importantly, it is the general trend to kill Yiling today. Whoever stands up and blocks will be crushed into pieces. Jihuo can't. 100 Refinements Sect behind him will not work either. Under the general trend, the winner is the winner. The loser is dead. Show me Xining. Don't let her leave half a step. Pilsun Gate Great Expert slowly said. Yaoyan, you are not allowed to shoot. Maiden Sect Great Expert slowly said. What Maiden Sect and Pilsun Gate can do is to don't help. The current situation is already very obvious. Whoever dares to help Huang Wu will become the enemy of super sects such as Sword Sect and Primordial Sect. Even more how? This is hosted by Profound Principal Palace. Profound Principal Palace's status in Heavenly Desolate Continent is aloof, and most cultivators will not question it. Jihuo expression grave. He didn't expect that what happened today turned out to be a situation without any room for maneuver. Big brother, you go. Just then Yiling moved her throat and said a word. The iron hoop that was originally clasped on his neck contracted again, and a sharp thorn pierced deeply, blood flowing out. Within the limits of Tenjin Lock, every word that Yiling said endured endless suffering. However, he is still lifting the head, regardless of the laceration of the wound, looking at Suzumo in the distance, opened the mouth and said, Big brother, they are going to deal with you. You, don't be fooled. Yiling, rest assured, I will take you away. Looking at the blood on Yiling, Suzumo's eyes grew colder, and the murderous aura around his body had almost condensed into substance. Above the sky, one after another huge stars appeared. TSK TSK TSK, brother is affectionate. The fairy sword was coldly smiled, saying, so good, today I will send you two together for Yellow Springs. Today's matter, no one else, let me go. Suzumo whole person, has become murderers looking. Icily said, today, I want to take Yiling away. Whoever dares stop me, I will kill anyone. Great tone. Primordial Sect Great Expert said with a sneer, whoever you think you are, you just want to be the enemy of under the heavens. Tanji lightly saying, I also say, whoever helps Huang Wu, who is against the entire true cultivation world, the entire human race, and the under 10,000 heavens, and the under the heavens together. Ha ha ha, said Sword with a big smile. Huang Wu, you are still insecure and you want to kill, it's ridiculous. Xianjian, it's time for your life. Just then, an indifferent voice suddenly came from outside the crowd, some husky, some low, but a fearsome magic. Who? Fairy Sword expression panicked, subconsciously yelled. This sounded familiar, but he couldn't believe it. Who dare to stand up at this time? Kungsu also turned his eyes and looked around. Not far away in the sky, a black-robe cultivator walked slowly, with white hair and shoulders, eyes dark, hands hung, and in the right hand, a demon chi dangled long knife. Ah, it's Azura. What Azura is Yan Bichen? Isn't Yan Bichen dead? Azura Blade has returned to Shura Sect, and today Azura has someone else. There was a rush of discussion in the crowd. Suzumo glanced at Azura, and his heart hurt. I haven't seen it in nearly 100 years. Azura's hair has become grey. I don't know what kind of pain he has suffered alone these years. You, the wound of your primordial spirit. How is that possible? Xianjian looked at Yan Bichen who was walking slowly in disbelief. with incredible colors in her eyes, and screamed. He suddenly realized that Yan Bichun's primordial spirit had recovered. Yan Bichun, give me back. You are Shura sect cultivator, don't implicate the entire sect because of you. One of Shura sect's law manifestation Tao monarch stood out. His expression was cold, and he yelled at Yan Bichun. Shura sect great expert did not stop, and seemed to think the matter was right. Who are you? Yan Bichun turned his eyes and asked expressionlessly. I am Azura. The law manifestation Tao monarch expression proudly turned over the palm, has held the Azura blade in his hand. You also deserve Azura. Yan Bichun slashed with his backhand and fell off the head of the law manifestation Tao monarch. The black glow breaks through, suffocating the breath of death. Pukai. The self-proclaimed titled Azuracha had not responded yet, and was cut in half by Yan Bichun, body and soul entirely exterminated. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1298. Chapter 1298 Outbreak. Hiss. The audience is stunned. Everyone didn't expect Yan Bichun would shoot. Everyone even didn't expect the Shura sect title disciple, Azura of this life. Even Yan Bichun didn't block it. Too cruel. This is to prove the Tao Azura. Azura went crazy and even killed her sect's cultivator. It was really unscrupulous and cold-blooded. Many cultivator expressions are frightened and talk softly. Yan Bichun, what do you do? Shura sect great expert was furious, pointing at the sect cultivator that had just fallen, loudly said, you kill him. I can ignore it. Azura's fight is to kill. But today's matter, you must not interfere. Do you want to be at odds with the whole true cultivation world? So what? Yan Bichun indifferently asked. You, Shura sect great expert for a moment. I am afraid that only Suzaimo can understand the mood of Yan Bichun. Qin Pianren's body fell. Li Hen's recognizing master, Yan Bichun got leaving regrets. Scripture. And inherited all inheritance of demon sovereign Li Hen. He hated the sky and eyes, hatred the earth and heartlessness, hated true cultivation and refused to let them go. Why bother with true cultivation? If there is no place to fear in this under the heavens, there is no scruples. It is Azura. Yan Bichun. Yan Bichun looked at Xianjian, slowly said, Xianjian, I have waited so long, and you finally come out. For years, Yan Bichun has been waiting for opportunities. Although he inherited leaving regrets scripture, he did not lose his mind. Killing Sword Sect Trashly, not only cannot avenge Qin Pianren, he will be buried in it. On this day, Yan Bichun waited for almost 100 years. Yan Bichun will never miss this opportunity. Just as Suzaimo thought, whoever dared to stop him would kill anyone. Azura, even if you step into body fusion realm and want to kill me, it's impossible. As soon as Yan Bichun just shot, Xianjian already sensed that Yan Bichun was already a body fusion great expert. However, the fairy sword thought for a while that the major sects gathered, not to mention immortal sects such as Primordial Sect and Heavenly Gang Religion, even if it was his sword sect, this time more than 30 body fusion great experts came. Yan Bichun is just the body fusion realm early stage. Even if the battle strength is strong, how many body fusion great experts can it beat? Even more how? Around him, he still hidden the expert of 6 great ferocious clans. Yan Bichun's eyes turned and fell on Tanji again, and said, our whereabouts, you push the show. Tell the fairy sword. Yan Bichun is not stupid. He had long wondered how his whereabouts with Qin Pianren could be leaked. Behind this, there must be another expert. Now, seeing Xianjian and Tanji join forces, he already has a guess in his heart. What about it? Tanji still had a smile on his face. I swear that anyone who is related to the death of Pianren, I will not let go. Yan Bichun said, after the fairy sword, it is your chance. Tone barely fell. Yan Bichun's body moved, and the whole person disappeared into place, turning into a billowing demon chi, as dark as ink, moved towards Sword Sect. Senior brother, help me stop him. Fairy sword expression calm, said Shen Sheng. Although he is a body fusion great expert, his primordial spirit is hurt. He dare not sway with Yan Bichen at all. He can only ask Sword Sect for other great experts for help. Junior brother, rest assured that there is nothing more than a devil in body fusion realm early stage. A Sword Sect great expert sneered, jumped with his sword, and came to the air. And the demon chief fiercely below moved to the end. Kang Lang. Sword light is bright, with a sharp edge, seems to cut the whole piece of heaven and earth in half. The law manifestation Dao monarch at the scene did not even see how the Sword Sect great expert came out of the sword. Just looking at it from a distance, he felt stinging eyes. Might of a single sword, so horrible. Call. The demon chi below is turbulent. Do not flicker and swallow this sword light directly. The Sword Sect great expert expression changed. His sword, like a stone knocks into the sea, was devoured without a trace by a group of demon chi. This group of demon chi instead became more terrifying, quickly fluttering, moved towards the Sword Sect great expert and ran into it. Jing Hong Sword Dao. The Sword Sect great expert slammed a long sword and waved a long sword in his hand, and instantly issued a path of sword chi. It was stunning, sharp and sharp, all pierced into the demon chi that hit it. Demon chi just paused a little bit, spreading up, under the annotations of countless line of sight, opened a huge black hole and dragged the Sword Sect great expert into it. There was a scream in demon chi. Immediately afterwards, a corpse fell from the demon chi. The Sword Sect great expert stared at his eyes, covered with black blood on his cheeks, and his eyes were filled with endless fear, as if he had suffered a huge shock before he died. Death is not eye-catching. Li Hen demonic art. As soon as Danji stared, he immediately recognized the origin of this group of demon chi and exclaimed slightly. After hearing these 4 words, the group expression changed. Demon Sovereign Li Hen is too famous in the real cultivation world. Among the emperors, Demon Sovereign Li Hen is not inferior to Human Sovereign. Just join hands and don't have to fight with him one-on-one. Xian Jian quickly reminded loudly. Many Sword Sect great experts also responded and sent out swords. Whiz whiz whiz. Suddenly, the entire heaven and earth was shrouded in a path of extreme sword chi, and the void seemed to be cut into pieces. Sword Dao. The best killing. Sword Sect is another pilgrimage place for sword repair. More than 30 Sword Sect great experts issued swords, and the murderous force erupted can be imagined, making the cultivator in the presence feel a burst of heartbeat. Many law manifestation Dao monarch retreated, for fear of being affected by sword chi. Li Hen lingering. Demon chi suddenly heard a hoarse and low voice. Immediately afterwards, a black knife-like black ink appeared between heaven and earth. Demon chi lingering, exuding endless hatred. Hating the heaven and hating the earth. Endless. Dang 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 dang. Li Hen's magic knife collided with many long swords, and a series of Jinji's clashes erupted, fire star flowing in all directions. In full view, more than 30 long swords were bounced off by Li Hen's magic sword. Every long sword is stained with a layer of dark fog, the rays of light are much dimmer, the formidable power is greatly reduced, and even the sharp edge converges. What? Asura's battle strength has reached this point? More than 30 Sword Sect great experts can't hurt him. Air of leaving regrets Scripture and Asura. I am afraid that Yan Bichen is stronger than the Demon Sovereign Li Hen of that year. Sword Sect is a mess. At this point, Suzaimo had already set off, and moved towards Yiling rushed over. Block him. Huang Wu, I'm always staring at you, pay me with your life. Many body fusion great experts such as Primordial Sect, Heavenly Gang Religion, Wind Thunder Temple and other immortal sects, Buddha sects, and demon sects have shot and moved towards Suzaimo. Zaimo, I'll help you. At the last moment, Jihuo stood up. Although there are many fears, Suzaimo has a life-saving favor anyway. Without Suzaimo, Jihuo would have died. That alone, Jihuo can't watch Suzaimo fight alone. Jihuo, your opponent is me. Just then, a murmur of cold sounds sounded not far away. Immediately, A silhouette stood in front of Jihuo. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1299. Chapter 1299. Scary Sword Technique. Purple Inflammation. Jihuo's eyes turned and fell on the person who came, with both eyes making a loud noise, igniting a raging fire. Icily said, "You dare to show up?" Zin, originally 100 Refinements sect cultivator, rebelled against sect and founded the Nether Fire Hall. He was the senior brother of Jihuo. 50 years ago, Jihuo led a cultivator into the Nether Fire Hall, and thunderbolted the Nether Fire Hall to suppress it. Zin was severely damaged, and fled, leaving nowhere. Under World War I, the body fusion great expert in the Nether Fire Palace was damaged by more than 10 people. The number of law manifestation Dao monarchs was 100, and the Nether Fire Palace was destroyed. This battle is considered to be one of the few battles in the true cultivation world in the past 100 years. Jihuo once again revealed his powerful means to the true cultivation world. I didn't expect. For decades, Xian's wounds returned and he appeared in Heaven and Earth Valley. Junior brother, the grievance between you and me, come to an end today. Xian's voice was somber, her eyes resentful. Jihuo's gaze was fixed, expression slightly changed. In his divine consciousness investigation, Zin's cultivation realm has actually reached body fusion realm great perfection. 50 years ago, the cultivation realm of Zin was just the body fusion realm late stage. After body fusion realm, every small realm is extremely difficult to break through. For more than 100 years, with Jihuo's innate talent, the cultivation base has also been hovering on the body fusion realm early stage. In addition, Jihuo severely damaged Zin. In just a few decades, Zin's cultivation base broke through again and practiced to body fusion realm great perfection. It's not hard to imagine that Zin must have got a great opportunity fortuitous encounter in order to cultivate to this step and make a comeback. Are you surprised? Xian noticed the shock in Jihuo's eyes, grinned, and said, "In your fight with me, I will always be the loser. But this time, I will be the winner. And I win you once is enough. I won't give you a second chance." Hey! Xian's eyebrows flickered, and a huge refining vessel tripod flew out. The tripod was burning with the extremely cold nether fire. Yin Chi Sensen moved towards Jihuo, hit it. Go with. Jihuo also took out the life source magic tool, and the huge refiner tripod came. Above the tripod, there is also a raging flame. It's just that the flames of Jihuo are even more masculine, as if they could incinerate 10,000 things in the world. One yin one yang. Two kinds of flames. Two smelters slammed together. Bang! There was a loud noise and the fire was soaring. This scene is like 2 rounds of scorching sun collision. Bursts of fireball moved towards all around, splashing in the sky and even a rain of fire. This is the battle strength of body fusion great expert. Raise your hands. Shake the sky. Landslides. Jihuo expression grave. After this collision, his refining dinger actually retreated a little, and in strength, fell behind. After all, there are 3 small realm differences. Even if Jihuo practices Crimson Flame Heart Sutra, there is still a slight gap between the 2 parties in magic power. Jihuo slightly frowned, worried. Power is only one of the factors in the victory of battle. He is best at controlling fire. Even if Zin beats him on magic power, he is also fearless, and still confident that he can suppress Zin. What he was worried about was Suzaimo on the other side. Today, Yan Bichen breaks into the Sword Sect camp, surrounded by more than 30 Sword Sect great experts. He was entangled by Xian, and it was difficult to distinguish between victory and defeat in a short time. And Suzaimo will have to face alone, Heavenly Gang Religion, Primordial Sect, Wind Thunder Temple and other immortal, demon, Buddha 3 sects, body fusion great expert. I am afraid that one face to face, Suzaimo will be scattered ashes and scattered smoke. Young master, Nianqi exclaimed, rushing without the slightest hesitation. But Nianqi is also just a law manifestation realm. Although she is God clan bloodline, with her battle strength, she can only fight up to 2 body fusion great experts. Today, immortals, Buddhas and demons immediately stood out more than 50 body fusion great expert. Huang Wu, you suppress and kill my colored glaze palace title disciple. Many heaven chosen, let you blood debt must be repaid with blood today. Colored glaze palace great expert furiously shouted. Bang! 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 Many body fusion great experts started to play, and a path of heaven shaking, earth-shattering spell broke out, and the great expert magic tool broke through, exuding terrifying coercion. The whole void is trembling and trembling. The many spells of the 50 body fusion great experts condense a sea of magic power that roars, as if it can devour everything. Not to mention law manifestation Tao monarch like Suzaimo and Nian Qi, even if body fusion great expert breaks in, it will be torn to pieces. Skeleton doesn't exist. Suzaimo, like a madman, squeezes his sword technique in his hands and moves towards all around. 1000 heaven murdering sword chi burst out instantly. Densely packed, as if teaching the world, murderous aura rushing to the sky. Many stars emerged from the sky. The trajectories of these stars are so chaotic that they collide. Tanfa killing intent, moving stars and changing constellations. Normally, with Suzaimo's current cultivation base battle strength, a heaven murdering sword chi is enough to threaten the ordinary body fusion great expert. The body fusion great experts shot today are from super sects such as Immortals, Buddhas and demons. They are all top experts of body fusion realm, but when I see this scene, I feel scalp. 1000 heaven murdering sword chi burst out instantly. What a scene! Hiss. Over 50 body fusion great experts suck in a breath of cold air. I don't know if it was reflected by the 1000 heaven murdering sword chi, or it was caused by horror. The faces of these body fusion great experts became completely white. This is the power of law manifestation Tao monarch. The onlookers of the cultivator have been horribly incoherent. Even hiding in the crowd, the expert of 6 great ferocious clans has his eyes fixed on his eyes. For the first time, he has faced Suzaimo face by side and gradually closed his contempt. In other words, they are easy to move, and I am afraid it is difficult to buy the strength of oneself. Take the 1000 heaven murdering sword chi. Go on 1000 heaven murdering sword chi and collide with more than 50 body fusion great experts. The magic power ocean formed by them. This vast ocean was stabbed with 1000 saws and 1000 holes by 100 sword chi, and magic power quickly passed. When many great expert magic tools collided with heaven murdering sword chi, and a series of fire stars erupted, all popping up. There are too many heaven murdering sword chi. There are dozens of heaven murdering sword chi, which actually broke through the magic power ocean, with endless sharp edges, pierced the surrounding body fusion great expert. Some body fusion great experts were pierced with fleshly bodies by a heaven murdering sword chi, screaming again and again. Some body fusion great experts were chopped down by a sword chi. Suddenly, in the middle of the air, the stump of the stump was broken, and the blood mist was gushing. These body fusion great experts are pretty lucky. After all, body fusion great expert is full of vitality, and chi and blood are powerful. Even if half the body is cut off by heaven murdering sword chi, it can survive. But there were several body fusion great experts who were unable to dodge. They were pierced by their heads by several heaven murdering sword chi, and the primordial spirit disappeared. Kungsu changed color. More than 50 body fusion great experts teamed up and collided with a law manifestation Tao monarch, which resulted in the death of several great experts, and many great expert injuries ended. Many great experts are in chaos. What is this sword Tao? It turns out to be so scary. I heard that it was one of the 3 great sword techniques in the ancient times, heaven murdering sword art, which Huang Wu snatched from the sword. No wonder. Hearing the sound of discussion around, Xianjian's face was more gloomy. It's just that he can no longer afford Suzaimo, because, he has not got rid of the killing intent of Yan Bichen. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1300 Chapter 1300 The Power of Li Hen. Under the siege of more than 30 sword sect great experts, Yan Bichen held Li Hen magic knife and suddenly shook the sky. This howl is mournful, sorrowful and sad, and everyone who hears it can feel a great grief and hate. Range attack in Leaving Regrets. Scripture. At the beginning, Suzaima and Li Hen Da Monarch time of Great War had seen Li Hen Da Monarch release this range secret technique. But compared with Yan Bichen, Li Hen Da Monarch's secret range technique is far worse. Li Hen Da Monarch hasn't experienced huge changes, and can't deeply appreciate the kind of grief, despair, and resentment in Leaving Regrets scripture. But Yan Bichen is different. Suzaima himself also knows how to kill thunder, 6-word great clarity incantation and other range secret techniques, which can be released and can roughly control the range without accidentally hurting others. And Yan Bichen's secret range technique is completely indiscriminate attack. All cultivators in Heaven and Earth Valley are bearing the impact of this howling sound. Everyone's mind can't help feeling the sadness, despair, and resentment. The nearest 30 sword sect great experts are even more shocked, and expression is horrifying. Zheng. Li Hen's sword trembled and trembled, feeling extremely annoyed by Yan Bichen's heart. I hate it. Yan Bichen's eyes became as dark as ink, as if they were two huge abyss that never reached the bottom. They roared, stepped forward, and backhanded, moved towards a sword sect great expert. Li Hen's magic knife turns into a black glow, and it's just around the corner. Before the blade came, the endless hatred evolved into a path of inky demon chi, which entangled the sword sect great expert. No matter how powerful the sharpness released by this sword sect great expert is, it is difficult to split the demo chi on him. Pukai. Li Hen, the sword came, cut the sword sect great expert into two halves, primordial spirit disappeared, body dies and Tao disappears. Li Hen demon chi on Yan Bichen's body, continuously. The whole body seems to be transformed into an endless abyss, sucking the surrounding sword sect great expert, want to devour them. I hate it. Yan Bichen roared again, came to another sword sect great expert, and slashed again. Break for me. This sword sect great expert is also very clever. There is an extinct sword chi pervading his body. He actually cut off the Li Hen demon chi wrapped around him, broke free, and backhanded a sword, moved towards Li Hen. Li Hen magic blade radiance greatly rises. Kaka. All in sight, this great expert long sword was cut off with the Li Hen magic sword. Li Hen's magic sword fell down and killed a sword sect great expert again. A sword sect great expert was about to release the supreme sword Dao, and his eyes suddenly matched with a pair of magic pupils of Yan Bichen, and the whole person suddenly stood on the spot. His eyes were gradually contaminated by demon chi. On his body, a path of dark demon chi began to spread. A body fusion great expert was caught in the soul by Yan Bichen's eye technique. Li Hen the sword is cut again. A big bucket flies high. This sword sect great expert did not wake up until he died. 3 swords to kill 3 sword sect great experts. The power of Azura once again deterred the true cultivation world, causing a commotion. Leaving Regrets scripture, really terrifying. Tanji narrowed his eyes and softly muttered. He didn't take any shots, and stayed out of it from beginning to end. Same sect, don't panic. Take out Earth Murdering Sword Formation. Kill Azura with the power of sword formation. Xianjian quickly reminded loudly. At antiquity time, Sword Sovereign got Earth Murdering Sword Art, one of 3 great sword techniques. However, Earth Murdering Sword Art cultivation is not easy. The Murderer Soro is too heavy. The formidable power is very great. If you are not careful, a Murderer Soro backlash will appear. Lighter, cultivation deviation. In serious cases, blood splatters may even be on the spot, body dies and Tao disappears. Later, Sword Sovereign introduced a sword technique from Earth Murdering Sword Art. The formidable power is also extremely incomparable. but it is relatively easy to practice. Inheritance has been so far, and earth-murdering sword art can be released in a sword formation situation. There are many great experts sharing the murderous aura of earth-murdering sword art, and the murderous aura backlash will not appear. Whiz whiz whiz. The remaining sword sect great expert calmed down, put out a sword formation, and urged a path of murderous aura sword chi. Suddenly, the earth shook, a path of gigantic great the deep cracks appear, as if the dragon and snake are shocked, sending killing intent. The dragon and the snake rise to land. Yan Bichen looked at the path of sword chi, expression indifferent, expressionless, white hair dancing, black pupil dead. If a person can cultivate the success of earth-murdering sword art, it may threaten him. Today, many sword sect great experts have teamed up to form the earth-murdering sword formation, but they have completely lost the edge of earth-murdering sword art. The demon chi on Yan Bichen's body was turbulent, forming a group of dark magical seas, and swallowed many sword keys that came over them. What's more, this magical sea even absorbed the magic power around it, growing stronger and forming more Lihen demon chi. What earth-murdering sword formation! Break for me! Yan Bichen loudly shouted, holding the Lihen magic knife in both hands, leaping forward, standing high. The sword formation fiercely chopped down below moved towards. Bang! A loud noise. Countless long swords have fallen. Many silhouettes retreated, look pale. Some sword sect great experts can't even hold back, spit out a mouthful of blood, and the expression is miserable. Sword, even if Sword Sovereign is reborn today, I can't save you. Yan Bichen step by steps moved towards Xian Jianxing, saying it word by word. His voice was hoarse and low, and it contained a monstrous hate. In the eyes of Xian Jian, finally passed by a panic. Heavenly, you and I are on the same boat, you haven't shot yet. Excalibur is yelled. Faithfully smiled, his body flickered, he held a folding fan, and moved towards Yan Bichen, saying, so, I'll try Azura's Lihen demonic art. The other side, Suzaimo broke out of 1000 heaven-murdering sword chi, and killed several body fusion great experts on the spot, making the remaining great experts chaotic. Taking advantage of the confusion, Suzaimo waved his sleeves, rolled Nian Chi, who had just rushed up, and returned it to Misty Peak. Don't come, you can't get involved in this battle. Suzaimo's tone is firm and unquestionable. But young master, Nian Chi couldn't bear it. The old immortal crane shook his head and sighed, and said, Nian Chi, listen to Zaimo first. If you step forward, you are afraid he will take care of you, so distract. Nian Chi was unwilling, but he could only stand still, clenching his fists and staring at the battlefield intently. The 1000 heaven-murdering sword chi, instead of deterring these body fusion great experts, attracted even greater anger from immortals, Buddhas and demons. Super sect. They are body fusion great experts, how can they be repelled by a law manifestation Dao monarch? Huang Wu, I'd like to see, how many times can you release this spell? A primordial sect great expert waved his hand, ordered, primordial sect great expert obey, all shot, suppress and kill Huang Wu. Give me all, I don't believe it, this Huang Wu is just law manifestation Dao monarch, and it's going to turn the sky. Heavenly Gang religion great expert also waved. Initially, it was just over 50 body fusion great experts who shot Suzaimo. With the first confrontation, in a blink of an eye, the body fusion great experts that surrounded us had more than 100. Moreover, this number is still increasing. In view of the book group added to the wrong group, please send the group number again. 340,879,231, the only official book group designated. There are still 100 places left. There is a legendary snow full of big treasure knives sitting in town.